Live from on the ground in India. SEN Test Cricket. India versus Australia.
It's the taken! It's a movie script.
Over the wicket at him. He bowled him!
Down towards one on, and it'll clear the ropes.
Stepped on the pad. They're up. He's out. That is Test cricket at its finest. Kohli stabs his ground straight down the ground. He lifted it up. That is a shot of an emperor.
For Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Live from India. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket. India versus Australia.
The tension and the intrigue is as thick as the pollution in Delhi on this Friday. Hello and welcome to Arun Jaitley Stadium in the Indian capital. Delhi's the seat of power in this country and it is a fortress for its Test cricket team. But having been outgunned and outplanned in Nagpur, Australia has got to make an all-out stand. And it is going to do so in a most unconventional method for our national team. It is a test of character, skill and temperament for Pat Cummins' team. And it's also a test of strategy. And that strategy is going to see Australia play with one quick and three spinners in what we have looked down upon today. Matthew Kuhnemann has been presented with his test cap. Marnus Labuschagne did the honours. It was a lengthy ceremony, I think it's fair to say. No sign of Stark, no sign of Green. Australia is going with one quick and three spinners. It is all rather thrilling, I must say. Gerard, Whateley with you. It is a great pleasure to welcome you here. Australia is 1-0 down in the Border Gavaskar Trophy. The first glimpse was a bit grim. Now we'll see how it plays out here. Michael Kasprowicz knows this country so well and he knows what success looks like on these shores too. Kasper, hello and welcome.
G'day, Gerard. G'day, everyone. And namaste, of course, to our Indian listeners. It's wonderful to be back here in Delhi. It's been a little while, I think, as far as Test cricket's concerned, but to be back here and the circumstances, of course, this second Test match is so important.
We are about to hear Pat Cummins unveil the team at the toss. I've never known so much debate and intrigue around the selection of an Australian team. I'm the first one to say I'm so glad they have corrected their previous error and returned Travis Head to the side. Matthew Renshaw will make way. And then three spinners and a quick. I'm sure that's what Cummins is about to unveil.
Well, it's going to be really interesting to see that. And I should point out, actually, Gerard, that the last time Australia, the Australian attack consisted of one fast bowler and the rest spinners was 1998. On my tour, on our tour to India, I was opening the bowling, myself and Paul Rifle in the first innings.
Yep.
Paul Rifle got injured and he was unable to bowl in the second innings, which left myself, Gav Robertson and Shane Warne, I think Ricky Ponting, Steve Waugh also. Bluey might have even been playing, I think, I'm not sure. But that was what we did. And then the second Test match, Paul Wilson replaced Paul Rifle. And Paul Rifle actually got... Paul Wilson actually, after about 5 overs, got injured.
Yes.
So it left me. So I was the lone fast bowler bowling on those conditions. So it's a back to the future in some ways.
So there's a Chittagong test in 2017, which we'll tell you about after the toss. Adam Collins is with us. He documented all that transpired at Nagpur. Colo, hello.
G'day, Gerard. Yes, in all the time I've been covering Australia, which goes back the better part of a decade now, I can't remember a more exciting team reveal. I mean, we kind of have a pretty good steer of what's going to happen at the toss, but yeah, this is brilliant stuff.
So the hour leading up, as Pete Lawless saw that Matthew Kuhnemann was starting to go through his the rituals for the host broadcaster behind the side screens, away from view, and Pete just had a little sneaky glimpse there, and Bharat Sundaresan was watching what was going on and recognised that there was no Stark and no Green. Then Travis Head walked out with his pads on, and that sort of became clear what was going on.
Normally they tell us to go behind the curtain. Normally we get a heads up if there's going to be a test debut. We didn't get a heads up today, which suggests to me that this was a call made pretty late and they've had to make a number of decisions that have hinged around Cameron Green's fitness, and it's pretty clear he hasn't come up. And Mitchell Stark was the other question, whether he was right to go. I would imagine not, on the basis that he's not playing, but Pat Cummins will be answering those questions in a couple of minutes.
So Matthew Kuhnemann was playing as Shield game at the MCG. Was it Monday?
It finished on the 13th, so yeah, a few days ago. Amazing.
Yeah. And then onto the plane to come over, and now to his Test debut. What a moment for that Queenslander, Casper.
Yeah, absolutely. He's done such a great job last couple of years for the Bulls. Also, not that the Brisbane Heat form is going to suggest too much in Test cricket, but he's been outstanding and contributed to the team, not just sort of on the field. His performance has been really strong, but also around the team. I know from Wade Second, the Queensland coach.
Well, it's a nice, pleasant
really
morning here in New Delhi.
Something about it.
And it's time for the coin to go up in the capital. Rohit Sharma, Pat Cummins, Andy Pycroft, the match referee, all in readiness. Rohit will spin the coin.
Tails.
It goes for a nice little roll as Pikes chases it.
We'll have a bat. Thanks, mate.
Well, Pat, you won the toss again. What have you decided?
We're going to have a bat.
What do you make of this pitch?
The middle looks like it's got a little bit of grass, but pretty bare at both ends. So I'm guessing, it'll be a bit of turn there. It's a good challenge for our team.
First Test match is history. New day, new game.
Yeah, that's it. We've all lost games before and had to bounce back. So that's the challenge for the group this week. It's been really good preparation. Everyone's raring to go.
And how's your team coping with injuries? Cameron Green, Mitchell Stark?
Neither of those two are playing this game. So we've got Travis Head coming back in for Matt Renshaw and Matt Kuhneman making his debut for Scotty Boland.
Have a good one.
Thanks, Ravi. Thanks, mate.
Well, Rohit, you would have batted as well.
Yeah, I mean, looks like that. The pitch is dry. Obviously, batting first would have been ideal, but I thought, the kind of application we showed in the last game, put the toss factor completely away because we applied ourselves. Even though we lost the toss, we came back pretty well. We bowled pretty well, and that is what will be required here today as well.
Since you mentioned that, if you look at the last 4-5 years, toss isn't the game. You might bat second, but still win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is important. When you're playing in India, you just don't worry about the toss factor too much. Just come out and play good cricket. No matter what you do, you just have to come out and play well. And that is what we did in the last game. And that was a talk in the group as well, not to worry about, the toss because it's not in your control. Come out and do the best you can.
And your Warrior playing his 100th Test match. Must be great for the dressing room.
Yeah, absolutely. We are all thrilled for him. It's been a big occasion for all of us as well. Along with him, his family is here, which is always nice to see. 100 Test matches is not easy. He's gone through a lot of ups and downs in his career, but he's stuck through his plan and whatever he wants to do, and he's come a long way.
And your composition of your team today?
We have one change, Shreyas Iyer in for Surya.
Have a good one, Rohit. So there you go. That's the news from the centre. Australia won the toss, and they've decided to bat first.
Ravi Shastri, who is part of our broadcast team on SEN Test Cricket. Australia won the toss, elected to bat. I feel a palpable sense of relief, Michael.
So, absolutely. To win, certainly going in with that lineup that they are in this Test match, I think winning the toss was so important there, giving the fact that they're going to be bowling last on this wicket. When it will be turned, there will be all that. So that's the best possible scenario for Australia, win the toss and batting first. They just got to score a heap of runs.
What was the word within the Australian camp, Colo?
Stark's not fit and Green isn't fit, which meant they had to make a call around Renshaw, which kind of sounds weird when you're talking about two all-rounders, but Head, they want not only on the basis that he'll come in and bat in the middle order, but also as a fourth bowling option, or should I say a fourth spinning option. So the four frontliners, three spinners, Kuhneman, who's played, 2 first-class games this season, including one last week. So there's some degree of risk there, and they're covering that to an extent by Travis Head bringing back his experience into the 11.
Warner, Khawaja, Labuschagne, Smith, Head, Hanscom, Carey, Cummins, Todd Murphy, Nathan Lyon and Matthew Kuhneman. Australia was, well, you well know, bowled out in 33 overs the last time we saw them in action. They're about to be in the middle of Delhi. SEN Test Cricket is for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home at the Dales. Bonnybrook. Tony from Henley is here today. It's great to have him in the country. Henley.com.au. And for Tyre Power, 4 for 3 on Falcon passenger tyres. Now, it is particularly smoggy here today. There is sort of precedence for cricket not going ahead in probably slightly worse conditions than this. So time to check the weather and conditions on the Kubota Cast Kubota shaping and building Australia. We're looking at a high of 28 degrees. It's 17 now. The air quality is rated as very poor. It did get hot yesterday when the sun was baking out in the middle. I wonder how much of it gets through. Kubota, together we are shaping and building Australia. The air quality can be an issue here, Colo.
Yeah, well, the UN have designated New Delhi as the most polluted city in the world a number of times, and there have been issues here in the past. We've seen the Sri Lankan side miss a day of Test cricket here back in 2017. They actually wore face masks out into the middle before they were de rigueur through the pandemic. And the England side, when they played here a few years ago, one-day international, they took on saline drips before walking out to field. So look, it's a ground that, on that front, is controversial, that there is clearly a pollution problem here, and it may have an effect on the game when they're taking in, that kind of oxygen in athletic conditions. Lucky Australia are batting first, really.
Pete Lalor and Bharat Sundaresan have been busy on the ground. We will bring them into our broadcast in a few moments' time. Kasper, see you for the first ball of the day.
Oh, looking forward to it, Gerard.
There is so much to look forward to.
So much.
Australia has won the toss, elected to bat. Travis Head returned to the lineup, and in a way we haven't seen for some 6 years, 1 quick and 3 spinners. It's all coming up on SEN Test Cricket live here in Delhi.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Kalkallo, henley.com.au, and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Jaitley Stadium is our venue here in the nation's capital in Delhi. The second test of this India-Australia series. It is must-win for Australia. There's some lovely pageantry that has taken place today, including Cheteshwar Pujara, who's playing test number 100, who's been photographed with family and representatives of the BCCI. His contribution to Test cricket has been well acknowledged at the moment. Australia has won the toss and elected to bat. Travis Head has returned to the team. Australia is going with a quick and 3 spinners. Bharat Sundaresan, it has been a busy morning here.
It certainly has, Gerard. I was down there just trying to get my head around the smog, to be honest. And then I watched Travis Head walk out to the middle with his pads on. He's got the moustache going. Adam Collins and I told him the other day, the last time you had a moustache, you made 100 at the Gabba, the Ashes test, and really cemented your place in the side. It's a good reminder for him. And then Matthew Kuhneman was... Look, I just had a sneaky feeling, Gerard. I've been telling all the rest of the Australian media, when he flew in and 2 days ago when he had his first net, just the way Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne were interacting with him, I just had the sneaky feeling that they want him to play, or they're keen on him playing. And then this morning I spotted Cole Hitchcock, the media manager, take him away for the usual TV headshots.
Yep.
And I saw him take off his training gear, put on the whites on. There was a sign that Kuhneman's playing as well. So no Renshaw. Head in, no Boland, Kuhneman in. Big risk, Australia. Its pitch does not play as bad as it looks always. It's a big risk that Australia are taking.
Well, there's going to be a lot of judgment that sits upon it, but the strategy has revealed itself. Here is the selector on duty here, Tony Dottermaid, explaining the strategy that has been employed.
So, obviously the key things, Greenie didn't quite make it. Starkey is quite 100% as well. And the other thing driving, I suppose, the key point between Renners and Eddie is really that we thought we were short with that 5th bowling support in Nagpur. It was something that we lacked a bit of. So we feel that Eddie's, even though he's an off spinner and goes the same way, that is a more, I guess, robust option as a 5th for a drop out as required. So it's hot. It's a bit unusual going 3 spin and one quick. There's obviously risks around that. There's risks around whatever we do. But we feel that the pitch here, the conditions, we feel that spin will dominate the game once again. It's, from what we understand, this pitch has been used at least 3 times already this year, and there's already substantial cracking in the areas where most of the game's going to be playing. So that's the reason for going for the 3 spin. Obviously, the 5th bowler is important too. We don't have the seam bowling option of Cam on the table quite yet. We're very confident and hope he's continuing to progress, and we're expecting to be available for the 3rd test in indoor. So that's really the context around the selection for this one.
So that gives you the, where am I here? That gives you the insight into the thinking. And to have a look down at that pitch, Bharat, it's the quarter at either end are well worn, and you can, through the binoculars, see the clear cracking that is already there, and the middle of the pitch has less so. So that's the logic in behind it all.
Oh, absolutely. And look, there was nothing untoward that the ground staff got up to with this pitch, Gerard. There was no selective watering. They didn't need to do that. It's a used pitch. And when we got here 2 days ago for the first time, you could see it looked like, I called it a dirty parapet on a Mumbai flat.
Yep.
And it still looks like that, but with a lot more cracks in there. But again, we've seen pitches in Delhi with cracks to start with, but it does not mean that they start exploding very early. The black clay is very different to the red soil you find in Nagpur and Mumbai and the southern part of the country.
We'll explore that as we go. Pete Lalor is here. Pete, it's been a busy morning for the Beat Journo.
Oh, my Lord. What a morning. What a morning. It started before I got out of my pyjamas, Gerard, when I got a message that Matthew Kuhnemann looked like a man about to make his debut, seen wandering the corridors of the hotel with a cricket bat. On the way to the ground, we managed to confirm that news as we sort of wended our way through the stalls and the mud and the honking traffic, because we walk, Gerard, we don't catch the SEN limousine. Not enough room for me, listeners. And boy, oh boy, standing down there on the boundary this morning, I couldn't believe what was happening before my eyes. I mean, this is an extraordinary team, and I can tell you that it's extraordinary because I've never seen the selectors make the decision to gather the journalists together before the toss and explain the decision. I applaud them for doing that.
Yep.
We need to know why and what drove these changes. I'm sorry, I haven't heard what you discussed before I came in because I was typing away busily.
Yes,
but,
yes.
So
do you think they have made the right call here, Pete? It's certainly justifiable in the way that they've described it. It's just if Bharat's right and the pitch doesn't quite play the way they think.
Well, Gerard, I barely had time to breathe, let alone think. I mean, it's sort of that old, I haven't thought, I've done. I tend to agree with Bharat. I think they have got themselves into this crazy mindset about this pitch. Listen, and we all do this about Indian pitches, and I give myself a little slap over this one. You must remember one thing. The ICC are very harsh on poor pitches. A venue cannot afford to have a poor pitch. God help curators who prepare a poor pitch and cost a venue 1 year's international cricket.
Yep.
So Indian curators, they're not going to go that far. They are going to go as far as they can. They're desperate to get into this World Test Championship, but they're not going to be stupid. And looking out there, that pitch looks fine to me.
Oh, yeah.
I reckon they've over-egged it, Australia. Okay. I reckon they've got spooked again.
We'll find out. Pete Lalor, Bharat Sundaresan, thank you. Let's clear our last commitment and have you for the formalities, for the ceremonies leading up to Australia's choice to bat in the second test in Delhi.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo. Henley.com.au and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Australia has won the toss and elected to bat here in Delhi. It's all a rather thrilling prospect. The theory is that Australia is over-egged, going with one quick and three spinners. What is that going to mean to the way the test plays out? We need sort of a little sense of, I don't know, reinforcement, optimism. Phil Long's running all of our stats and facts throughout our coverage here. Have you got something for us to cling to?
Three things for Australia to cling to.
Lovely.
Are you ready for them?
Kasper,
are you ready for these? You're a positive man, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Let me give you a number, 36. We all know what that means, don't we? India 36 all out in that first test in Brisbane a couple of years ago. What happened in that series in the end? India won it 2-1. Second, let's go back to 2001. Australia win the first test by 10 wickets. India following on. Surely Australia have won the series, but no. Who wins that series? India 2-1. Let's go back just over 10 years. England versus India at Ahmedabad. India thrash England by 10 wickets in that first test at Ahmedabad. Who wins that series? England come back. KP inspired to win the series 2-1. So let's ignore that first test And let's look forward to a 2-1 Australia series victory.
Wild reversals of fortune are very possible on these shores, even though it feels like momentum is the modern god of sport. What do you think, Casper?
Yeah, I'm all for that too. I think one of the things that I take a lot of input from Pat Cummins at the start when he actually talked about, he was talking about it's just their recovery after a loss is what they do so well, the Australian team. They've done it many times before. They'll just do it again.
I like their, if you're going to fail the right way mantra. So clearly they disappeared into their shells and have had a long talk about that on a batting front.
Yeah, of course they would have, because the simple thing is that it's about finding ways to score runs. We saw that first test match where both sides, the batsmen, it seemed to get a little bit easier the longer they were there. We saw them just take a little bit of time. Marnus and Smith in the first innings, and certainly in the Indian innings, with even their lower order batsmen. I hate referring to it as the tail, but it wagged like something else, didn't it, up there at Nagpur? But I think that's where that finding a way, and I think that every batsman, every single time they start, doesn't matter what wicket you play on, you're adapting, and you've got to find a way for it to suit. I really love the fact that Australia won the toss. That's always good, but to bat first is really great, because it's a chance to resurrect that batting first innings performance in Nagpur.
So Chittagong 2017, Pat Cummins, Nathan Lyon, Steve O'Keefe, Ashton Agar with some Glenn Maxwell. Lyon takes 7 and 6 man of the match performances. Agar takes a couple in the first innings. Cummins gets 2, O'Keefe gets 2. So of what Australia need, all bar 2 taken by spin, Australia wins by 7 wickets. Now, Bangladesh is not the formidable opponent that India is, but that's the last time Australia employed this sort of lineup.
Yeah, certainly right off the bat, as far as picking the side and coming out there with a real plan. I did mention before the game, of course, in 1998, when it wasn't the plan, but due to injury of the other fast bowler that I was with, Paul Wright from the first test, Paul Wilson in the second test. We had to incorporate, if you like, one fast bowler, me, with the spinners and our various medium pace bowlers that we had. They're all pretty handy, mind you.
From a batting perspective, so Australia has a long tail. Pat Cummins is not the batter over the past couple of years that he was initially. Todd Murphy, Nathan Lyon, Matthew Kuhnemann. So Australia is going to have to get its runs out of the top 7. That's as long a tail as Australia has had in my recent memory.
Oh, look, I think everyone's capable of scoring runs through there, but I think when we saw Labuschagne and Smith, and Steve Smith, you never discount him ever scoring runs, and he's the best at it in the world as far as he's adapting his game to suit. So I've got a feeling that one of the openers, either Warner, I'm expecting something from him today, but even I just reckon that Khawaja might there's something about him today. The way that he plays. We saw it in Pakistan, and this is a bit similar to the Pakistan wicket. It's a bit harder under the surface, not as dusty. So as far as the turn's concerned, but I think the way he plays, I'm really looking forward to it. He plays it late, under his nose, doesn't chase it, very patient. It's the type of game plan to work well on this wicket.
So Travis Head back.
Yeah.
Just undoing the mistake of the first test.
Well, look, on the surface it looked like there could have been some overthinking maybe, and trying to find it with the injuries to Cameron Green and Stark, and trying to find and patch a way around it. And not to say that Matthew Renshaw is a patch player. Certainly not. Excellent player, of course. He made his test debut as an opening batsman, came back into the side in Sydney through there to actually knowing that they wanted him back into the team. Maybe in the future opening when one of the existing openers decide to call it quits. So they wanted him around that side, and he's playing so well, I know, in Shield cricket and domestic cricket, which was why he was in the team. But I think it doesn't go for popular vote, but I think for the balance of the side, for this particular test match, I think Travis Head coming in is the right thing.
There's a guard of honour that has been set up for Cheteshwar Pujara as he walks onto this stadium in his 100th test match We know what an epic achievement that is for excellence and for longevity. We lived through it with Dave Warner at the MCG, and we recounted the true greats who then make that test match their own. And Pujara's in an interesting scenario, as Warner was, is the runs haven't been as fluent on home soil in recent times. There probably is a level of pressure for him that he hasn't experienced before. I would not be underestimating him in his milestone match.
Oh, I love it. He's old school. He was the old school opening test batsman. I think as a kid we used to call him the block artist.
Yep.
But that's the way he plays, that real traditional way, leaving the ball, let the bowler come to him. Get too straight, I'll work you there. But just what a longevity it's been for him. 100 test matches. Congratulations.
That's the sound of the bell ringing to begin play on day one here in Delhi. India's team makes its way out into the middle. Australia's openers stare away at this 22 yards in the middle. How could you be not swept away by that? SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook. Henley.com.au. And for tyre power, 4 for 3 on Vulcan passenger tyres. This opening session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. And I feel like all of Australia just tenses up at the moment. Dave Warner is at the crease. He's right on the precipice in Test cricket. He has only one innings to sit in the for column and Phil Long a lot to sit in the against.
Yeah, David Warner in India, 9 tests, 18 innings, averaging just 22.16.
India has not lost at this ground since 1987. Australia has not won here since 1959. And yet this is the moment for the all-out stands from Pat Cummins' men. And it needs to be led by Dave Warner and Usman Khawaja to bank the advantages of winning the toss and choosing to bat. Mohammad Shami to get us underway in Delhi. Shami is around the wicket, bowls down the leg side, and away it goes for 4 byes. An errant opening from the Indian quick, right past the pads of Warner and beating the outstretched dive of KS Bharat down to the boundary.
There might have been a bit of swing there straight out of the hand. It seemed so perfect as it leaves the hand, but direction was out. And the ball just kept swinging down the leg side, leaving the keeper no chance at all at trying to retain that. But Australia off the mark.
3 slips and a gully in place. The veteran Warner faces up. Shami bowls, Termy's beaten outside the off stump. The ball that barely carries to the keeper. Just a tentative prod and a miss.
Well, just outside off stump. There's plenty of nerves around here. Full crowd. I spoke to the groundsman at the start of the day, and yeah, they're saying a full crowd. They're really excited about this, and you can tell through the noise coming through. But yeah, that last delivery, it was a good foot and a bit outside off stump, and kind of a delivery that I don't think David Warner really needed to play at.
Capacity here is 42,000, so it can become quite the environment. Warner faces up to Shami, and Warner from his pads plays back down the pitch, just feeling for it in his defence.
Yeah, a lot straighter that one. It did come in, sort of swinging towards that sort of off-stump line. Very good, making the batsman play. The key to batting on these wickets when we know it's so low, it's going to keep lower, is quite often to just keep playing straight with a nice vertical bat. Play as straight as you can for as long as you can would be one of the, I guess, the themes of all the batsmen in this side.
It's been given a name, the Lindsay Lohans.
Lindsay Lohan.
That's what Marnus Labuschagne has called it. Low hands here at Arun Jaitley Stadium in Delhi. Shami's right arm around the wicket. He bowls and leaves. Had a good look at it out of the hands and didn't do enough to trouble him.
Yeah. Did Marnus have is there a copyright issue if you're labeling a Lindsay Lohan? Yeah, technique. But look, that was good to see there from David Warner. Really positive, looking to get forward, leaving the ball outside stump, and you're asking the bowler, you're actually more so telling the bowler, you come to me. I'm not chasing you. And certainly the first over a test match, let them come to you.
Lost his off stump to Shami in the first test, and he's leaving the ball that is shaping at the off stump. There's no question that Shami's got some movements with the new ball.
That's always good for a fast bowler, and you've got a brand new ball, day one of a test match. You sort of expect it just to do a little bit. And I think that's part of the excitement of it, that he's actually able to shape the ball in. And as you said, that first test match, beautiful ball came in, and maybe just beat David Warner for a bit of pace. It came through, skidded through a little bit, but came through, clipped the pad, and then hit the top of off stump. Perfect bowling.
Warner sees the last ball in the first over, and he's hit on the pad, and he's out immediately. He's gone for the review, inside edge onto the pad. I felt like you could hear the inside edge. He was given out the moment the bowler turned around. He'll need Hotspot and Snicko to be his ally here. David Warner's fate on 0 hangs in the balance on the DRS. It is a big moment for Bendix, the best known breaks.
They were looking really confident, obviously, to go straight away. The energy, the moment for the Indian team. But yeah, I'm with you. Maybe there was something there. We're going to get a good look here at the DRS.
First look at the replay. A ball angling in, inside edge, onto the back leg. So that's our first look at the replay for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourites. Here's ultra edge. Yes, big inside edge onto the back pad. It will serve to be hugely unnerving for Warner, but he knew he wasn't out. He was fired immediately by Nitin Menon. How rapidly the finger went up was really something. But Warner survives, given out on 0 LBW. That is overturned on the DRS. And let your mind wander to the old days where that would have stood and the ramifications it has for Warner's career. He would have been gone for a duck. As it is at the end of the first over, Australia none for 4. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home at the Dales Bonnybrook, henley.com.au.
The other thing that was really good there was David Warner was forward. He was well forward. He's only got short legs, short man, but he was actually forward of the ball. A great sign there, because that does take out, you know, that movement. You don't want to see them getting trapped on the crease. So great sign there, and great result for Australia.
Yes, it's a palpable sense of relief, although I felt like you could hear that yourselves at home. Mohammad Siraj is in and bowling to Usman Khawaja. He's wrapped on the pads. That sounded a bit backing as well. Siraj followed through all the way down alongside Khawaja, and Michael Goff shook it away as not out.
There's plenty of energy out there, as there should be. Day one, such a big test match this. We've already seen with that swinging ball, a couple of solid, very solid appeals. Anytime it's hitting the pad or getting close, you're going to ask the question, because you have to. But definitely pitching outside the leg.
It's actually not dissimilar to how Khawaja went in the first test. I reckon that's pitching on leg and impact, and it's all about the leg stump. Khawaja inside portion of the bat as it squirts away to square leg. It is a difficult time to bat out there, quite clearly, but you could hear Michael Goff just say to Mohammad Siraj as he went past, it sounded like bat.
Yeah, I thought there was a little bit there, but even the follow-up delivery was excellent as well from Siraj. The line was a little bit straighter, pitching off stump, and Khawaja there, as I said, squirted, just managing to get the ball there, inside edge, just down to the leg side. So there's no runs there, but for a batsman, Khawaja be thinking about that, the ball coming in. We'll wait for the one that's going to straight and go across him.
2 slips and a gully, and there's a catching mid-wicket. Siraj over the wicket, bowls. Khawaja had a flick at a ball down the leg side. It's untouched through to the keeper.
Yeah, just once again, when you do get the ball swinging, it takes a little bit of time as a swing bowler to get you the line direction, knowing how much it is actually going to move for you. And yeah, but his action's looking strong. I think that's where he's following through. And I mentioned energy. You know, he's pumping his legs. He's getting the crease well. And certainly with this crowd, the excitement of the whole series, Gerard. I think that's what has been so awesome.
I just think the consequence that sits so heavily on this match. Siraj is in, bowls. Khawaja's fishing for a ball outside the off stump. He makes no contact and lives to tell the tale.
And that was the one looking across, not swing back in. The first 3 balls all swing in towards the left-handed Usman Khawaja. but you just knew that he was going to try and get the one across, because obviously as a batsman, you want him playing. You want him playing in the ball, tying him into it. But that was an excellent delivery, and a little surprise with the bounce, actually, going through about waist high to the keeper.
Yes, it wasn't so from the other end for Shami, but Siraj has got the ball flying through. He bowls, and Khawaja flicks off his pads ever so neatly down to fine leg for 4. So risky from Usman Khawaja. He gets himself off the mark, and Australia is none for 8. The boundaries for Blunston. Rotaflex by Blunston.
2 full, 2 straight, and Usman Khawaja has no worries at all there. That was about leg stump, if not, going down. And just getting enough bat on it, and the flick of the wrists there. Does that so well and so often, Usman Khawaja. That could be the challenge for Siraj. See how he ends this one.
Last ball of the over. In and bowls, and Khawaja dead bats to the offside. Thought about a quick single to cover and thought better of it. 2 overs in. Australia none for 8 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Good afternoon. The Monash Freeway is absolutely crawling outbound at Toorak Road due to a grass fire. 3 left-hand lanes are currently closed. Speeds also reduced heading inbound past the scene. A crash on the Ring Road Greensboro bound approaching Ballarat Road as well. The second right-hand lane is closed with traffic heavy from Boundary Road, and a crash in Faulkner on Sydney Road outbound at Box Forest Road. Nowhere comes close to Atherstone by Lend-Lease in Melbourne's west. Land now selling for under $400,000. Search Atherstone and inquire today. T's and C's apply. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Mohammad Shami is in and bowling to Dave Warner. And Warner, well, that ball ballooned out of his hands. It is a wide. It didn't even hit the pitch. And Shami's looking down and going, how on earth did that happen? That is the rarest delivery in Test cricket. I think Shami's looking to blame everything, including where he landed. But that ball is just...
Well, he's got to take the ball away from Warner, like an in swing to the right-hander. It's pitched outside. The umpires have got together here. He's called it a no ball.
Yeah, so it didn't hit the pitch.
No.
There's a cutting mark that runs down the side, and it didn't get inside that.
No, the radar is well out.
That is
that one.
bizarre. None for 9. So Shami in his previous ball hit the pads of Warner, and this time he missed the pitch. He bowls, and Warner has a little tickle down the leg side. It runs away from the keeper down to fine leg. And that'll be another bye, I imagine. So Shami's radar's all over the shop. When he's had it on the money, he has troubled Warner, but he hasn't had it on the money often enough.
Not enough. Day 1 of a Test match, of course, that's where it is. Build some pressure up. You want to try and attack with that new ball, see what we can do and see what we can create. He's making life tough for his keeper, Bharat.
He is. None for 10, that ticks along too. Khawaja will get his first look at Shami, and vice versa. Shami bowls, Khawaja turns the ball economically to mid-wicket, and there's no run to be had. Wherever you are listening, there has been such a debate across the past week. I'd love to get your thoughts on what you think of the composition of this Australian team, the explanations behind it. Travis Head returns, 1 quick and 3 spinners. 0433 98 11 16 to correspond with us throughout the Test match. Amateur national selection panels at the ready. So plant your flag before the perfection of hindsight comes into play. Shami bowls, Khawaja in behind it, defends to the leg side. It is the way these two quicks are bowling, there's something in it early, which Australia needed to win the toss and bat with the team they'd selected, so that's panned out well. But Shami and Siraj look at first blush like they have a much bigger role to play in this Test match than they did at Nagpur.
Yeah, I think they do. I was mentioned about the surface of the pitch. It's a lot harder. It's a darker soil underneath. Jesse, it might actually bounce through a little bit. I think in some of the IPL matches, speaking to the groundsman, he said, yeah, they've been getting a bit of carry.
4 slips in play. Shami bowls. Khawaja off the pads, runs it through backward square and down to the boundary for 4. So when they're feeding the pads of Khawaja, he's absolutely there for it. That was crisp. Boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston, none for 14. Phil Long.
Yeah, very quickly, the highest opening partnership of the series for Australia, which is a positive. And we're talking about Shami and Siraj. They bowled 3 overs each at the start of that Nagpur Test match.
So you suggest that spin will be coming on relatively early.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is that the way these two have started? I wouldn't be quickly taking the ball out of their hands. Shami bowls, Khawaja defends the short mid-wickets where the ball's fielded by Pujara.
And it's the type of thing as a fast bowler, when you do have a ball that's actually swinging and you're looking for that early wicket, you can't try too hard. Temptation is to go a little bit too straight. And we've seen that. Khawaja the beneficiary there, and it's really a gift when you bowl onto his pads. He just chooses the timing perfectly on the leg side. We've seen that with those couple of boundaries down a fine leg. But just keep playing straight is the key.
Shami gets motoring from our broadcast end. Khawaja reaching for a ball. It runs off the outside edge, through backward point and down to the boundary for another 4. An expensive over. Khawaja's away. He's on 12. Australia none for 18. The Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Want to upgrade to the new Samsung Galaxy S23 series? Score an epic offer at Optus until March 31. Visit an Optus store today to find out more. Great value starts with Yes.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. With leading industry rates and ongoing training, State Transport are the best employers for local couriers, heavy rigids and semis. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
This opening session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Australia won the toss, selected to bat, none for 18 through 3 overs. Khawaja is 12. Warner is yet to score. He's already been given out, LBW, and reprieved off an inside edge thanks to the DRS. Mohammad Siraj over the wicket, bowls, and Warner defends back down the pitch. Our ends here, Casper. So the stadium end is the far end, where I think it's called the ugliest stand in cricket. It's this very curious shape. It starts horizontal and then sort of dips down and horizontal, and there's the big cutout section in the middle and then lifts back up on the other side. It's got advertising the whole way along it, and I don't think it's the source of pride to a great many from the sounds of it, but that's the stadium end, and we're broadcasting from the pavilion end. Warner defends Siraj back down the pitch.
I'm not sure. I would call it ugly. I think that's what art's about, isn't it? It's just it's how it's interpreted. Gautam Gambhir stand down there, and that is the name of it. Of course, there's a sign there. Incredible India. That's the advertising that they use to sort of encourage people about incredible India, and I can vouch for that. And even speaking to a couple of the Australian guys who have been here, coming here on this trip, they're finding it incredible as a place.
Siraj bowls. Warner drives back down the pitch. Siraj knocks it down on the dive and prevents the run, and still Warner is constricted. You can feel the tension seeping up into the stands. Has Siraj hurt himself here? He's calling for the medical staff. I think he's hurt one of the fingers on his right hand in his diving effort.
We'll have a look at this when the camera gets a bit closer.
He might have split the thumb.
It was not split the webbing, but just a bit of skin, a bit of an open wound on his hand.
Yeah, diving down to his right.
Yeah, trying to work out how he's managed to do that. It could be the seam of the ball, could it?
I guess it could. It was a ball that pitched and straightened. It was high up on Warner's bat on the drive. Siraj on the sprawl knocked it down.
Yeah, it looks like it was the ball actually hit him just on the thumb. Didn't go in cleanly. And normally gives a bit of a sting, but it's not often you see it actually create an open wound. Of course, now I think they're getting a little bit of a bandage there on his thumb. The bandage is white. I'm just wondering if this was if they were using a white cricket ball, whether that would have been an issue. A bit like the sweatbands of Curtly Ambrose.
He's just tightening the blood up with the gauze, and then they'll put some sort of band-aid or bandaging around it. Having a look at the replay for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. It does give us a moment. The Dave Warner conversation is inescapable at the moment in both countries, in Australia and India, and the only way to quieten it will be with runs. He's from what I understand, well, Bharat will tell it, his net form is scratchy. He's trying to reprise better days, but those days have never been on these shores, as Phil Long identified for us a little while ago. He's 0 from 11. His eagerness is visible.
Yeah, it is, and it's the biggest challenge of his career. He's played for so long and been like over 8,000 test runs. But there's good days and there's bad days. He's always bounced back. He's had periods, as we all do, and as all players do, where things aren't working out for you. Of course, it's a long spurted here in this country in Test cricket, but he's got so much experience of batting and playing cricket in India. Of course, IPL.
Yeah.
And even that, I'm not comparing the game of 2020 with Test cricket, but just the sense of occasion, this sort of being out there, knowing this wicket. This is his home ground. I think he's looking him to be the captain of the Delhi Capitals. And so he knows this. He's spent so much time in the middle there. Just a matter of converting that into a bit longer than what he's done previously.
Mohammad Siraj has patched up and coming at Warner. That rose at him. He rode the bump well down to point. He won't get a run.
Yeah, just a reminder, David Warner's second innings down there at Nagpur, he was 2 from 38 balls, then hit 2 fours and was out the very next ball.
Yeah, just being patient, I think. And we saw that with the Indians, the way they played. Even Rohit Sharma, when he opened the innings, he seemed to be scoring quickly because I think the Australians sort of went a bit straight to him initially, but it wasn't as though he was coming out blazing. He just, when you accumulate your runs over time, I think that's what the Australians have to do right now, and certainly finding out how this pitch will play.
He would dearly love a run. Siraj bowls and Warner defends back down the pitch. And that's now 13 balls without a run.
And that's about building pressure. It's great bowling there from Siraj, and we saw early on with the ball swinging, getting 2 straight, there was a couple of boundaries that came, and then all of a sudden now they just had to regroup as the fast bowlers come and just find your lines, your lengths. We know it's always that short of a length, sort of off stump, just outside off stump, forcing the batsman to make a decision. Do I go forward? Do I go back? Do I play it? Do I leave it? And ultimately make a mistake.
Australia none for 18. Siraj with the last ball of his second over. He delivers and Warner is beaten. He's playing away from his body. A ball that he will feel he should have let go by. Not out though. None for 18 is the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Dreaming of a better mattress? Right now at Freedom, save up to 55% off all mattresses, including Sealy, and their exclusive range of Freedom mattresses. Ends Monday only at Freedom.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Renovating your bathroom? Race into Beaumont Tiles for 20% off every single complete bathroom package in every style and budget. Or 20% off including tiles, taps, vanity, the lot. Choose Beaumont's and save on packages now. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for tyre power. Know your tyres. Australia none for 18. Khawaja is flowing. He's 12. Warner is struggling. He is yet to score. Mohammad Siraj has been patched up in the previous over. After blood was drawn on a diving stop, Mohammad Shami is bowling from our broadcast end. He's in and Khawaja lets it pass. The skies have lifted a bit. The smog, which was very low this morning, has lifted up. The skies are much brighter. The sun's threatening even to peek through all of that, so you know that it'll get hot from here.
I saw Matthew Hayden before play. He was sporting a pink Akubra up in Nagpur. He had no hat on today. I asked him about that and he said, with the, I'm not sure we're going to see too much sun coming through. So it's a wonderful thing, and it's great for not only the batsman's little sight, being able to see the ball clearly, but also the fans.
Shami to Khawaja down the leg side. It's hauled in by the keeper on this occasion. They're going with the 3 slips and the catching mid-wicket when Khawaja is on strike.
Yeah, it's burning off that little... It's an early start, of course. 9:30 local is when we started. Look, the benefit is it's an early finish if we start early. But yeah, look, it's actually great to be here. The crowd, speaking to the groundsman before play, also about the wickets, and a lot of attention, not only the Australian lineup, but how about the talk about the pitch?
Yes.
nearly as much as Travis Head's inclusion.
Shami motors in. Khawaja defends to Pujara at short mid-wicket, no run.
And it's a typical wicket. I had the pleasure of, and just connecting, of course, with the groundsman before play and just sort of having a chat and saying congratulations. It looks good. It looks typical. It's quite bare on the ends, but it ends up having a darker tinge to it. Like I said, the black soil underneath it. Generally, when it through all the foot traffic again, and when it does break up, it breaks off in chunks rather than dusty, which is once again beneficial when you're bowling last.
One of the oddities is it's the first test match here since 2017. Khawaja's on strike and he's leaving outside the off stump.
We've seen from both ends, the bowlers in Shami and Siraj with this new ball, USG ball, a branded ball that used over here. It's quite hard in the surface, hard seam, but we've seen it swing around this morning. And what I've liked actually also, the way they've done it, they look to swing the ball back in the left-hander. Not every ball, we'll just build up some pressure there with the occasional one just to go the other way. Swinging, if you like, and hitting the seam and going away from the left-hander's bat to support the three slips.
Shami to Khawaja, chops down past the stumps, hard in mouth stuff off an inside edge. It trickles away down to fine leg and Khawaja gets a single. He's 13, it's none for 19.
I just wonder if little moments just that, like that ball, just need to go Australia's way. Good ball there. Seemed to bounce more than Khawaja thought. Hit quite high on the bat. And an inside edge, round about splice height from his bat, has actually managed to chop down and just miss the stumps.
There is so little in that. Watching the replay for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite, that could so easily spread eagle the stumps. Shami on the follow-up, bowls. Warner playing away from his body. He won't beat the dive at mid-off, and still his first run is elusive as Rohit Sharma hauls it in. End of the over, none for 19 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Good afternoon. A grass fire still causing massive delays out on the Monash Freeway outbound at Toorak Road, with 3 left-hand lanes currently closed. Delays pushing back into the Burnley Tunnel and onto the Westgate Freeway. There's also a multi-car crash on the Ring Road Greensboro bound just after the Deer Park bypass. 2 middle lanes out of commission with traffic heavy back to the Westgate Princes merge. It's Australia's first 10-year warranty with 10 years capped price servicing. Mitsubishi 1010. You can count on it. Exclusions and conditions including Mitsubishi servicing apply. See your Mitsubishi dealer for details. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, 4 for 3 on Falcon passenger tyres. Stadium's about a third full, I think, at the moment. 3 tiers at our end, 4 tiers the Galton Gambier stand at the far end. Plenty of Australians here. Now watching Usman Khawaja, who's on 13. He pulls inside the line of a rising delivery outside the off stump, and Siraj does have it flying through to the keeper.
And you heard that correctly, rising delivery. We talked about the wicket being a little bit slower and slower, but seeing with effort, it's actually carrying through kind of nicely here. That ball there, we call it a scrambled seam, but it actually hit the seam and just left the bat of Usman Khawaja. He didn't have to play at it, but there's something there for the fast bowlers. That's kind of nice.
It's quite novel, isn't it? Australia's only gone with 1.
Usman, Marnus bowls quick.
None for 19. Khawaja's beaten, I think, past the outside edge this time. The previous he's definitely got inside the line of, and that was a little more line ball.
Maybe we might see Marnus, not his leg spin, but his little seamers. When I say he's quick, he believes he's quicker than he is.
Yeah.
And a bit light.
If we get to the point of relying on Marnus's medium paces, the cause is lost. That much I'm absolutely certain.
Yeah, I'm not sure we'll see much of it, if it at all. But yeah, like I said, it's actually it's great to see the ball going through. The keeper catching it, bound about waist height.
Siraj is bowling over the wicket. Khawaja defends to mid-off. Bat and pad tight together, eyes over the ball.
Siraj has been impressive. None for 4. This is his 3rd over. We've seen him swing the ball back in. Obviously, the pressure to get that early wicket. Start the Australians off and running. is the way that with every new ball bowler has to, certainly in this test match. But he's actually also just the one that sort of goes across some variations there. But at the same time, dot balls, so important, building that up, that pressure.
Siraj rolls the shoulders. He bowls to Khawaja, who plays again to cover. No run.
Yeah, just watching that one, it was quite full delivery too from Siraj, and Khawaja was sort of almost back. He wasn't getting right forward to it. We saw him a lot of success, of course, over in Pakistan with that technique, playing really late, sort of letting the ball come to him. Looks like he's incorporating that similar technique early right here in Delhi.
Kohli at first slip, Rahul at second. Shreyas is at third slip. Here was the change in the Indian lineup. Siraj bowling, Khawaja defends the ball on the back foot, and Pujara is called into action out of cover again.
Yeah, 5 dot balls here from Siraj again. He's been bowling exceptionally well, but I don't think that ever bothers Usman Khawaja. I love his manner when he's batting. It's you know, the longer he's there, I mentioned, it's the easier it gets, and no one knows that better than Usman Khawaja. With his experience, and he just looks, he's looking good here.
He'll be unfazed by it, but Dave Warner at the other end would dearly love a run. Australia's pair of 36-year-old openers. Siraj is bowling and Khawaja is defending, ever patient as he blocks out a maiden. None for 19. The Kia scoreboard, Kia movement that inspires. Khawaja's 13. Warner is 0. Adam Collins is coming in.
It's Australia's first 10-year warranty with 10 years cap price servicing. Mitsubishi 1010, you can count on it. Exclusions and conditions including Mitsubishi servicing apply. See a Mitsubishi dealer for details.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Berwick BMW's customer service is world class, and Abdul's review proves it. I appreciate not only your commitment to providing a good service, but to the friendliness and efficiency. I'll be recommending Berwick BMW. Good on you, Abdul. With next day servicing available, visit Berwick BMW.
LMCT 8953.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Adam Collins jumping in for Gerard Whateley for the first time today. And the roar you can hear around the Kotla here in Delhi is for Ravi and Ashwin coming into the attack for the first time. He was a handful at Nagpur, Kasper. Loves bowling here. Loves bowling against Australia. He's taken 97 wickets in these clashes and he's ready to go here. His first ball to David Warner. Yet to get off the mark. 15 deliveries. Wide of the crease, round the wicket. Forward. Shout for leg before. Ashwin doesn't go with them. No meaningful appeal from those in front of the wicket. Stays at none for 19. Feel long.
We mentioned it. Nagpur, the opening bowlers bowled 3 overs each. That time they were replaced by Jadeja and Patel. Today it's Ashwin.
So watching that back on our replay screen, that was sliding with the arm, missing the leg stump. Now spinners for Lumo Energy. Well bowled Lumo Energy. Ashwin bowls, second delivery. Going back is Warner. Wade on's the call. Placing it to KO Rahul at cover. No run. 17 dot balls. We must be reaching the point where he's never faced more dot balls in a row on 0, Kasper.
Oh, it's all right. He knows that it's going to come. The opportunity's going to be there. Certainly with a change of bowler.
Just as it was at Nagpur in the second innings. Bogged down early on. Slipping a short leg. Ashwin bowls. Warner round the corner, tucking. Not quite. Doesn't beat Shreyas Iyer at short leg. The dot balls continue. Phil Long, you've got a stat on that.
David Warner's longest 0 when he's been out. 22 balls in Hobart against England back in, well, last year, 2022.
Yes, that was the Stuart Broad working over. Catching cover now in as well. Ashwin bouncing away from us. Using his feet is Warner. Pressing out to the captain Rowan at catching cover on the bounce. Well bowled, well played.
Well done. Hey, I just think with the fast bowlers only bowling 3 overs and having a spell, geez, it's not bad. They've got a good union over here, the fast bowlers. They don't have to grasp the wicket, but at the same time, we're not working too hard.
Ashwin took 5 for 57 on this ground against Australia a decade ago. His 5th test match at Delhi. Ashwin bowls, Warner forward again in defence. He's got 27 wickets at 20 at this ground. 3 fifers, best of 6 for 47 against the Windies back when he was a youngster in 2011.
Oh, he's an absolute star. He's Ashwin. We've seen that for so long. So dominant in these conditions.
Last ball of the 7th over. Warner outside part of the bat. Deflects and gets off the mark at last. From his 21st delivery down towards deep 30, he'll get a couple. So Warner, to complete the 7th over, gets his first 2 runs. Australia, none for 21 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Go into Tyre Power and say, "G'day, mate. Look, I reckon I need some new tyres." And they'll say, "Too easy. The Best Buys on Big Brand sale is now on. You can buy 3, get 1 free on Falcon tyres." That's like the best. Tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Suraj to continue. Delivering here. First ball of a new over to Khawaja, who leaves alone outside the off stump for the first time since, well, the 2019 Men's Cricket World Cup in England. We've got Harsha Bhogle jumping on. Hello, Harsha.
Good morning, Adam. Bowled a few lesser overs than Kasper, who's just left us. The only thing we have in common is we have the same degree, nothing else.
You have the same degree as Kasper.
Didn't he do a degree in management after he retired?
Oh, yeah. I know you write books about that stuff these days, Harsh. The voice of Indian cricket. A privilege to have him with us across the Test match here at Delhi. And Ahmedabad to finish the series. That's the 4th match. Suraj towards us, towards Khawaja. He's 13. Bowls here over the wicket, defending out to the offside. No run. Your first thoughts on what you've seen across half an hour?
When was the last time David Warner batted half an hour without scoring a run?
Yeah, we were saying before that his longest duck was 22 balls, and he...
Is that what you measure too? Longest ducks?
Well, Phil Long here had the numbers on that, but yes, it's reflective of the way that he played in the second dig at Nagpur last week, where he just tried to survive, and well, he's still there.
There was a little bit of excitement early on. I think they're settling down, these two. Khawaja's looking a lot better than Warner. There's a very close shot in that first over, wasn't there? Just a little inside edge saved him.
Suraj over the wicket, northern end, bowls to Khawaja, hits him, gets him on the shoulder, ends up down at long leg. They'll get a single. Was it off the shoulder? Umpire Michael Goff, all eyes on him. Looks like there was some glove in it. So Khawaja up to 14, none for 22. We'll get a second look at that one. It's really taken off. So Khawaja got into position early enough, and oh yeah, glove. Maybe didn't quite get up.
It's interesting. It's a very different thing bowling quick in India to what it is bowling in Australia. The numbers for India's fast bowlers in India are far superior to those of overseas fast bowlers in India. Over the last 5 or 6 years, there's a difference of about 20 in terms of averages. I think in India, because there's lower bounds, you learn to do a lot more in the air. As
Suraj bowls to Warner this time, tries to take on the short ball again. Miscues off the end of the bat, maybe get onto the thigh pad, ends up a point, but had no idea where that was going. And the crowd are involved here at Delhi. They know that David Warner's under the pump. He's 2 from 22.
That's the other thing that happens in India, because the ball won't come at you with the same pace. So sometimes it might hurry off, sometimes it might not come at the same pace. And I think you'll see a little bit of that here in Delhi too. Oh, we've got the physio coming.
Yeah, well, here come the medical staff. So David Warner's thrown his bat on the crease and walked up to Usman Khawaja. They shared a wry smile. We'll watch a replay back here from front on. We're behind the batter at this end. Let us hit Warner on the elbow, on the left elbow via the inside edge. That doesn't tickle. Trying to force it in front of square. So 2 short balls in a row from Suraj.
It's a peculiarly named bone, that. It's called a funny bone, but you're right, it doesn't tickle at all. It hurts. But the physio is spending a little bit of time there. He's not looked very happy, David Warner. And there's been a suggestion, hasn't there, doubtlessly, that you mentioned about maybe a little sword, maybe just a fork, maybe. It's not yet a sword, but something hanging over him. But he needs runs here. There's a connection between this ground and David Warner, though. It was here that he first came as a young man who hadn't played any first-class cricket. Back in 2009, it was suggested to him that he could become a good test match player. And what a career he's had since, averaging 45, 46 as an opening batsman. That's fantastic.
It was Sehwag that gave him the idea that he might be able to do it, wasn't it, when playing here in the early editions of the IPL, and so he did. What a career it's been. We're having a delay here while the Australian medical staff do their thing. Their physio's Nick Jones, he'll be out there. Taking a look at that elbow very closely. So if you're just joining our coverage, Australia won the toss and batted. Pat Cummins winning the toss again. That's the 7th time in a row. All 5 times rather in the Aussie summer, and both times here. The 8th time Australia have played a test match here at Delhi. where the Border Gavaskar was struck back in 1996.
It was interesting at the toss. As soon as the match referee called Teo, he said, "We're batting." he said it so instinctively, so quickly, for fear that if he held on a little longer, he might not have the option. He was so keen to bat first. The numbers are saying, average numbers here are about 270 for 5 on day one. If there's one time you want to bat, it is now. But this is taking a little longer, which would suggest, because he's a tough cookie, is David Warner. It's taking a little longer, which would suggest he's in pain. But I'm just taken in by the fact that Australia going in with one quick.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. I mean, the surface here at Dehli, now getting a look at Warner on the screen, he's grimacing. It takes a fair bit for Warner to grimace. And he's in more discomfort than it looked like initially. So we'll keep an eye on that as we talk through Australia's selection. So they're going with Pat Cummins as the sole seamer. First time since 2017 at Chittagong, they've gone with that configuration with 3 specialist spinners. Matt Kuhnemann making his debut. But in the past, Harsha, you've been quite strident in your commentary around pitches, that we shouldn't draw too much from them through photographs of a day or two out. And we know the history here at Dehli is that it might not look pretty. It's like a teenager's face, pimples all over it, little marks and spocks there. But it might well be that this is the most docile of the 4 surfaces.
We'll talk about the surface, but I'm grimacing watching David Warner grimace, and I don't think this is looking good at all, actually. I won't be surprised if another batter comes out, because it's been a while, but he is in a lot of pain.
He's actually shaking. You can see his arm shaking when they're treating it. So Suraj set up Khawaja, previous ball with a short one, hit him on the gloves. That got a little bit further up, and a thick inside edge onto the left forearm.
What was it David Boone who got hit on the head and said, "I'm not walking off because we're in a good position here. Just put a stitch in there and I'll continue batting"?
He said something similar to Justin Langer on his Test debut against the Windies back in 1993 at Adelaide. But yeah, the more work they do on Warner, the more it looks like he's in strife. They're going to apply some strapping for what that's worth. So a long delay here at none for 22. Khawaja, 14 of those. Warner off the mark from his 21st delivery. He's 2 from 22 now.
Yeah, so just to come back on Australia's selection, I think if Mitch Starc had been available, they would have played Mitch Starc. We've got a couple of people running on. What are all the security people doing? Run away. Run away.
He's made it quite a long way out there. They're actually going to have a little wrestle with the chap who's made it, well, as far as backward point. If a right-hander was on strike, the Indian players in vision are enjoying the skirmish.
I wouldn't want to be in his place. Just take him off quickly. But I think if Mitch Starc had been available, they would have played Starc. There's no doubt at all in my mind, because he would have swung the ball in. There's a bit of reverse swing in. So I think Starc would have played. But this is interesting. Australia have actually gone in with 4 spin bowling options, if you include Travis Head, which is what they did in that test match in Chattogram, where they had Glenn Maxwell as the fourth spin bowling option too.
The difference there was they had Hilton Cartwright to take the new ball. I mean,
he didn't actually, though.
But that's right, Lyon did in the end, and Lyon took 13 for the match. It was a really interesting test indeed. It's where David Warner made his best century in Asia, what he described as his best century in this continent. It's a long time ago now, but yeah, there are some similarities.
Right, Adam, what's the next ball going to be? Is it going to be full inviting the drive, or is it short again?
Has to be the tempter, doesn't it? They've got the 3 slips in weight. Virat Kohli at first, KL Rahul at second, Shreyas Iyer back into the side at third. Long delay, 2 left in the 8th over. Towards us, Siraj bowling over the wicket to Warner. Short ball, he's underneath it this time. No temptation to take it on.
You weren't a fast bowler ever, were you?
Well, we could debate this, Harsha. We could debate this. Either way, that's been 3 short ones in a row from Siraj, who's got a good record at home, averaging 16, albeit from a limited sample size. Doesn't bowl too often when he's at home. The second seamer gets a few overs and stands at fine leg.
I was just looking at those numbers. Over the last 5 or 6 years, India's quick bowlers in India average 18 against 38 for the opposition. But that could well be because they bowled a bit against Bangladesh, who struggled against the quicker bowling against Sri Lanka.
To end the extended over, Siraj here to Warner, who forces off the front foot almost from the crease. Out to point, end of the over, just a single coming from it. Australia, none for 22 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Tomorrow's car is in stock today. Tech driver Hyundai Tucson Turbo Diesel at Melbourne City Hyundai and experience innovative tech and all-wheel drive performance.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
At Underworks, we're serious about that one more sprint. And believe me, it does hurt, so you need extreme comfort from your socks. We're serious about getting you to wherever you're going. Underworks, the number wonder down under for sports socks.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Adam Collins with Harsha, the voice of Indian cricket, on the call. Southern end here at Kotler Stadium. Round the wicket, Ashwin bowls starting his second over, and Khawaja presses it out towards extra cover, no single. So we were talking earlier about the Gautam Gambhir stand. He was here earlier ringing the bell, wasn't he? These days politician, former Indian opener, World Cup winner in 2011, stand named after him, local boy. Bowling here again is Ashwin, defended by Khawaja. But the ground does well at naming lots of things. There's the Virat Kohli Pavilion to our left, the Bisham Beatty stand in that direction as well. We've got the Mahinda Amarnath stand to our right. The Sehwag gates out the back.
I think there's an Anjum Chopra gate.
Anjum Chopra, yeah.
Gautam Gambhir Pavilion, yes, but the stadium's named after Arun Jaitley, who was in charge of the local association for a long time. Bisham Beatty is the interesting one. He's an emotional guy. Tell you about that in a minute.
Catching cover. Ashwin bowls, Khawaja forward, pushing in that direction, stopped by Rohit Sharma.
He once got so upset he said, take my name off the stadium.
Really?
And of course they said no. No, you say that in a moment of emotion. He's played a huge part in changing the face of Delhi cricket. He came in from Punjab and made Delhi a different team.
Ashwin again, round the wicket, Khawaja full driving, but straight into the left hand of Rohit Sharma, who stops it, denies a run, stays at none for 22. So it's not been named after him for a long time, has it? It's been a relatively new.
Yes.
India's second oldest stadium. Ashwin bowls, Khawaja forward, defending, out towards backward point, no single. Probing start here from the veteran offie.
It is the first ball. He had Warner playing for the turn and striking on the pad. This one he's had Khawaja in two minds as well. The ball again curling like a saucer.
Oh yeah. Beautiful seam position, isn't it?
It's interesting when you talk about line, your fingers automatically sort of go over the seam. With Ashwin, it's the other way.
He bowls here to Khawaja, gets forward in defence. Again, Rohit Sharma gets a touch. 9 overs gone, a maiden from Ashwin on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires. Khawaja 14, Warner 2, Australia none for 22.
Is it possible to create tomorrow's car today? Hyundai believes so. Take the Tucson, Hyundai's mid-size SUV, featuring a revolutionary look, intuitive interior, advanced tech, and safety. You can enjoy all this in the Tucson Turbo Diesel all-wheel drive. Available now. Tomorrow's car is here today. Hyundai Tucson, in stock now. Visit Hyundai.com.au. Imagine that. Hyundai.
45 minutes gone here at Kotler Stadium in Delhi. None for 22. Siraj continuing. Southern end. Bowls here to Warner. Pushing out towards point. No run. Make that the northern end. Mixed up. Bharat Sundaresan joining us for the first time today. G'day, Baz.
Morning, Adam. Morning, Harsha Bhogle.
Isn't this an Australian radio station? What's two of us doing on an Australian radio station?
He's nearly got his citizenship, you know. He's a month away.
I'm nearly there. Harsha loves the Adelaide Hills, by the way.
I love it.
We were talking about who might write Bharat's endorsement letter. Which Australian?
Which Australian
dignitary could end up signing off on Bharat's citizenship?
Yeah, I think even a letter from Harsha Bhogle will help.
We'll do a deal. You have a haircut, I'll do it.
Come on, Harsha. Too early for a haircut call.
So Warner's got 3 slips behind him. Conventional 6-3 field. Siraj, right arm over to him. Warner forcing through the gap at cover point, gets his first boundary. Nicely timed. That's better. That'll feel good. A pressure release. He's 6 from 26 balls, Australia. None for 26, and our boundaries for a Rotoflex by Blunston.
He's had hundreds of boundaries in his career, but I think he liked this one. He liked this one more than most of those because it's come out of strife. He's not been timing the ball well. He's been hit on the elbow. He's struggled. He's gone 45 minutes for just 2 runs. And now one going off the middle of the bat. Oh, that'll sound sweet.
And you never know with someone like David Warner. Maybe that blow to the elbow, you could see he was wincing in pain. There were tears in his eyes. Maybe there was a wake-up call that he needed. Just go find the David Warner that seems to be lost in the last couple of weeks.
Needs runs badly today. Warner facing Siraj here. Gets in behind it. No runs the call. Out to cover.
That's also a very loud no run as well. It's a good sign for David Warner.
There's a few things that have been lost in recent times. I think I might be a little provocative when I say this, but I think there's a bit of Aussie lost in the Australian side in recent times. It's a long time since I've seen Australia get so worked up about the surface, let it affect the way they're going to, almost losing the game before it starts, which is a very, very un-Aussie thing to do. I wasn't in Nagpur, but I was following the test and I said, is that really Australia? I mean, the Aussies turn up and say, right, these are the conditions, mate, let's go and play on them. But they made so much of the turning track. I thought they lost it before it started.
Siraj gets to the crease to Warner, beats him outside the off stump. Tried to play the same shot as the one that secured him the boundary earlier in the set. But extra bounce there through to the gloves of KS Bharat playing his second test match. Well bowled, hit the seam.
Look, so many visiting teams come here, Harsha, and get that reality check. Now, you plan, you prepare and do everything, but then once Ashwin and Jadeja have a ball in their hand, just take the last over that Khawaja faced from Ashwin. His whole play against spin these days is based around the sweep shot. We've not seen him play one sweep shot so far on this tour.
I asked Alex Carey this morning, is the first ball going to be swept? He might have said, I hope I don't bat today.
True. They do get into Australia's heads when they're over here. I've been working on an analogy during the week, Harsha, that for Australia and India, see England in Australia. They think about it for years, the Poms, before they come out. And welcome to all of our listeners on TalkSport 2, by the way, tuning in early in the morning. They're with us throughout the series. Great to have them taking our coverage. But yes, they get so fixated on Australia in Australia that it seems to lend itself to poor decision making. We saw at Brisbane a couple of years ago, leaving out Anderson and Broad on a green top, for example. Same might just apply for Australia when they rock up in India. They are desperate to win here. They've done so once since 1969. Warner facing round the wicket now, change of angle, no run with the push out to mid-off.
I almost thought you were putting on your English hat for a while. You were a couple. But it's interesting, he's taken such a long time to go round the wicket. Shami went round the wicket almost immediately. And was, a millimetre away from getting a wicket in his first over. Was watching a documentary. It was, for a very cricketing thought, Arsene Wenger said football's a game of millimetres. And he said his career got rescued by a millimetre when Ruud van Nistelrooy missed a penalty. And I thought Warner might well have been saved by a millimetre today.
There's the intro for Bharat's piece later tonight on Crick Buzz.
I'll quote you as well, Harsha.
You are Arsenal fan?
Cricket.
Are you Arsenal fan?
Tottenham, so...
Why?
Nobody cares about Tottenham.
Last ball of the 10th over. Warner back over the wicket, takes on the pull shot, short ball, ends up at backward point on the bounce. That's it, a couple of things on the way through. Warner immediately signalling to the support staff. We'll find out where it hit him when we come back from the break. None for 26 Australia. Our coverage is for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Khawaja 14, Warner 6.
IGA's Market Day is here. Hot price deals. Western Star spreadable, 500 gram selected varieties, just $5 each. Hurry in today to your local IGA.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Renovating your bathroom? Race into Beaumont Tiles for 20% off every single complete bathroom package in every style and budget. Or 20% off including tiles, taps, vanity, the lot. Choose Beaumonts and save on packages now. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. They're just going through the formal concussion process because that looked to be inside edge onto Warner's lid. We haven't seen a replay as yet, but that was the impression. We're behind Warner at this end, but Siraj on top against both Australian openers so far, and the interrogation will continue from Ashwin from our southern or broadcast end. Adam Collins, Harsha, Bhogle, Bharat, Sundaresan with you on the call. Baz, just talk us through the replay here.
Yeah, it was really quick onto him.
Ashwin, first ball, new over. Khawaja beaten outside the off stump. Ashwin has the hands on the head. He knows that wasn't far away from bringing the fielders behind the wicket into the game.
It reminded me that, going back to David Warner against Siraj, the way he faced the first ball against Rabada in that South Africa series of the Gabba. His eyes off the ball. That
turned big. Ashwin again to Khawaja, off stump, well played, well forward, smothering the spin.
And you remember, Adam, he just fended it to short leg. Really good catch from Kayasondo. But see the replay, takes his eyes off the ball. But I still saw one positive sign from David Warner. He started signaling to the dressing room, not for the physio, but for a change of gloves.
Right, okay. Ashwin again, Khawaja, leg stump, hits him on the pad. Umpire Menon keeps the finger down and Ashwin bails out of the appeal. Had no support from the wicketkeeper.
Couple of worrying things for Australia in the last minute and a half. Warner once again not quite getting the pace of the pitch right. And Ashwin has now turned significantly his second ball.
Crowder involved, maybe nearly a half full here today. It's a sellout across the test match here in the capital. Ashwin bowls, Khawaja's forward, short leg nearly in the game. Shreyas Iyer under the lid, moved to his left. Don't think it quite met his left hand on the full, judging by the response of Virat Kohli at slip.
Never underestimate the straight ball in India.
We'll get a second look here. It was an inside edge, and it did carry. That's a drop catch. It was on his boot, but it did get in there, and as they often do at short leg, they stick or they don't. So Khawaja gets a life early on. The crowd roaring for Ashwin, who bowls here. Khawaja using his feet straight back over his head. What a wonderful response. Goes all the way for 6. Khawaja moves into the 20s with authority. None for 32.
2 days ago, Usman Khawaja was strangely the last guy to leave the Australian nets. He spent the last half an hour trying to do this. Step out to the off spinners and hit them over mid-off and cover. He'll be very happy with that shot.
Now boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston right out the middle of the bat as well. Batting bravely as they talked about during the week. Ashwin bowls, Khawaja beaten outside the off stump. That has gripped and turned a mile into the gloves of Bharat. Completes the over. Australia none for 32 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Good afternoon. Traffic is starting to ease after a multi-car crash on the Ring Road Greensboro bound just after the Deer Park bypass. There has been a crash on the Mornington Peninsula Freeway southbound though through Dramana after the Nepean Highway. 2 lanes currently blocked. Jump on Old Mooraduck Highway instead. And a grass fire still causing chaos on the Monash Freeway outbound at Toorak Road with 2 left-hand lanes closed. Gisborne Street will be closed to all traffic between Victoria Parade and MacArthur Street, East Melbourne from 10 p.m. February 24 till 5 a.m. March 3. Visit the Vic Roads website. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
First session on SEN Test Cricket is for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Got Harsha, Bhogle, Bharat, Sundaresan with me here at the Arun-Jaitley Stadium. India's last loss here was 1987 against the West Indies, and Australia have only won here once. That's the first time of asking in 1959 under Richie Benaud.
It was also the place where the Border Gavaskar Trophy was first played, 1996. You didn't want to see the trophy again, but it's the start. It's the start of something very significant, and some of us were there, and we had no idea it was going to be the start of something as competitive and as interesting as this.
And just a one-off test as well, which added to the mystique around that week in Delhi, where India won by 7 wickets. The big century from Nayan Mongia opening the batting. Kumble 9 in the match.
Peter
McIntyre. Brad Hogg's test debut as well. Part of our SEN team.
Just took the quiz question away. What was Australia's spin attack in that game?
You're not going to get that past Bharat and me. So Siraj is taking a beat before setting off again. Gautam Gambhir stand behind him. Bowls here, 3 slips. Warner on the pull, but straight to square leg, where Jadeja gets a touch. No run. He's 6 from 31 balls. We've got Phil Long with us as well.
Yeah, 6 from 31 balls today. He's actually 13 from 78 in the series.
1 in 6. That was the last time he did that.
And he said after the Melbourne Test, Harsha, when he made that double, I'm going to go to India and play liberated, knowing, he's kind of on his last lap at Test level. But, there was some scrutiny during the week. A great piece on Cricinfo by Alex Malcolm about how exhausted Warner looks at the moment. He's facing Siraj here over the wicket. He pushes out towards cover. Just about finds a gap. Enough of one to get a single. And it's Rohit Sharma. The captain diving away in combination with Surya Kumar Yadav, the sub-fielder on at the moment. None for 33. Warner up to 7.
Something very interesting happened in Ashwin's last over. Khawaja showed how you must play the spinner. You can't let him settle on a length. So he's come out, hit him over long off. Then it's interesting to see what happens next ball. Ashwin's not bothered. He's pitched the ball exactly the same place and beat him outside the outside edge.
How about the dive from your mate Rohit? That's his best bit of fielding.
What do you mean? I also dive. Okay. That's because I'm at mid-off. Doesn't mean I won't dive.
The best Rohit Sharma impersonator going around. Khawaja facing Siraj. Plays with soft hands through the cordon, along the carpet, down towards the rope. Another boundary for the left-hander. Khawaja up to 24. Our boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston. Australia number 37. Building steam, or building pace, I should say, in the second half an hour of play.
Is that your latest skill?
No, it's always been my skill. I've been used as Rohit Sharma himself has asked times for.
Do you do an Adam Collins as well?
I do a very good Adam Collins. I do a very good.
You'll stop there.
No. See, I just wonder, Harsha, whether I can do a good Harsha Bhogle. Is there a story in there?
Why are you whispering?
Great to have Harsha with us this week. It's going to be a lot of fun.
The things we do on air, man.
Harsha's been on air in Australia since 1991, and it's a privilege to have him with us on SEN this week. So sit back and enjoy it. Got a lot of texts coming in around the country where the call is being taken in. Siraj to the crease, bowls to Khawaja, beats him outside the off stump. Well bowled. That's kept the fraction low. So 0433 98 11 16. Jason driving to Mildura, listening to SEN Test Cricket and loving the call. Mark in Sydney on selection. It seems if Cam Green was fit, it seems that if Cam Green was fit, Travis Head wouldn't be playing, referring to the selection reasons. And also, if Warner keeps failing, then Renshaw is first in line if and when Warner isn't playing. I think that's a fair assessment, Mark, about Cameron Green especially. Australia has a longer tail than a giraffe, says one anonymous texter. Make sure you leave your name as well. Alex says, we have Todd Murphy. Don't stress, he has this. I agree, Alex. His performance last week was exceptional. Siraj again bowls to Khawaja on 24. He pushes out to point, no single. Do you get a chance to take in much of Todd Murphy's work last week, Harsha?
I did, and I saw that he wasn't the Nathan Lyon kind of spinner. But what strikes me about this Australian side is the number of people in this touring party that you cannot pick. You cannot pick Stark, you cannot pick Green, you cannot pick Hazelwood yet, I think. You cannot pick Agar for different reasons, I'd like to believe. Because I think Agar is tailor-made. I don't know what his current form is, but tall left-hand spinners, left-arm spinners always do well in India, extends the batting down to 8. What did he say the tail was like?
A giraffe. I think they're a bit worried about Agar's bowling. Last ball, it might be drinks after this. Siraj bowls, short one. That was quick as well. Combative from Siraj. Khawaja gets underneath it. That'll be both the end of the over and drinks coming out onto the field. Australia, number 37 at the end of the first hour on SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Khawaja 24, Warner 7 after the break. Gerard Whateley coming in for me, and a change of commentary as well with Harsha Bhogle jumping out.
Hello again, Sebastian Cant here. My neck pain made sleeping difficult for me. My Spinal Ease pillow changed all that. Give it a go. Search Spinal EZE.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Get the new Samsung Galaxy S23 series at Officeworks. Like a 128gig Galaxy S23 for $1,347. Or the 256gig S23 Ultra for $1,947.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. With a fleet of over 250 vehicles, from 1 tonne right up to the big semis, State Transport is ready to deliver your goods on time, safely and efficiently, both locally and Australia-wide. We are the time slot specialists. 24 hours, 7 days a week, and with State Transport, you're ready to go. State Transport, our people are your solution.
State Transport, our people are your solution.
Australia none for 36.
Get a read on energy prices, personal finance, lunchbox tips, and new ways to stay in shape. Get a read on Today with the Herald Sun. Subscribe today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, with a wide range to choose from and available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. Visit k-rain.com.au.
Dave Warner in full battle mode at the moment. Ashwin is bowling to him. He defends down the line of the leg side. None for 37. Warner is 7. Khawaja is 24. Ashwin, I find, Bharat, it's can't breathe cricket. The atmosphere is hard to breathe with the smog and the pollution, and the cricket is just captivating. Ashwin bowls, that spins a mile away from Warner. That did spit up and out.
Yeah, that's the slowest ball Ashwin's bowled in this spell, just 85 kph, and it gripped and it turned. See, he's just testing the surface. Little puff of dust as well, and KS Bharat had to adjust at the last minute. He's got a few to turn this morning already, Gerard.
Rather ominously, bowls. Warner is back and reading the spin. He made his adjustment mid-stroke. and he blocks out a maiden. So that's none for 37. The drinks break is going to be taken. The Kia scoreboard, Kia movement that inspires. Australia won the toss and chose to bat. Khawaja's 24, Warner is 7. It has been an eventful opening hour of play. But for the moment, Australia have survived without blemish. None for 37 this opening session. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Correct tyre inflation is the single most important part of tyre care. It helps keep them in good condition to provide optimum performance and maximum life. The best thing you can do before a long journey is check your tyre pressure and top them up with air if needed. And don't forget to check the spare tyre too.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Visit tyrepower.com.au for your local owner operator.
Lots of small jobs to do? Whether it's patching a wall or reviving your lawn, Bunnings can help you get it done. Small jobs, big change. That's Fix It Feb at Bunnings Warehouse.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
40 crispy chicken McNuggets are for friends. Together with tangy Cajun sauce, close friends only. Pick up juicy chicken and tangy Cajun at Macca's drive-thru today. Select items available for a limited time.
The Melbourne Beer Fest is back. Experience over 350 unique, exotic and small batch craft beers, ciders and cocktails over 2 jam-packed sessions, guaranteeing twice the offerings and fun throughout the day. All complemented by the very best in gourmet local street food. With live music featuring chart-topping DJ John Corse, comedy from Luke McGregor and more. It's a cracking day out with mates. Melbourne Beer Fest, Catani Gardens, St Kilda. Saturday, February 25th. Tickets on sale at beerfestivals.com.au. Always drink responsibly.
Siraj has got the ball flying through. He bowls and Khawaja flicks off his pads ever so neatly. Down the fine leg for 4. 4 slips in place. Shami bowls. Khawaja off the pads. Runs it through backward square and down to the boundary for 4.
Siraj, right arm over to him. Warner forcing through the gap at cover point, gets his first boundary. Nicely timed, that's better. That'll feel good. The crowd roaring for Ashwin, who bowls here. Khawaja using his feet straight back over his head. What a wonderful response. Goes all the way for 6.
The best of Australia's scoring, none for 37 after winning the toss and electing to bat. There's been a few dramas to absorb. Dave Warner was given out LBW for naught off an inside edge. He had it overturned. He's been struck on the elbow. He's been struck in the ear roll. He is doing it the hard way right now, Dave Warner, but for the moment, he has survived. Australia, none for 37. Khawaja has been the more prolific of the two in what's been scored. You can follow us on this tour, SEN Cricket on Twitter, Instagram and TikTok. Use the handle at SEN_cricket. Subscribe to SEN's cricket content podcasts on the SEN Cricket Podcast channel. It's my great pleasure to sit alongside Ravi Shastri. Ravi, welcome back to SEN Test Cricket.
Thanks, Gerard. Good start for Australia. It's not been easy, but the fact they've got all their wickets intact augurs well.
Khawaja 24, Warner 7. Siraj has been something to deal with on a pitch that Australia is determined is the spinner's paradise. He's been fearsome.
Very skillful operator. I mean, both these Indian fast bowlers, Siraj and Shami, they do something with the ball, irrespective of the conditions. Because of good wrist actions, the ball comes out nicely and good lengths.
Shami has switched to the stadium end, so he replaces Siraj, who has challenged Warner so thoroughly. So after the drinks break, play resumes. 3 slips in place. Shami bowls and Khawaja almost knocks it on, and not for the first time. He seemed a little late. It took the toe end. It zipped past the stumps and down to the boundary for a fortuitous 4.
Yes, he's living dangerously. It's not the first time, like you said. And on a track like this, as the game progresses, you'll see a lot of this. Inside edges, going past the stumps, rattling the stumps. The ball will start keeping low. So you got to be looking to play straight and playing late.
Boundary from Rotaflex by Blunston. And devilishly lucky to survive. Khawaja just makes the The signal of the curve past the stumps. None for 41. Shami bowls to him and Khawaja plays a low one out through gully. He'll get a couple of runs as the fielding is done out of the cordon by Shreyas. None for 42. What do you think of Australia's strategy here, Ravi? A quick and 3 spinners. It's got the whole nation talking back home.
And that's why it was an important toss to win.
Yes.
Now that Pat Cummins has won the toss and you've got the start, it's a very good combination because you're already seeing the ball turning. If Australia can put up a score in excess of 250, closer to 300, I think this will be a very, very good test match. So they've got the bowlers, you know, who can exploit these conditions. They needed a left-arm spinner, to be honest. They needed a left-arm spinner. Someone who could take the ball away from the right-handers.
Shami hustles in, bowls, Warner leaves, the ball shaping in at the off stump.
Also gives me the impression, Gerard, is that Australia know the importance of this test. If they have to bounce back, they have to do it now. And they know that they'll have to take some risks. So they've taken the risk of playing 3 spinners, you know, at the expense of 2 fast bowlers. I think now that they've won the toss, the start they've got, it's a good combination.
Pat Cummins has a handy habit of winning tosses at home. All the visiting captains called wrong across the summer, and he's called right twice here. The first to no avail, but yes, with the team they had selected, it was a bit cross your fingers at the toss. And particularly the way Siraj bowled. There was plenty in it for the quicks in the first hour, but Australia has survived without blemish. Needing a bit of luck to do so. None for 42. Warner's on 7. He's turning the ball from up under his armpit. Down to fine leg. And that will rattle into the rope as well.
It's important that the Australians are watching as well. The number of bouncers bowled by the Indians. On a track like this, it's a very, very good delivery. It's a great variation. Because not all balls will go over the head of the batsman. A lot of them will skid and not bounce as much as you would expect. So it's hard for a batsman. It's a good delivery to bowl. As a batter, you've got to be watching the ball till the very end. Take your eyes off the ball and you'll cop it.
The finest of glances from under the armpit from Warner. He moves into double figures. Shami bowls to him. He plays late and bunts the ball through the vacant gully and down to third man for 4. It's a bit every which way at the moment. Warner is the ageing boxer. He's playing from memory. He's using everything he's got, and just the short arm jab let it deflect away. Australia none for 50.
And there's example of watching the ball till the end. Now this is very deliberate. He's watched it right onto the bat and very skillfully played. Goes in the air but always in the gap, and it brings up the 50 for Australia. Now that's a good milestone. Day 1 of the test match, just over an hour of cricket, and you've got 50 on the board with all wickets intact. Couldn't have asked for a better start.
Warner's just getting a little bit of help with the drawstring on his strides, which had come undone. So rather than removing the gloves himself, he just ducked over to Shreyas, who did him the courtesy of tying his pants back up. The things you see on a cricket field. Warner turns to Shreyas in the follow-up. And no run to mid-wicket. None for 50 at the end of the over. The scoreboard for Kia. Kia, movement that inspires.
Good afternoon. The Monash Freeway outbound in absolute shambles after a grass fire at Toorak Road. 2 left-hand lanes are currently closed with delays back into the Burnley Tunnel and all the way onto the West Gate, which is heavy all the way back to Williamstown Road over the bridge. There's also been a crash on the Mornington Peninsula Freeway southbound through Dramana after the Nepean Highway. 2 lanes currently blocked. Use the old Murdoch Highway instead. Witness the beginning of a new dynasty and dive into the quantum realm. Marvel Studios' Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantum Mania in cinemas now. Book tickets today. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test cricket for tyre power. Know your tyres. Ashwin to Khawaja, who's beaten past the outside edge, a ball that spins a long way.
Yeah, he's bowled beautifully. You can see the guile, the flight. And what's good to see from Ashwin's point of view, the drift he's getting into the left-hander. So, you know, as a batter, you've got to be looking for the straight one.
Khawaja faces up, he's back, and he's turning to the leg, but there's a short, fine leg in place, and he won't get a run.
different techniques when you look at the two left-handers. Khawaja opts to play more of the back foot, play late. Warner, more intent, looks to push forward.
A slip, a short leg, and a point, a catching point in place. Khawaja blunts the spin back down the pitch.
Yeah, when he does come forward, he needs a big stride, because you've got to be able to smother the spin and get as close to the pitch of the ball as possible.
Ashwin operating around the wicket. Khawaja defends the ball to off.
This is the best crowd I've seen on this ground on day one of a test match. Just goes to show the interest for this game. And they're expecting about 80% of the ground to be full on the weekend. For a 9:30 start, very good crowd.
Huge atmosphere at the start, the Pujara presentation. The early forays, Ashwin bowls. Khawaja has it covered. Leans forward in his defence. Just the sound, Ravi. I know this is, you're so used to it, but it's enveloping when you hear.
Yeah, there's a buzz around the ground, all in anticipation.
Last ball of Ashwin's over. He delivers. Khawaja is forward, and he defended none for 50. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au.
Isn't it time you SUVW? Get the Volkswagen T-Cross 85 TSI Life from $32,990 drive away. T's and C's apply at volkswagen.com.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
What's our favourite getaway spot?
The Victorian Caravan Camping and Touring Super Show for the latest and greatest of everything.
Start here.
Go anywhere.
Proudly partnered by Truma. Melbourne Showgrounds, Feb 22 to 26.
Tickets online at caravanshow.com.au.
This opening session of play. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. None for 50. Shami's around the wicket. Warner is defending to off. Ravi Shastri is with us. Ravi, the Australians, in a way, have clung to India's example from Adelaide, routed for 36 to lose a test match. They got knocked over for 91, historically low figures. How do you put a team back together in a short period of time so as not to become despondent or be overwhelmed by momentum away from home?
I think self-belief is the most important thing. You know, you got to believe you're better than that. You can't get worse than that. I mean, that's how we looked at it when we were 36 all out. I was the coach.
Shami bowls. Warner edges and he's out into the keeper's gloves. It's an uneasy stay for Dave Warner that ends at 15. Shami thought he had him early. He has him now. Warner rips the gloves off as he departs. Australia is 1 for 50.
Yes, he's been tentative. He's been caught in the crease on quite a few occasions. And Mohammad Shami, as he does so often, the ability to get really good players out. Great position of the seam, just nipping away from the left-hander. To be fair to Warner, that was a very good delivery. Hit the surface, went away just enough to take the outside edge. And India drawing first blood.
Is he doing it on memory at the moment to your eye, Dave Warner?
Yep. You know, just get the feeling, you know, even during this innings, that the way he watches the ball normally, it's not the same, and the intent of getting onto that front foot wasn't the same.
So the struggles for Australia's veteran opener go on. Not as bad as it might have been when he was given out on noughts, but he departs for 15. And Marnus Labuschagne enters the fray. We were just sort of mid-thought on how do you hold yourself together, Ravi, steel yourself for the next challenge and not get swept away?
I mean, when I said self-belief, it is the most important thing. You know, we always say feeling defeated is temporary. It's a temporary problem. But giving up is what makes it permanent. So you don't want to give up. You know, you got to believe you're the best side in the world, which Australia on the table are with India. And you got to be able to bounce back, and you got to try and bounce back immediately. You know, just think of the positives, think of your strengths, learn from your previous, mistakes, and come out there with that self-belief that you can't do worse than what you did in the last Test match. And things, you win one session, you win 2 sessions, and suddenly things start falling into place.
Marnus Labuschagne is scratching out his mark at our broadcast end. So Labuschagne, Smith, Head and Hanscom, Australia's 3 through 6. And with the tail Australia has, this is where the bulk of the runs have to be scored. The first wicket has fallen to pace. Mohammad Shami is in his 5th over, 1 for 23. His radar was all over the place in his first spell. It certainly had its moments of challenge, and he has a wicket to show for it now. Shami bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves outside the off stump. So what's the line, Ravi, between being stubborn and going, no, our plans will work, and what you learn and what you implement from across, what is it, 5 or 6 days?
You've got to back your strengths more and not tinker too much, because you can't be a bad player overnight. So, you know, you've got to back your strengths, but yet learn. You know, it could be a case where you've got to look to play more forward, then back. You know, so certain things are non-negotiables, which you would learn from the previous experiences. And you've got to stick by that, but not tinker too much.
3 slips ready themselves. Shami bowls. Labuschagne plays a rising delivery out near point, no run.
And when you have the experience and the skill, one of the most important things, especially in this part of the world, is shot selection. You know, what shots to play, what shots not to play, or save it for later once you get your eye in. Balls, tracks where the balls keep low, you've got to try and be very careful playing those horizontal bat shots. The sweep, the cut early on. Got to judge the pace of the wicket. Like, this is a track where you'll get a lot of inside edges that could crash into the stumps as the game progresses because of the low bounce. Yep. So a lot straighter is better.
Shami roars in full outside the off stump. Labuschagne wanted no part of it.
And trusting your defense. You know, I find that teams that succumb very easily here to the Indians are teams where the batters don't trust their defense. You've got to trust your defense, because the ball will do, you know, what is expected of it in India, that is to turn. So you've got to back your defense.
1 for 50, 1 ball to come in the 16th over. Mohammad Shami will send that down. Marnus Labuschagne awaits, and he meets it with the full face of the bat in defence. 1 for 50, end of the over on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Want great value on mobile quality fuel? Download the My 711 fuel price lock to start your savings adventure. Savings not guaranteed. Visit 711.com.au for T's and C's.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
At Epic Arena, there's thousands of epic golf experiences. Tee off on the world's best golf courses on a golf simulator like Pebble Beach or Augusta. Enjoy live sports on the big screen, drinks and more. Only 10Ks from the CBD. Immerse yourself at Epic Arena Melbourne.
A big shout out to our listeners in the UK who are listening across the morning on TalkSport 2. It's great to have TalkSport as part of our SEN coverage here in Delhi. 1 for 50. Khawaja is 29. Labuschagne new to the crease. Ashwin is operating around the wicket. Khawaja is reverse sweeping. He will not get a run as the points plays his role. Two of my favourite people in the world are here. Ravi, Shastri, Peter Lalor. Hello to you, Pete.
Good morning, Gerard Whateley. Good morning, Ravi Shastri.
Good morning, Peter.
Hello, Australia. Oh boy, my head is spinning. My heart is beating. This is extraordinary cricket. It's great, great fun.
Ashwin bowls and Khawaja, he rode the bounce of that, kept it out of the midst of slip and ran it down to the boundary. It'll be overhauled in the last couple of steps back. Sar Patel. 2 for Khawaja, who's just finding a way for the moment to keep Ashwin out. He's 31.
Played that very well. You know, total control with the top hand, loose bottom hand. So important when you play the spinners here, because then the ball goes to ground. You come with hard hands, it'll carry it to the slip cordon.
Slip, silly points, short extra cover. Ashwin to Khawaja, played back, kept it out. Your heart does beat faster during these phases. There's no question.
It's a relentless interrogation facing this chap, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not a second. And here he comes again, you know.
And see the subtle variations of length. He was forced to play back there when he should have been playing forward.
Khawaja reverse sweeps. This time he's got it away. It's a supple stroke the way he plays it. Khawaja blasts it through square for 4. Boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Khawaja is 35. It's 1 for 56.
A moment to take a breath for the batsman. They're few and far between when you're facing this fella.
It's a cat and mouse game between these two at the moment.
Ashwin undeterred bowls, and Khawaja edges safely between keeper and first slip. No edge. It was buys. It spun and spat and went, and the last we saw it was under the sight screen.
Oh, sure signs this track is going. There's this turn, bounce.
Oh, wow. Neither keeper nor first. They knew as little about it as Khawaja did.
Beautiful bowling, though. Great fly, great deception. He's a master of his craft, Ashwin.
1 for 60, last ball of the over. And Khawaja, well, it spits past the outside edge. Blimey, that's gone a long way. Oh, yeah, she's on now. Australia 1 for 60, end of the over.
Good afternoon. Traffic at an absolute standstill from Williamstown Road to the tunnels on the Westgate Freeway due to 2 breakdowns inbound after Todd Road. 2 right-hand lanes are currently closed with speeds of 40 through the area, and delays starting to ease off after a grass fire on the Monash Freeway outbound at Toorak, while the crash in Noble Park has Corrigan Road closed northbound at the Princes Highway. Get any size mattress for the price of a single at 40 Winks, plus earn double Qantas points on purchases. Limited time only, exclusions and T's and C's apply. 40 Winks, serious about sleep. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley, completed home at the Dales Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Australia 1 for 60. Khawaja's 35. Labuschagne is 0. Warner is gone for 15. Ashwin is starting to whir things up, and Labuschagne faces up to Shami. He defends to the leg side. So a couple of balls in that over. Gripped and went in a quite alarming way for the first session of day 1.
Get your runs in the first dig, Gerard. You've got 60, 9 wickets in hand. The dressing room should be saying, this is, you're bound to be beaten. Once, twice, 3 times in an over of a spinner. But put that behind you and focus. And what I liked, the positive, that from Khawaja's point of view, is still looking to score. Very important. A reverse sweep that went to the boundary.
I tell you who else will like this. The Australian selectors. Give themselves a pat on the back for going with 3 spinners.
A big toss to win.
Shami in bowls. Labuschagne defends off the inside portion of the bats.
This is a good test match. Gerard, Peter, I'm telling you, this is a good test match. If Australia get to 250, this is a good game.
Look, I think you're a bit harsh on Warner. Even just to get them through to that drinks break was an enormous effort. That was an examination out there. But look, you're right, it's a good toss to win. But Australia could have gone in with the 2 seamers, but seeing that ball rag like that, they go, OK, tick that box, that's all right. Their heart slows down a little bit, unlike ours and the batsmen's.
Labuschagne's turn. Shami bowls to him. He drives furiously through cover for 4. Overpitched, given the treatment. Labuschagne blows a bubble of relief in the aftermath. He's away, 1 for 64.
He's a good player, isn't he? He's a top-class player. See the intent there. He's come early and leaning into that shot. Not too many loose deliveries on offer. A good stride forward. Really is a busy player.
No swing there in that one. Seemed straight up, wasn't swinging. Boy, it was hooping early.
And it will. Every day, 9:30 start. It's with the haze around. It will do a bit.
What does this country do to us? We've got spin off for the wicket. We've got swing in the air. We've got spin. We've got seam.
And you're up against, this is as good a bowling attack as I've seen India. On a test pitch.
Shami's the wicket taker. He bowls again, and Labuschagne defends to the leg side.
All 5 bowlers. When you look at the 2 seamers, 3 spinners, I think it's a very strong Indian lineup, because you've never had 3 spinners who are all-rounders. So, they add balance to the side in a big way, and 2 quality new ball operators, very skillful.
Well, that's where they stole the game in the first test, wasn't it? I think both teams were, Australia was 7 for 260, India was 7 for 240. Boom. India finished up on 400 and Australia ended up on... Sorry, not 260, you know what I'm talking about.
Labuschagne faces up. He plays a rising delivery out through gully. He'll pick up a boundary that came at him, though, and Shami with his hands on his head in the aftermath. 1 for 68.
The difference between here and Nagpur is the scoreboard is ticking. Boundaries are coming. It's not stalled, where you have one batsman sitting at one end and the other at the other, and then you lose a couple of wickets and you're in trouble. Here, at least the scoreboard is moving along. The intent a lot better from the Australian batsman.
Yes, and that was what happened with India in Nagpur. You know, Australia leaked runs. You know, Pat Cummins didn't bowl, didn't quite get it right, and they took the opportunity to put runs on the board early, didn't they?
Last ball of the over. Labuschagne sees it and defends Shami. Right back down the pitch. 1 for 68. Kia scoreboard, Kia movement that inspires.
Witness the beginning of a new dynasty and dive into the quantum realm. Marvel Studios' Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantum Mania. In cinemas now. Book tickets today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Order the McValue bundle at Macca's today. A choice of your favourite burgers, together with fries and drinks for just $26.95. Did we just find something the whole family can agree on? Available between 10:30am and midnight at participating restaurants. See our website for details.
1 for 68. SEN Test Cricket. Our stats and facts. The SEN app. Download it today from your app store. Warner, Courts, Bharat bowled Shami for 15. It was 1 for 50. Khawaja and Labuschagne are riding their luck and finding the boundaries. R. Ashwin, 6 overs, none for 14, is a constant threat from our broadcast ends. Ravi and Peter Lawler in place. Two slips now, so where an end from the previous over went, that hole has been plugged. Ashwin to Khawaja. It's enthralling. Khawaja plays the conventional sweep to great effect. It goes for 4 through square leg. He's 39, Khawaja, 1 for 72.
Again, great intent and no half measures there. He played that really well. Swept on length.
Happy to go in the air, having been granted the big gap on the leg side. They're crowded in around Khawaja, who lets the spin go by the off stump.
You can see the ball turning now. You have a slip and gully in place. And a silly point, so the men round the bat, the pressure is on.
They're giving him that conventional sweep though, aren't they? They've left it open there for that.
Yep.
Ashwin to Khawaja, plays back, survives. Ashwin just a little cool in the aftermath of that.
This is a great field set. Slip, gully, silly point, a short cover, so and Ashwin, having the variety he has, will test you. Front foot, back foot.
27 wickets at the ground at 20. Khawaja blunts whatever spin there was to the silly point.
We talk about being brave facing the fast bowling, but you've got to be really brave facing Ashwin, haven't you? To take him on, to play your shots, to come out of your crease when it's necessary, to play the sweep when it's necessary. It all involves a risk.
Ashwin doesn't bowl and has a little glance at Labuschagne around backing up.
We heard Khawaja say, "Where's the ball?"
And now Khawaja plays his part. He just pulls out as Ashwin is coming in. So some cat and mouse out in the middle to add to the tension of it. I wonder where Labuschagne was in regards to the popping crease. Now Ashwin is going to join in the fray. He's going to switch sides and move his field around.
Yeah, this is mind games.
Yeah, no doubt.
What he's trying to do is force Khawaja to play more with the bat on the offside, bring the slip into play.
Slip short leg now. The catch in extra cover. Fine leg goes back. There's a square leg forward of the umpire. Ashwin over the wicket bowls. And Khawaja drives him down to long off, which is protected. KL Rahul does the fielding. A single taken. 1 for 73. So we just get the side-on look. Is Ashwin... Yeah, Khawaja just wandered out of his ground. Nothing egregious. And Ashwin followed all the way through and then just had a little glance at him.
God, could we cope with anything else? Have a run out of
it would light two countries up, that's for sure. If it was to happen, and if anybody would in Test cricket, it'll be Ashwin. So Marnus Labuschagne is on notice, and he's on strike for the last ball of Ashwin's over. Utterly enthralling first day's play. Labuschagne advances, whacks him away through leg, and picks up the boundary. Parry and thrust, class batter, all-time bowler. 1 for 77, Australia. Kia scoreboard, Kia movement that inspires. Colo's coming in.
Looking for a pocket change mobile plan? Then make the switch to Mate and take advantage of Mate's unbeatable mobile offer where you pay $1 per month for the first 3 months. That's right, $1 per month for 3 months. Each plan includes unlimited talk and text to standard Aussie numbers plus 500 gigabyte data bank. And best of all, you can keep your own number. To sign up, visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online.
An enthralling session of SEN Test cricket continues with the introduction of Ravindra Jadeja, who was player of the match at Nagpur. Fluffer on the opening day, 70 when India batted, a couple more to put the cherry on top and bowl Australia out inside a session for 91. Took a 5-wicket bag here against Australia in 2013. And always one of the most popular members of this Indian side. 249 Test wickets at 24. Takes his wickets at home at an average of 20. Adam Collins with you. Bharat Sundaresan's back with me. Pete Lalor as well. Gentlemen, what a treat this is. Jadeja's going to start round the wicket to Khawaja on 40. Slip and a short leg. Gets forward. Shout for leap before. Umpire Goff says no. Jadeja likes it. He wants support from the wicketkeeper, KS Bharat. That won't be coming.
I don't think it's coming for this appeal, or maybe it is. Rohit Sharma has gone for it. This is completely on KS Bharat. I think he ran down the pitch and has convinced his captain that it is a good idea to go upstairs. Usman Khawaja wasn't very lucky when Australia or India went for the DRS against him in the first innings of the first test. A sheepish smile on his face.
So Jadeja's first delivery in the Test match. We saw Gerard take a wicket with his first ball at Nagpur. And Jadeja, a threat straight away. Watching it back on the replay. So round the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja. There will be no issues with the first red, or dare I say it, the second red. Is it going beyond the leg stump, though? More than 50% of the ball will need to be hitting the woodwork. Don't think height's an issue, Bharat?
I think it's just a question of if it's turned too much, and because it's not out, could be umpire's score.
Here's the projection. Pitches middle, hits in line with the leg stump, and it will turn away. They lose their review. Doesn't even clip the stump, so it's not umpire's call. It's going over the top a wee bit as well. So not a great review, but good piece of bowling to begin, Pete Lalor.
Not many of them went Australia's way in Nagpur.
Yep.
I've got to say Australia had the rub of the green here, starting with the toss. And they've deserved it. They've shown some intent. They've been brave. They've taken the bowling on. They've survived some really grit.
Jadeja to Khawaja, reverse sweeping, getting plenty of it. Out through backward point for a rotoflex boundary by Blunston. Khawaja up to 44 on the counter-attack. That's the brave batting they've been talking about. 1 for 81.
It's been a very important week for Usman Khawaja. He came into that Nagpur test very high on confidence. He was batting really well in Bangalore. Then it almost felt like after those 2 dismissals, his batting had completely gone off. He was struggling in the nets in Nagpur, even here on day 1.
Deep backward point goes back for the reverse. He goes again. He plays the lap sweep almost. Doesn't quite middle it. Ends up behind square for the easiest of singles. Khawaja 45, 1 for 82 in the 20th over.
I don't think I've ever seen Usman Khawaja put in as much time in the nets as he has recently on this tour.
He was the last one to leave 2 days ago. And it reached a point, Adam, when he was missing every sweep shot he attempted in the nets. And even here, when he started off, he had a hit early doors, 2 days out from the test. He looked completely out of sorts. He came back into the net and outlasted Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith. That was a big tick for him to start with.
Run rate up at 4.2 and over. And this is box office. Jadeja up against Labuschagne. So off to a bit of a flyer. 12 from 11 balls. He'll start with a slip, a silly point to catch in cover. And, of course, it was Jadeja's removal of Labuschagne for 49 on the first day last week that set the collapse in motion. Jadeja's in no hurry for once. Normally he races through his overs, but he's going to make Labuschagne wait.
Well, actually, I reckon the batsmen are controlling the tempo here well.
Jadeja wide of the crease, bowls to Labuschagne well forward in defence, no run.
I noticed that with Warner. We noticed it the last over with Usman when he attempted that run out, that man cat.
Yeah.
Slow the game down a little bit. Put it on your terms.
Exactly.
Jadeja probing, bowls, Labuschagne back, beaten. Bharat whips the bails off for good measure. Just to let Labuschagne know he's there. He completed the stumping off him last week.
Not easy to play off the back foot against Jadeja unless it's very short. It's rarely very short.
Jadeja to finish his first over to Labuschagne again, sweeping across the line, through the gap at mid-wicket. And for the second time in 2 overs, Labuschagne finishes with a boundary. He's up to 16, Australia, 1 for 86 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
At Big W, save every time you shop with thousands of specials across the store and online. Now that's value every day. Shop now at bigw.com.au.
Yes, your app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
At Epic Arena, there's thousands of epic golf experiences. Tee off on the world's best golf courses on a golf simulator like Pebble Beach or Augusta. Enjoy live sports on the big screen, drinks and more. Only 10Ks from the CBD. Immerse yourself at Epic Arena Melbourne.
There have been 36 runs from the last 4 overs, Phil Long.
I was about to do that, Adam College. Yeah, the counter-attack really is on.
Just had our mics momentarily fade down. We'll get that looked at Melbourne at their end. We've just got a little bit of interference in our stump mic, I think, but we're working on that behind the scenes, so stick with us.
9 runs and over the last 4 overs. This is Bazball.
Ron ball
against some of the best bowlers you'll ever encounter.
Yes, we did see what England did yesterday, declaring sort of early in the third session. They'd scored plenty of runs by then. So Ashwin to continue. Into Khawaja on 45, reverse sweeping again, getting it right out the middle to where the deep backward point is stationed in front of the Mahinda Amanas stand. 1 for 87, Khawaja 46.
Very selfishly, I want to spot Khawaja to score 100 today. I did this really good interview with him while he was still in Bangalore. I haven't published it yet, so give me an excuse. And he spoke a lot about the origins of his play against spin when he started playing the reverse sweep. He said he picked it up from George Bailey.
Right.
A one-day series in Sri Lanka. As I followed the test series where Australia struggled against Gerard.
So round the wicket, Ashwin bowls here to Labuschagne. He tucks in, but doesn't beat the man at short leg, Shreyas Iyer. He sticks out a mitt, denies a couple of runs. Well fielded by the man coming back into the side today.
From George Bailey.
Yeah.
Thank God he didn't pick up his stance.
So Ashwin round the wicket to Labuschagne, rides the bounce, going back in defence. No single there, halfway through his over.
And he spoke about how much this whole reputation of him being poor against spin hurt him. It really hurt him. He said, every way I got out, they said, that's a sign of weakness.
Ashwin passes umpire Menon, bowls to Labuschagne, 16 from 16, make that 16 from 17, pushing to the captain Rohit Sharma at extra cover.
So he just said, look, if I'm getting out to spin anyway, I'm just going to start playing it my way. If I then get out in that process, so be it. You guys have anyway written me off against spin.
That was a straight one from Ashwin. Well played Labuschagne, correcting his shot. Bowls again, Labuschagne defends from the crease line. Great contest already between this pair.
Oh, you can see the pads coming into play there.
A couple of balls already beginning to keep a little low. Lindsay Lohan's, don't forget, I've been reading up on all of Lindsay Lohan's movies thanks to Manas Labuschagne.
That'll be a part of your story tonight as well, I'm sure, Bharat, if Labuschagne can go on with this start. Ashwin to finish, Labuschagne back for the third time in the over. Just 1 run coming from it. 21 gone Australia, 1 for 87. Labuschagne 16, Khawaja 46, and it's all on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
For ultimate braking performance on your off-road adventures, fit Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Their high-tech ceramic formulation provides low dust and noise, while delivering high-temperature stability and exceptional fade resistance. They also feature our mechanical retention system backing plate for improved pad attachment strength. Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
SEN Test Cricket by Henley Homes by Henley Complete at Home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Adam Collins, Bharat, Sundaresan, Pete Lalor on the call. Jadeja bowls to Khawaja on the back foot punching. Doesn't quite beat the man at cover. That's Cheteshwar Pujara, thus the cheer, playing his 100th Test match. Khawaja stays on 46.
On Cheteshwar Pujara, Adam and Peter.
Jadeja left arm round to Khawaja, gets forward to defend.
30 members of his family have come all the way from Rajkot in different parts of the country. They're all wearing CP t-shirts, specially printed for his 100th Test match. His wife, Pooja Pujara, has been in charge of organising everything.
He was felicitated.
He was.
And he was no sure thing to be playing Test cricket again after being dropped last year. Great return. Bowling here, Jadeja. Reverse lap that from... or reverse paddle, I should say, from Khawaja. Get the two confused occasionally. 47 with the single, 1 for 88. So Pujara, who has only made 1 half-century in India over the last couple of years. So at home, it's been where he's had a problem. Away from home, he remains a dependable asset in the Indian top order.
Oh, yeah, very much so. And you're right. It felt like his Test career was over last year, and then he makes all those runs in county cricket, and India have to play the one-off Test.
Yeah.
Comes back into the side and got hundreds in Bangladesh.
He averaged about 110 for Sussex or something like that.
Yep. Batsman taking guard here, but he's just controlling the tempo of the game again.
Yep.
Don't let the spinners keep coming at you.
Especially Jadeja.
Rapid fire overs.
Jadeja to Labuschagne round the wicket. Labuschagne stays at home, defends off the front foot. Won't be long before he uses his feet based on what we've seen so far today.
Yep, and he will back that square seam, the shot that he developed in Sri Lanka to combat the likes of Embledenia and Prabhat Jayasuriya.
They've left that gap at deep mid-wicket. He's found that rope twice. Jadeja bowls. Labuschagne goes back, plays it off his stumps. Jadeja's got his hands on his head, out to cover. There's no single, but that looked like the straight one from our angle.
Yeah, he rushes you, and Pete's point is so good. You have to, especially against Jadeja, just find a way of slowing him down.
So Jadeja delivers again. Labuschagne gets forward and pushes out towards mid-wicket. The end of 22 overs on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. Australia 1 for 88. Khawaja's 47. Labuschagne 16.
Witness the beginning of a new dynasty and dive into the quantum realm. Marvel Studios' Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantum Mania. In cinemas now. Book tickets today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Renovating your bathroom? Race into Beaumont Tiles for 20% off every single complete bathroom package in every style and budget. Or 20% off including tiles, taps, vanity, the lot. Choose Beaumonts and save on packages now. T's and C's apply.
15 fours and a 6 through the session so far. Australia have been busy to open this Test match. They won the toss again. Mike Kasprowicz jumping in with Bharat Sundaresan to take us through to the lunch interval. G'day, Kasper.
Hey, guys, how are you?
We're going well.
Yeah, good.
Going well. Now, your mic's a bit off, and we're just working on that at the moment. We're sort of making running repairs as we go, but bear with us. If you're listening across the country, Ashwin bowling, round the wicket. 2 slips here to Khawaja on 47, goes back and pushes to mid-wicket, but there's 1. Labuschagne wants 2. Khawaja, not so keen. 48 for the opener, 1 for 89 the score. We've got Phil Long with us as well.
Yeah, we can't underestimate the start that Australia made today. 50 opening partnerships, just the 3rd time in 44 innings that overseas batsmen have added 50 for the first wicket.
Thank you, Phil Long. So Labuschagne's turn. Ashwin to him here, round the wicket, sweeps, gets it very fine. There's work to do for the man at deep backwards square. That's Jadeja. He's rapid. Collects it comfortably in front of the unusual-looking grandstand. 1 for 91. Labuschagne 18. Khawaja 48.
That's a really good stat from Phil there. You think it's only in England, places like that, where opening the batting is difficult, but here, because the spinners come in so early with the hard new ball, likes of Ashwin and Jadeja get a lot of wickets early.
In his 9th over, Ashwin, no wickets yet. That's 2 full to threaten Labuschagne, who squeezes out a Yorker. No run. Ashwin looks so threatening early on. Maybe it's the case that the surface, before it gets too used up, is good to turn big right now with the harder, newer ball. Ashwin so experienced at getting a trundle early on. Halfway through the over. Bowling again. Forward comes Labuschagne, struck on the pad. Ashwin's up for leg before. Ends up with slip. It's turned down either way. Robert's interested. He's already blown a review, but Ashwin is convincing his captain. It was the one that was sliding across Labuschagne. They are going up, you know. So for the second time in a couple of overs, they're going upstairs, and we know how valuable these reviews can be if you burn them early. They have a habit of backfiring. So they'd want this to be at least umpire's call, Bharat.
The one thing with Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith is even before the fielding team has decided whether they're going for a review or not, they give their decision. And Marnus seemed to indicate that it was just going through the angle and missing off stump. He did get a very decent stride out.
So the first replay here, it does go back towards the right-handed Labuschagne. And I'll tell you what, that's hitting in line, and it's made impact in line as well. And it looks like it's coming back towards the right-hander off the seam. I think he might be in strife here, despite the long lunge forward, Bharat.
Yeah, the Indian team seem to believe so as well. It's hit him in a very dangerous spot. Marnus Labuschagne has his bat under his armpit. Not a good sign. Michael Kasprowicz is not looking good.
No ultra edge. That's the cheer. They get to do the projection, so they'll go to ball tracking. Casper, your thoughts?
Yeah, look, originally it doesn't look like it could have been maybe missing off, but I think it's just straight enough.
Oh, Steve Smith's about to put his helmet on the balcony. We're about to see the ball tracking technology. They're just loading that up at the moment.
So has his finger up.
If he's saved, it's going to be on impact being 49%. We'll see. So the first read's clear. The second read comes in line, and it will be hitting middle stump, 3/4 of the way up. Marnus Labuschagne is dismissed the leg before wicket for 18. Ashwin in the book and in the game. India get a second wicket in this opening session. Australia 2 for 91.
Marnus Labuschagne was on his knees there on the pitch as he was seeing the replay along with everyone else. Smashed the pitch with his bat. He's really disappointed. I think he's disappointed with the fact that DRS has shown that he was hit in line, Michael Kasprowicz.
Yeah, I think originally you thought he was going to be outside the line, and we're only talking millimetres in it, really. So disappointing. He was looking so good there, Marnus. He was just very comfortable the way he was out there. He was sweeping, he was using his feet. Great use of feet. What you need to use on this wicket, but unfortunately, yeah, he's got to go. Brings out Steve Smith, though.
It does, and you can see even as he's walking off, he's admonishing himself for not having got that front foot further out. You're right, Casper, he was looking so good. He seemed to have got, especially against Ravindra Jadeja, got his shots going, the sweep, the back cut. Now, not for the first time in his career, especially this time in India, the pressures all on Steve Smith. Travis Head and Peter Hanscom and the rest to come after this.
So Steve Smith, such a formidable record against India over a long stretch of time, averaging 72 in Border Gavaskar clashes, 8 centuries against India, 3 of those coming in this series 6 years ago in India. What they would give for a special here. Unbeaten on 25 with the carnage around him at Nagpur in the second dig last week when they were all out for 91. They need something special from the former captain, Phil Long.
Yeah, you mentioned the carnage. Steve Smith, the only batsman to come away with his average improve.
He's facing his first ball here. Ashwin round the wicket, Smith using his feet to defend. Well bowled and well played.
Also, such a moment in India-Australia cricket, right, when Ashwin goes up against Steve Smith. He's seeing 2 of the best to have ever played the sport going up against each other.
Ashwin 31 fifers, Steve Smith 30 centuries. Facing again, beaten, it's gone! Steve Smith's gone for a second ball duck. Safely pounched by KS Bharat. Ashwin's on fire. And hearts are sinking across Australia because this was the day they needed Labuschagne and Smith to go big. And they've been both dismissed in the space of 3 Ashwin deliveries. Suddenly, it's 3 for 91 and Australia are under the pump.
Yeah, this was the one that slid across Steve Smith. Didn't get a great stride out, felt for the ball. A very faint edge and KS Bharat has hung on to it. The space of 3 balls. Ashwin has run through Australia's 2 premier batters and they are in big trouble.
Well, we've seen that now. The talk about spin in this wicket the whole way through. That one, of course, you point out, slid across the face. And Steve Smith just reaching, feeling for it out in front of the bat. No control out there and finding just a feather and just enough for him to unfortunately have to return to the dressing room.
What a roar that goes around the Kotler Stadium. How Ashwin loves bowling here, and he was going around a little bit, but he was always asking the right questions, and so often with the veteran, it's about the one that goes straight on with the arm. Brilliant deception. Got one with Labuschagne to come back, then sliding across Smith and KS Bharat. There was some debate as to whether he wouldn't play in this series in favour of a superior batter in Ishan Kishan. Well, he's earned his money before lunch on day one on a tough track, Bharat.
Absolutely, he has. Low hands. He had to stay really low to grab that catch. Steve Smith, immediately as the appeal went up, you could see just a deep breath. He acknowledged that he'd been beaten by a better guy on the day and just walked off. There's no disappointment, just the acknowledgement that, look, it's your day, Ashwin, you got me out.
So it's the end of the over as well. 3 for 91, so Travis Head is out in the middle. We'll keep rolling through here with 7 minutes until the luncheon interval here at Kotler. Travis Head, average of 45 in Test cricket. Khawaja facing up. Shoutfully before again. It's out as well. Khawaja trapped on the crease. The finger goes up for Michael Goff. Jadeja is elated, but they are going to review. So Khawaja on 48. Is it 3 wickets in the space of 4 deliveries? It came back towards the left-hander from left arm round.
This is knife through key from the Indian spinners. They're just running through this Australian batting lineup. It happens so many times in this part of the world. Usman Khawaja reviewed very quickly.
So watching it here, it's across him, sliding. He is in trouble.
He's in trouble.
Unless this is going over, and that...
It's a slider from Jadeja. This will not be going over the stumps, unfortunately, for Usman Khawaja.
So they're confirming no edge on the Snicko Ultra Edge technology. We're through to the projection. The first straight... Oh, it's outside leg.
Wow.
It's pitching outside leg just. So it is the slider. And Khawaja has been saved. Australia have been saved. The indignity of 3 wickets in 4 deliveries. Michael Goff was asked to change his decision by the man upstairs, Richard Illingworth, and Khawaja takes the deepest of breaths at 3 for 91. It doesn't become 4 for 91.
I spoke about millimetres. We saw Labuschagne getting out the ball just on the line, hitting him outside on the line. Usman saved on that occasion.
Jadeja, well, got a leg slip now. Khawaja turns him just in front of square, wants 1. Travis Head makes his way down to the danger end. It's 3 for 92. Head's turn, Phil Long's turn as well.
Let me tell you very quickly, Steve Smith's first duck in India.
First duck in India. I mentioned he averages 72 against them. He was the only man who looked comfortable at Nagpur last week in the second innings. It's Travis Head's turn to face this stern interrogation that's going to come from both ends, Jadeja and Ashwin. They bowled Australia out twice cheaply here a decade ago. They remain at the peak of their powers. Head's first ball in the series. Jadeja, round the wicket, Head presents the full face of the bat in defence. No run.
Such a big moment in Travis Head's career. So many question marks about his batting against spin in these conditions.
Averages 24 away from home. Head defending into the onside. Doesn't beat mid-wicket. No run. Scored 91 runs in 5 Test matches in Pakistan and Sri Lanka last year at an average of 15, where he struggled, which is why he found himself out of the side. But an average of 88 in the home summer and a strike rate at 95. He knows how to counter-attack. Jadeja here, head forward again, pushing back to the left-arm spinner.
Yeah, that's going to be such an important aspect of how Travis Head goes about playing against spin. He needs to keep getting that big stride out. So often he gets stuck in his crease.
Jadeja passes umpire Goff. Head goes back defending to end another successful over. No, it wasn't. They got overturned. 24 gone. We're not far away from the lunch break in any case. 3 for 92 Australia. Khawaja on 49. Head yet to score on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Hi, it's Nick Strauss from Berwick Motor Group. Berwick Haval is on sale now, with thousands of 2022 built Havals for immediate delivery. So visit bmgsales.com.au or give us a call on 1300 BMG SEN. That's 1300 264 736. And don't forget, we have BMG Finance for approved customers. So come down and visit me and the team at Berwick Havel. Best wishes, Nick Strauss, LMCT 8760.
So Kawaja's one away from a half century. He was saved by DRS on 48. Facing Ashwin, 2 wickets in his previous over, 2 in 3 balls. Bowls here, Kawaja reaching for it and taking him down to long off where Siraj does the fielding. 3 for 93, and Kawaja in the process raises a half century. An important one at that, a double failure last week, but so good overseas in 2022. Well, they need him in 2023. It's the 33rd time he's passed 50 in Test cricket, and 20 of those been between 50 and 100. He's done what he's needed to do, and he's shown plenty of will to counter-attack and play bravely.
And he's done it so comfortably. He always does the way he bats, and he sort of gets around, but use of the feet, sweep shots, both reverse, and the textbook sweep shot, of course. But he's, like I said, he just looks so good.
Fielders crowding Trevor's head. 2 slips, short leg. Ashwin around the wicket head, getting forward and pushing to Rohit Sharma at catching cover. Crowd catch. They were excited. No concern. Stays at 3 for 93. Heads occupied the crease for 5 dot balls. South Australia's Sundaresan is watching anxiously. He did say to us, though, that he's got the mustache back, and he felt good about that. Ashwin bowls here, head, fuller, and driven down towards long off. They've given him the single there. I wonder why. Head off the mark, 3 for 94.
I think one of the reasons they would have had the man back is Travis Head does have the tendency to at times try to clear the infield, put more pressure on him almost. Replay of that LBW would have hit the stumps. Lucky Usman Khawaja.
Yes, in the same space when it was hitting the stumps for Labuschagne, 3/4 of the way up middle, not to be. Khawaja on 50, facing Ashwin, plays him defensively from the crease, deflects the second slip. So 2 balls left for Ashwin in the session. They probably won't get another over in. About 30 seconds to go. It doesn't look like Rohit's marshalling the field with any intensity, so they're happy for this to be the last 2 balls before the breather. Khawaja facing Ashwin. He's got 2 wickets. He still has 2 wickets. A lunging defensive prod here out to backward point off the front foot.
Travis Head needs to spend lunchtime watching how Usman Khawaja has played against the Indian spinners in this first session. He's provided a blueprint. Use your feet, play the sweep, back yourself. That's what he'll need to do after the lunch break.
So last ball before lunch we expect, although meal times were a bit flexible last week at Nagpur, so we'll make sure of it before we declare it. No change to the field. There's a deep point, deep backward square and a long off with Khawaja on strike, and the 2 slips. Ashwin to Khawaja, pushing again to Rohit at extra cover. That will be lunch. Umpire Menon flicking the bails off at our southern end. Australia to the break at 3 for 94. An entertaining and eventful first stanza of this second test match at Delhi. Head is on 1. Khawaja made it to 50 after being reprieved on 48. The wickets to fall in the session. David Warner, it was caught behind from the bowling of Shami for 15. As we welcome our listeners in, joining us for the first time in New Zealand across the SENZ network at lunch with Australia 3 for 94. So the first wicket, Warner, caught behind for 15 from the bowling of Shami. At that stage it was 1 for 50, so they did get a good start, although Warner did take 21 balls to get off the mark. Then 2 wickets in the space of 3 deliveries in the moments before lunch. Marnus Labuschagne trapped leg before wicket by Ashwin from around the wicket, one that straightened a treat for 18. Then Stephen Smith's second ball, one that slid across him, thin edge through to the gloves of KS Bharat, executing his second dismissal. Ashwin 2 for 29 from his 10. Shami 1 for 31. Siraj none for 14. Jadeja none for 11. 3 for 94 honours with the home side after Australia won the toss and batted. However, with Khawaja there on 50, they have got something to work with, Bharat.
Oh, Usman Khawaja just got a pat on the back from Virat Kohli as that session came to an end. Virat would have appreciated how difficult it has been to not just survive, but to score runs in these conditions. The Indian spinners have been all over the Australians. Until 10 minutes ago, it looked like Australia had the best of this session after Pat Cummins won the toss and elected to bat. and then some Ashwin magic. The ball that turns into Manas, and the ball that slides away from Steve Smith. 2 wickets, 3 balls. Game changed.
Casper, you can see Steve Smith furiously watching the replay back over and over again in the dressing room on our screen here. He'll be gutted to make his first duck in India, as Phil Long pointed out. So a lot of pressure transfers onto the Australian middle order. Head back into the side. Peter Hanscom, Alex Carey, they've got a long 40 minutes ahead of them thinking about what's to come.
Yeah, the crucial at the start after this lunch break, Australia did really well. Of course, Usman Khawaja to score 50 runs, and the stand he's done here, the way he did it too. I use the word comfortably. He's generally pretty casual sort of bloke around the place, but the use of his feet was outstanding. And I just think for the Australia to win the toss, select a bat, to be 94 at lunch is a great result. It's just those 3 wickets, though. Yeah. That's not a good thing.
Phil Long, you got one for us before we go to the break.
Yeah, Australia 86 for 1 from the first 20 overs of the day, rattling along at over 4 and over. Those last 5 overs before lunch, 8 for 2. It's that the Test match.
They turn the screws, that's for sure. India taking 2 late wickets in the session. Our coverage is for Henley Homes by Henley Completed Home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au, and for Tyre Power. Falcon Tyres clean bowled at 25% off. Stick with us throughout the lunch break. We're going back to Melbourne, where Julian De Stoop will join you. 1300 736 736. He'll be taking your calls. Let us know how you are seeing it. We'll be back in Delhi after lunch for the second session. Australia to resume at 3 for 94.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo. Henley.com.au and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Shami bowls. Warner edges and he's out. Into the keeper's gloves. It's an uneasy stay for Dave Warner that ends at 15. Shami thought he had him early. He has him now. Warner rips the gloves off.
Bowling again. Forward comes Labuschagne, struck on the pad. Ashwin's up the leg before. Ends up with slip. It's turned down either way. Robert's interested. He's already blown a review, but Ashwin is convincing his captain. It was the one that was sliding across Labuschagne. They are going up, 49%, we'll see. So the first red's clear. The second red comes in line, and it will be hitting middle stump, 3/4 of the way out. Ashwin, 31 fifers, Steve Smith, 30 centuries. Facing again, beaten. It's gone! Steve Smith's gone for a second ball duck. Safely pouched by KS Bharat. Ashwin's on fire. And hearts are sinking across Australia because this was the day they needed Labuschagne and Smith to go big, and they've been both dismissed in the space of 3 Ashwin deliveries. Suddenly, it's 3 for 91 and Australia are under the pump. Facing Ashwin, 2 wickets in his previous over, 2 in 3 balls. Bowls here, Khawaja reaching for it and taking him down to long off where Siraj does the fielding. 3 for 93, and Khawaja in the process raises a half century. I'm not sure that you could have put more into the first 2 hours of a Test match than what we've seen in Delhi. All sorts of debates and strategy around Australia's selection. Won the toss, selected to bat. Warner given out LBW for noughts. That was overturned. A bumper barrage that did damage to an elbow and struck him one on the side of the head. Then gone for 15. Khawaja's the mainstay. He was given out and has been reprieved. Labuschagne given not out. That was overturned to send him on his way, and Smith the second ball duck. Cricket in this part of the world has a quality to it. 3 for 94. Michael Kasprowicz, we needed that 40 minutes just to draw breath and absorb it all.
And I'm not sure the breath outside is any good either. I think the pollution is quite high. I understand, but having said that, you're right. That's the benefit of Test cricket in this part of the country.
Mohammad Siraj gets us underway after lunch. He's in and bowls to Travis Head. It's a bouncer. And it goes fizzing past the grill.
That's one thing we never saw in Nagpur for the whole Test was the short ball. And India have actually taken it up. They've actually used out halfway down. Having a look how much bouncer is in this wicket. And it's surprising, actually. A bit of lift, a bit of carry. We didn't see the wicket keepers taking the ball through waist height. They had to bend down to catch the ball. And we were expecting exactly the same here. But no, it's certainly good to see that the fast bowlers can get it through there. Shame Australia only picked one.
Well, there's been plenty for everyone so far. Siraj bowls and Head defends the ball out near extra cover. It's dived over the top of by the Indian captain, but fielded safely at mid-off, no run.
I say that jokingly, of course, that there's obviously a former fast bowler. I'd love a whole team of fast bowlers. That'd be pretty make a lot of fun. But I think Australia's done the right thing coming into this Test match with the changes there. We'll have to wait and see. But of course, with the changes there, Matt Kuhnemann, fellow Queenslander, makes his debut. Test baggy green, number 466.
Such a moment in his life, the rapid-fire week that he's had. It's the source of plenty of debate and intrigue in its own right. 3 slips in place. Siraj bowls. Head leaves outside the off-stump.
Look, Siraj, it's great for him. Obviously, I'm not sure the family will be able to get the visa and get over here anytime real soon. But, of course, with technology these days, they can certainly listen to it on SEN. You can feel like you're here. Are you there?
Yes. What an incredible first couple of hours. As you watch at home. Yeah. And sometimes you wonder, well, how can't you put a halt to this? But when the game speeds up here and it feels like a wicket is coming every ball, and Australia counter-attacked quite superbly, is keeping the scoreboard ticking over and the boundaries that they struck. Siraj bowls and Head edges out through gully and down for 4. You know how he throws his hands at those ones outside the off stump. You could visualise that pretty well. The horizontal slash off an edge down to the boundary. He's on 5, and the boundary there is for Blunston. Rotaflex by Blunston.
Really wondering about the planning here from India. Siraj bowled really well and tight, seeing that ball going through and trying to get it across Travis Head. Now, they've got 4 slips in place, 4 regulation slips, and right from the slip all the way to a cover fielder, there is no fieldsman in there. Travis Head, if you like, that's his V. Going from there, really square of the wicket, and any little bit of width, he does throw the hands at it. He loves it out there.
They wouldn't want to feed that. Siraj bowls at the off stump. That was well pitched, and Head with a nice job in his defence to keep it out.
Yeah, that's what we saw in Australia, the way that he was playing. You don't have to be given too much room outside off stump. He was sort of making it, but that's his strength. Anything square of the wicket there, a cut shot. And it's almost like you're encouraging him with 4 slips and no fielder. We're talking about 40 metres, maybe?
Yeah. So they've got the straight extra cover 4 pitches away and the mid-off, and then they've got more of a deep backward point than a third man, and then the 3 in the cordon. So there's a big space for Head to work with, and he's happy to oblige as he opens the face outside the off-stump and runs it down to Axar Patel at deep point. So a single there brings Australia to 3 for 99. The scoreboard in this session for K Rain Irrigation scoreboards. 6 from 12, Travis said. Khawaja is 50 from 74. There was so much cunning and guile in Ashwin and Khawaja's duel. They both had their moments. Khawaja, it was so interesting yesterday. Pat Cummins spoke around the idea of, if we're going to fail, let's fail in the right way. And there's been a far greater intent to score. And if it brings you demise, the setup is clearly prepared to wear that. Yeah,
and the thing is, no one's got out today from playing a really bad shot, or even like looking to be too positive, which is how you assume generally the wickets we get. But I think what we found is that with once again the spinning wicket, the one going straight, not the one turning, but the one going straight, brought out the demise of players.
Ashwin in, bowls Head forward and defending the ball off the inside portion of the bat to the leg side. So Ashwin 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 29.
You know what I mean? Like as far as what the LBW is, it's the ball going straight on. Certainly we're expecting to turn a lot more.
Head uses his feet, comes forward, blunts the spin and defends the offside.
And the positivity of the batting, even just then, Travis Head using his feet, coming down, getting to the pitch of the ball. That's positive.
A slip, silly point, short extra cover. With Ashwin in operation to Travis Head, who's off his pads to the leg side. Fiddled the bat around the pad. A little bit of excitement from the keeper. Nothing more from it.
When you said before about the Khawaja-Ashwin battle, how that works, I love it too, because Usman Khawaja is easily the most casual cricketer you'll ever see.
Ashwin around the wicket, flights a ball that Head punches away to cover. It's well fielded. And no chance of a run. Shreyas did the diving and prevents Australia rotating the strike.
So when I'm just interested when you said the battle, like you said, it's not throwing too many punches.
Full ball picked up by Head, knocked away to mid-on, misses out. Saksar Patel is the fielder on patrol. Head would feel like he should have got that away from the fielder. Now a short leg in place as Head is playing the ball safely to the offside. So a maiden from Ashwin to start after lunch. It's 3 for 99, the K Rain Irrigation scoreboard.
Good afternoon. There's been an accident out in Pakenham on the corner of Pakenham Road and Mount Shamrock Road, and another incident out in Glen Waverley on Ferntree Gully Road at Springvale Road. Delays still remain after 2 breakdowns in the Burnley Tunnel, and an emergency incident in the CBD has Flinders Street closed eastbound between Queen Street and Elizabeth Street. Make sure you're using Collins Street if you are in the area. Isn't it time you SUVW? Get the Volkswagen T-Cross 85 TSI Life from $32,990 drive away. T's and C's apply at volkswagen.com.au. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
The opening session of play was loaded with Bendix big moments, confidence stopping Bendix breaks for both teams. Warner 15, Labuschagne 18, Smith a second ball duck, which was a disaster for Australia. Ashwin was able to do him over and draw the outside edge into the keeper's gloves. Mohammad Siraj, 7 overs, none for 19. Usman Khawaja is on 50. Around the wicket to Khawaja, who meets it with the full face of the bat and defends to mid-off.
So 99 runs on the board for Australia, having won the toss and elected to bat. It's a pretty good result. And obviously those 2 wickets just before lunch, Labuschagne and then Smith on 91. Those 2 wickets there really was a kick they didn't need. But Usman Khawaja has looked so good out there, comfortable in his game plan. He's on 50.
He's turning the ball to the leg, pitched out his hip, but he runs it down to fine leg for a single. The 100 up for Australia in the 28th over after Pat Cummins called tails correctly and elected to bat.
Well, that gave them the opportunity to bowl last on this wicket. We'll talk about the turn, the ends. It's a pretty typical sort of wicket, to be honest, having been here, seen lots of wickets over here in India over the years. From playing, but also in other capacities, and it's pretty typical. It's sort of bare on the ends. Interesting here in Delhi, the soil underneath is a more darker sort of look to it, which means that it might sort of end up coming up in chunks rather than dusting, being really fine.
Siraj over the wicket, bowls, head on the back foot, punches him away to mid-off, no run. So, Casper, tell me about pace bowling in India and what you learnt from tour to tour and what was most successful.
What we learnt was that what works in Australia doesn't necessarily work here. So shorter length, outside off stump, build pressure. On these conditions, you weren't getting the bounce to support, the outside edge of the bat when you'd beat the bat that way. And so you weren't able to get the catches to slips generally.
They've gone split slips and a gully now to Head, who's reaching and edging the ball into the gully. It falls short of Shreyas on the dive. No run.
So what we did in 2004, it worked particularly well, was actually coming in and bowling a straighter line, almost like a line at, say, off stump, top of off stump. It's still not up volleys, but we could also bowl short bounce, even on the really slow, low wickets. Effort ball, of course, was to get the ball up around head height, force the batsman back, have 2 men back, forward square, deep fine leg. You can play the hook shot, but with the variable bounce, there might be a downfall. Short mid-wicket as well. If they flick naturally to leg side, might get out.
Siraj bowls, Head pulls across the line, that hung in the bats, and a little dangerously falls away to mid-wicket, no run.
The other side was you're still trying to force them back, to trap them on the crease, and hopefully one does keep low and you're looking for that LBW. But that worked particularly well. Good plan, but it was in the execution, and it helps when you got the best ever in Glenn McGrath.
Yep.
To actually do that. Jason Gillespie, Dizzy, was fantastic, and then you had Shane Warne, but ultimately it was about getting enough runs on the board, of which Matthew Hayden, I think, and Adam Gilchrist helped out.
Head lets the short delivery pass. That one dips down in front of the keeper. 1 from the over. 3 for 100. The K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard.
Bendix General CT brake pads are the everyday braking solution with stealth advanced technology for smoother, quieter, more comfortable driving. Blue titanium stripe technology eliminates the bedding in process, while noise-absorbing shims reduce vibration and noise. For improved stopping performance, low dust, low rotor wear and enhanced durability, ask for Bendix General CT brake pads at your next service. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook. Henley.com.au. Tony from Henley Homes is with us here in India, having his first taste of cricket in this country, which is a unique and tasty dish. 3 for 100, Khawaja's 51, Ashwin 2 for 29. 2 slips in place with Khawaja on strike, a deep square and a deep point. So they're protecting both the sweep and the reverse sweep. Ashwin around the wicket begins his over. Khawaja struck on the pad. They liked it behind. Ashwin knew it wasn't out. Hey, gents, loving the coverage of the cricket while I'm sweating it out at work. Doing the cricket wickets for Ipswich Grammar School. A shout out to Casper, who I met in September last year at our fields during the Brisbane Premier League tournament. It couldn't have been a nicer bloke. Smithy's in Ipswich. Smithy, lovely to have you with us.
Love your work, Smithy.
0433 98 11 16 direct to the box. Khawaja's leaning forward. Big plan to the front foot. Defends the ball to the slips.
He does a great job, Smithy also. Leaves plenty of grass on his wickets down there at Ipswich Grammar. That's what we want to see, isn't it? Cricket. Certainly as fast bowls we do.
Mix and rye, watching the cricket from the peninsula in Melbourne. Prawns, oysters and beer. What an enthralling battle on the edge of my seat the whole time. Ashwin bowls. Quite a leading edge, falls safely to the offside. He was looking to turn that to leg. And it suddenly ended up wide of the slips. The ultimate challenge. Come on, you Aussies. Ping us through a message wherever you are. How you're taking it in. It is white knuckle stuff.
It really is great, isn't it? This is Test cricket at its best. And I know the conditions are a little bit different, but then it's testing out the Australian batsman, you know, and there's a little bit of turn there. It's only just after lunch on day one.
Yeah.
But also, too, you know, this is what Test cricket is all about.
Adapt and prevail in foreign conditions. Ashwin flights the delivery right up to Usman, who keeps it out. Yes, I mean, whatever runs are made here are worth so much in a player's record. They all count the same on paper, but you just know, don't you, watching it. And then when you see Steve Smith go for a second ball duck. Ashwin full, Khawaja defends out past the short cover, where Rohit Sharma signals to his sweeper in the deep to do the fielding. A single taken, 3 for 101. Khawaja is 52.
And over the years, it's been difficult. You've had some great Australian players come here and have to, adjust their game, as you said, to the conditions. One of those guys that did particularly well was Matthew Hayden. Implemented a sweep shot, powerful sweep shot.
Head to see the last ball of the over. He's planting forward, keeping it short of the silly points, and just signalling as to what the flight of all of that was. 3 for 101 at the end of the over. The K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard.
Hey Dad, looking for something to do with the kids these school holidays? Throw the kids in the back of the golf cart and visit X-Golf. X-Golf simulators use state-of-the-art technology in a relaxed and welcoming indoor environment. Combined with finger-licking good food and the 19th hole that's just for Dad, it's the ultimate family golfing entertainment experience. X-Golf is teeing off all around Australia, including their all-new Northland store. Find your closest X-Golf these school holidays at xgolf.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. A quick change after the lunch break. Mohammed Shami has come back to replace Mohammed Shiraz. So Siraj, 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 20. That's a little bit later on, isn't it, the Shiraz?
God, I felt like I needed a Shiraz after
I
the first
know,
hour.
a little bit with lunch. Shami around the wicket, starts the new over, stroked away by Khawaja to mid-off. No run. Peter Lalor, welcome back.
It's good to be back, Gerard.
Could we have jammed any more into the first 2 hours of a test match?
I felt like that was the Hadron Collider of cricket, Gerard. Everything was just smashed into that moment, wasn't it? The selections, the early swing in that mist, the rearing bounce from the seam bowlers, and of course the spin. Oh, no, that was one very crowded hour, and then another one.
Shami bowls. Khawaja's seen it all as he defends to the offside. There was the little interaction on the run out of the non-strikers then with Ashwin having to glare at Labuschagne.
On another day, Gerard, that would have been a yarn.
Yes. There's just too much going on to get distracted by.
I was saying to Gideon Haig, we got enough to fill the paper just on selection. We didn't need to see a ball bowl. And how do you actually rate Australia's performance in that first 2 hours? They lost 3 wickets, but to my mind, they didn't do that badly. In fact, I thought they did well.
Shami in, bowls, Khawaja out of his pads, the short mid-wicket, no run.
Look, you'll go back and look at the scorecard and you'll say David Warner made 15 runs. That's 15's a fail, isn't it?
Yep.
But he got him to that drinks break. He fell just as he started to open the shoulders a bit and score a little bit. But to get him to the drinks break was important because we saw Steve Smith lasted 2 balls. We saw Marnus Labuschagne do his best. But how many balls did Marnus survive?
25.
25. It's hard work out there.
It's the hard yards, all right. Khawaja defends the ball that's coming at the off stump from Shami.
I think batsmen go out there thinking they've got the lifespan of a fly. Yeah.
Make hay.
If you can. And where do we rank this 50 by Usman Khawaja?
Yeah.
I reckon it ranks among one of his great innings. Forget those innings in Pakistan on true tracks or in Sydney where you're not challenged too much. That first 2 hours by Usman Khawaja's better 2 hours of his life.
And Australia needs him now. He needs him to go on with his 52. He's got Travis Head on 6 at the other end, and he's got Shami in his sights. He bowls, bouncer. He stayed out of it. Shaped to hook. Got inside, let it pass. I think the real feature, we knew what Ashwin would be like. It's mesmerising to watch him. The bounce, Siraj with genuine venom, and then Shami's been able to tap into a bit of it as well.
Look, and they're bowling really well, and they're a threat almost every delivery. But would you have the seamers on to Travis Head early? I reckon I'll just bring the spinners in for Travis Head straight away.
Yeah, he does enjoy it, and even the field they set for him too. Pete was, I'm not sure they've seen too much video of him.
Took him over to correct it. Khawaja plays with the outside portion of the bat as he defends to off. That is a maiden over from Shami, 3 for 101. The K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard.
Good afternoon. There's been a serious accident out in Pakenham on Mount Shamrock Road. It's currently closed in both directions at Pakenham Road. Use Army Road if you're in the area. And a rollover on the Mornington Peninsula Freeway northbound at Bungower Road. Jump on the Murray-Dark Highway to avoid that one. Finally, an emergency incident in the CBD has Flinders Street closed eastbound between Queen Street and Elizabeth Street. A massive $122 million could be yours with the USA Mega Lotto. Hurry, draw closes at midday tomorrow. Grab your tickets now at lotteryoffice.com.au. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. At the broadcast end, the pavilion end. Sar Ashwin is bowling and Travis Head plays back and knocks it out of the stumps. It was zeroing in and he had to do a lot to get it out to short cover.
Yeah, it's great bowling. Travis Head obviously coming into this test match has been working at it, get his game plan there. But you don't want to be pushing at the ball out in front. There's a man at short forward.
Head came down, didn't know where it was. Head was to the leg side, ball was to the offside. It's like his head was over there and his guts were over there. He got through one way or another.
Well, that's it. Come out with a plan to see it. We haven't seen the balls. The odd ball's turned a little bit, but mainly it's going straight.
Ashwin bowls. Head arrives down the ground. Powerful stroke, 6. The counter-attack from Travis Head. He knew where that one was. And he sent it on its way. Head is 12. It's 3 for 107.
Well, that's one way to fix it. Use your feet. Get down to the pitch. Don't give the ball a chance to really get much grip or turn. And he came down and gave it everything. Great bit of work. And we talked about being positive out there. Don't stand the crease and poke and prod. Travis Head is showing us exactly what his game plan is.
Wait for Ravi to turn one past that outside edge. You wait.
He does come back with the next ball pretty routinely. Head is leaning on it, blunting it away. Mid-wicket does the fielding, no run. Our boundaries for Rotaflex by Blunston.
I like the way they've even left the field up here, saying, go on, try it again. So mid-on, mid-off, they're up relatively close. Have another crack.
Ashwin does. Head came forward. It's in the midst. It's in the midst of silly mid-off, but without the inside edge. They'll have a little conversation. I think Pujara knows there was no bat on it. He Rowett and Ashwin return to their corners.
It's great. Giving it a little bit of air. Just putting the cheese down the track. Travis is running out at it.
Ashwin bowls to it. Head stays home and defends on this occasion.
So he's a puppeteer, isn't he? He draws you out, he pushes you back.
And that is the end of the over. 3 for 107.
For ultimate braking performance on your off-road adventures, fit Bendix Ultimate 4-Wheel Drive brake pads. Their high-tech ceramic formulation provides low dust and noise while delivering high-temperature stability and exceptional fade resistance. They also feature our mechanical retention system backing plate for improved pad attachment strength. Bendix Ultimate 4-Wheel Drive brake pads. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Mohammad Shami bowls. Usman Khawaja turns him away down through square. He'll get one as Jadeja comes around in the white flopping and does the fielding. Khawaja is 53.
And batted so well. I use the word comfortable. And we always love how casual Usman has been. We've seen that for the last couple of seasons when he came back into the Australian team. And really just his domination in that position, it's been fantastic. Fantastic. You're certainly going to need him today.
Calm. I reckon, mate, he's like that duck on the pond. He's paddling away underneath. That's the thing with Marty, isn't it? He never looks too flustered, but
no,
you don't know what's going on underneath.
His mind will be going furiously with the challenges that are before him. Shami's bowling to Head, edges and caught in the cordon. Shami saws off Heads. Outside edge. And the return of Travis Head does not do the trick for Australia. Pace strikes again. Head goes for 12. It's 4 for 108.
That ball there, shorter length, outside off stump. One of those sort of balls, Travis Head could have left it. He could have let it go, but he threw the bat at it, and a good catch there. Went quickly by Rahul. And he's very thankful that is Shami.
Well, Travis Head doesn't let those ones go.
No,
Travis Head is a batsman who takes the bowlers on, and that's what he's in there to do. Look, you know, Australia could end up in a real mess here, and I sound like I'm making excuses for them, but what else could they do? And what else could Travis Head do in a situation like this? And isn't it ironic? I just finished saying I really think they should, we should have had the spinners on against them, but it just shows you that the danger is everywhere. There's danger at 360 degrees for these batsmen.
It feels like intuitively you go, don't lose wickets to the pace bowling, and yet the pace bowling has been exceptional.
Oh, yeah.
And Shami's got 2 to show for it. Siraj he's actually been the physical threat. He doesn't have a wicket yet, but so he does the trick. That is Head's bread and butter, but he was too close to him to do what he was attempting to do.
And I think just the extra bounce that we've seen here on the wicket, it's sort of surprising, really. We talk about it being a low, sort of slow wicket. I even had a conversation with the groundsman this morning, just, out in the field. I went out and spoke to him about the wicket and all that. And he even said that there's normally a little bit of bounce they've been having in their IPL matches. So he indicated there could be some bounce.
Phone rang in my room last night at 11 o'clock. It's a nice old Indian man that I know from Chennai. And he said, Peter, Australia have got this pitch wrong. There is bounce in this pitch. I said, really? It's not what we're hearing. We're hearing it's low. So he says, no, trust me. It will bounce. So there you go.
In my mind, that's the hotel phone ringing. I know it's probably your mobile, but I just sort of like to think that it's someone who tracked you down and said, the countrymen have got this wrong.
I can't reveal my sources, but I thought it's
4 for 108. Peter Hanscom is the new man at the crease. Chamois over the wicket to him. Edges short of the keeper. Through the bat at it, off an inside edge. Bharat knocked it down. I don't know about playing at that ball first up. Hanscom gets a single. 4 for 109.
And bat nowhere near pads, just through the hands at that one. Sort of brought the panic from the dressing room. First delivery, lucky to survive.
Well, it's 2 foot wide of that off stump there. It's one of those regulation ones. Beautiful, let it go straight through. And nerves are a funny thing. Obviously the moment out here, getting the opportunity. And instinct to see the ball there. It was nice and full. Maybe in Australia, you're looking to hit that through the covers. Didn't happen.
Shami bowls to Khawaja. Everything's on Khawaja right now. He defends the ball to the offside. The position of 1 for 91 has become 4 for 109 and perilous.
Well, the luxury that Hanscom has here is studying it's the seam bowling. While it is a serious examination, is that at least the swing has gone and the ball is a little bit softer, but still, ain't no fun.
Well, that's Test cricket. That's what you want from Test cricket. It's a challenge. The best players in the world against each other. And I know you said that's how Travis Head plays, but it was one of those ones. Well, let it go. Let the bowler come to you.
Shami bowls Khawaja. Full face of the bat to extra cover. No run. Incidentally, New Zealand all out for 306 in its first innings against New Zealand, so trailing by 19 runs. Tom Blundell top scored with 138. England's second innings is going to start against the pink ball under lights. So that is just an intriguing scenario there. As the stats, download the SEN app from your app store today.
Did they score them at 6 runs and over, just like England?
It's so, like...
They came out and thrashing it.
They didn't. Shami bowls to Khawaja. He's in behind it. And again, safely sees it off. End of the over, 4 for 109. The K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard.
Get ready for the summer holidays. Book your value car park at Melbourne Airport online now and guarantee your spot. Upgrade to the Value Express and let us park your car. For just a $24 upgrade fee, simply drive up and hand us the keys. We'll have your car waiting for you when you get back. Book online at melbourneairport.com.au or on the spot when you enter the Value car park. Park with ease at Melbourne Airport.
4 for 109. Oh, dear me. Khawaja 53, Hanscom 1. It's probably my fault. Sorry about that. It's exciting.
It's like Angus Young plugging his guitar in.
Wasn't it?
Yeah. Ashwin is bowling from our broadcast end. This is a long spell either side of lunch. Hanscom sees his first ball and he's a long way forward defending. We've got bits falling off the box. The front fell off. Martin's in Phnom Penh. He says, you guys sound like you're having a great time. Tempted to pop over. Oh, you should if you're at all tempted. And he can get here. You absolutely should. Ashwin bowls. And that's defended by Hanscom to the offside. I rather like this. This is Brendan. This is for you, Pete. Listening in the cab of a tractor on the surface of Optus Stadium, oversowing. Hello, Pete. Met him through the test match here. Good taste in music. Hanscom is back and playing from the off stump. He nibbles it away to backward point, no run. Brendan.
He's a great fella. Groundsman, yes. We bonded over music while standing on the boundary and talking about growing grass and stuff.
You were just growing it, not doing something else?
Next time you're in Sydney, come round, I'll play some records with you, mate. Missing my records.
Hanscom has 1 run to his name from that very nervy first ball. Ashwin is going to come right arm over the wickets to him. It's short. Hanscom is back and defending. Listening to awesome coverage on my way to see Richard Dawkins at the Convention Centre. Unsure how I'll be able to turn the coverage off to listen to Richard. Damn, I love Test cricket. I think there's a lot of that going around.
Maybe headphones.
Hanscom just pulls out. with a little bit of a disturbance in front of the sight screen.
Richard Dawkins, is he country and western? Got some intellectual listeners, Gerard.
Ashwin to Hanscom, full flighted, turned away to leg, out to the sweeper Jadeja at mid-wicket. Hanscom goes to 2, it's 4 for 110.
I liked what I saw of Hanscom in Nagpur. Pete's in a good place. Nice spot in his career. He's older, he's wiser. So it's the leadership down in Victoria. He'd been in the team, out of the team. It's part of your learning curve, isn't it?
Khawaja hasn't seen much of the strike since lunch. He sees the last ball of this over off an inside edge and pads, and it's to the onside. 1 from the over. 4 for 110. The K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard as Colo's coming back.
Find where you belong with Harcourts. Here's CEO Tony Morrison.
The only thing constant is change, especially in property management. From changes in legislation, interest rates, tenants' rights, if you're paying a property manager, they need to be all over it. At Harcourts, it's our mission to keep landlords and tenants informed and to ensure all expectations are met. It's another reason we've been around for over 130 years.
Visit harcourts.com.au and rest assured.
On the call, I've got Ravi Shastri jumping in as well. Pete Lawler still here. Shami continuing, bowling to Hanscom, who's carving down to backward point, where there's no single. Akshar Patel is there. Good afternoon, Ravi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mohammad Shami, how often have we seen this? He's handed over the old ball, he runs in hard, breaks partnerships. But one thing is pretty evident straight away after lunch. Rohit Sharma realizes runs in the first innings are at a premium. So he's got an in-out field already. He knows if Australia reach 220, 230, that's a lot of runs.
Certainly feels that way. 1 wicket since lunch. That was Travis Head. Shami bowls here. Hanscom goes back and defends off his off stump. The ball ends up at backward point again.
Ravi, there'll be a lot of people sitting back at home and saying, Australia have messed this up in that first session. How do you assess Australia's performance thus far?
I thought it was even, that first session of play. I take the 90 runs.
Yeah,
90 runs is premium.
Yeah.
Runs in the first innings here are crucial. You get past 200, 210. Back yourself to have one partnership from here. That's worth 50, 60. You're almost there.
How do you have a track that has this searing bounce for the seamers and then that fantastic turn for Ashwin? What a wicket it is.
That's what Shami's looking for here. Bowling to Hanscom. Back of a length, pushes out towards mid-on, no single. We saw a couple of balls from Gerard really rear up off a length before lunch.
And that should encourage Australia. They've got Pat Cummins in the side. They've got 3 spinners in the side.
Yeah.
India will be batting last on this surface. So this is where you've got to concentrate at your hardest. Like someone like Khawaja now, who's got it, he's got to convert this score. You had 100 in the test match in Nagpur and India won it when Rohit Sharma got it. This is the opportunity for Khawaja. You get 100 here, it might be a match-winning innings.
You'll be a hero.
3 slips for Shami. Bowls here to Hanscom, who goes back to defend for the 3rd time in the over in the point region. No run, he stays on 2. Hanscom's on, Khawaja's on 53. Got a text in here from Chris in Bateman's Bay. I'm backing in Uzi for a ton. As a team, we're showing fight that reminds me of the 89 Ashes series. Miracles do happen. Well, that's a bold call, Chris, but I like where you're going with it. If Khawaja does go and post 3 figures, it'll go some way to keeping Australia in the match because they have lost 4 wickets already.
Certainly will.
He was reprieved on 48. A leg before shout that looked pretty out, but DRS saved him as our phone falls down again. We'll work on that. Bit of commotion in the press box. Shami bowls. Hanscom driving with hard hands out through backward point. And gets himself a boundary. Our boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston. 3 times in the over he defended to the man in that position, but really middled that and moves to 6. 4 for 114.
All these boundaries important for Australia. He was in control. He was playing away from his body, but still very much in control. When the bat made contact, he was hitting it into the ground. And these are useful runs. You've got to cash in when there's width on offer. He's done that.
That's a good shot. Did bat well last week in the first innings for his 30.
That's why I can't be too critical of Head having a go at that delivery, playing that shot.
Yes.
There was some talk, maybe he could have left it, but no, you've got to be looking to score when the opportunity's there.
And the control with the top end in India is so important on these tracks, which are slower. The ball is turning.
So Shami to complete his set, running in from the northern end. 2 catching mid-wickets now. Third slips out. Bowls to him and Hanscom drives beautifully. Out through point. Back-to-back boundaries for the Victorian captain. There for Rotoflex by Blunston. He advances to double figures. 4 for 118 at the end of the over on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard.
The new V8 Ram range is now in Australia. Get down to Alan Mance Ram, Australia's biggest and most awarded Ram dealer with Express, Warlock, Laramie and limited models all in stock. So don't take a chance. Come and visit us today at Alan Mance Ram. alanmanceram.com.au. LMCT 4976.
At Epic Arena, there's thousands of epic golf experiences. Tee off on the world's best golf courses on a golf simulator like Pebble Beach or Augusta. Enjoy live sports on the big screen, drinks and more. Only 10Ks from the CBD. Immerse yourself at Epic Arena Melbourne.
SEN Test Cricket live from Delhi for Tyre Power, your trusted local. And for Henley Homes by Henley, completed home at the Dales. BonniebrookHenley.com.au. We thank them for their support. Having us over in India, we've got Ravi, Shastri, Peter Lalor with us as our experts, and Peter Hanscom hitting 2 splendid boundaries to end that over from Shami. It's going to be Jadeja who gets an opportunity now from our broadcast end for the first time since lunch. 3 overs done for 11 in the first session.
Yes, and I think he'll have a long spell here. He should have a lot of spin now for the rest of the session.
Well, really nicely. Had a big shout for leg before first ball that was turned down. Jadeja, first delivery here. Reverse sweep from Khawaja. How many times have we said that today already? Only for 1. Out to Shreyas Iyer. 4 for 119. Khawaja up to 54. He didn't have much of a sweep on him, Khawaja. Indeed, when he went to Bangladesh in 17, he was out playing the sweep in the first test and they dumped him straight away. But all the way back then, they were talking about how can they get him right to play in Asia. And, of course, that series in Pakistan last year that Pete and I were covering for SEN, that proved that all the hard work was worth it. And now he reverse sweeps with the best of them.
Yeah, I think Pat Cummins, for one, has a lot of confidence in his ability.
Yeah.
He probably would have seen him a lot. He's backed him. And it's made a difference.
A lot of love there for Usman Khawaja. Now, Hanscom's turn to face Jadeja for the first time. Just taking a moment here. So slip, silly, point, catching cover. Rohit, the captain, the ladder of those 3. The 3 men up close. Jadeja round the wicket, away from us. Bowls to Hanscom, gets well forward in defence. Out to silly, point, no run.
Almost takes a guard, takes his guard in the air there, doesn't he? Puts a mark. He thrusts the bat handle forwards. Middle stump to middle stump, just to line up. I like the way he sets up.
Jadeja took a 5-er against Australia here in 2013. Bowls here pushed into the onside, no run. He's pushing towards what will be his 250th in Test cricket. That's his next milestone. A bowler who has spent time in and out of the side due to the extraordinary depth that India enjoy, but of late, last couple of years, he's been superb. One of the informal rounders on the planet. Must be, we'll get into this a bit in terms of selection with India. Blessed with these 2 spinners coming through at the same time. Jadeja to Hanscom, pushed out towards point. Again, another single in that direction. He's 11, 4 for 120. I mean, the fact that Ashwin has barely played in England the last couple of tours, I mean, what an extraordinary luxury that is to have a guy as good as him, number 2 in the world, but you know, the balance is there to play Jadeja.
Yes, and he's a terrific cricketer. He's just evolved nicely. There's so much more belief in his own ability.
To Hanscom, make that to Khawaja. Catch it, short leg, not quite. Bounces up over the top of Shreyas Iyer, diving away to his right, ever so close to an opportunity there in close. 4 for 121 with that Khawaja single. He's 55, smile on his face.
Yes, you need some luck on the surface. And this was away from Pujara, but clearly off the bat.
Just got far enough forward, didn't he, to take Pujara out of play. He jumps over to silly point when Hanscom's on strike. Jadeja looking to get one to turn and bounce to Hanscom, who has started well. Jadeja bowls, Hanscom leaves alone outside the off stump. End of the 35th over on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. Australia 4 for 121, Hanscom's 11, Khawaja 55.
Hi, Dwayne here. In footy, when you win a premiership, it's thanks to more than the on-field performance. There's a whole support team you don't see. And it's the same at Werribee Kia. Thanks to excellence in every single department, they've won the prestigious National Kia Dealer of the Year award. So why go anywhere else? Find award-winning service and your local Kia experts at Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Akshar Patel is going to get his first chance of the Test match. Adam Collins, Ravi, Shastri and Pete Lawler with you on the call. So another one of these brilliant Indian spinners in Akshar's case. 10 Test matches, 48 wickets at 14.7 if you don't mind.
And they can all bat. That's why I say India's never had it so good, where you have 3 spinners who are all good enough to get into the side as bowlers, but can also bat.
Made a defining half-century at Nagpur, Akshar, 84 to be precise. He'll start with the slip and the leg slip, bowling to Khawaja on leg stump, defended back down the pitch, no run. So, yeah, away from home. With Australian cricket, it's pretty rare that you need a second or third spinner, right? It's, playing in Asia, but at home, it so rarely happens. But in India, your spinners are your front liners, and away from home, usually only room for one. Akshar bowls, Khawaja defends. What's it like when you leave Ashwin out of a Test 11? I can imagine he gets quite grumpy.
Well, he would be disappointed, but then he would be disappointed, but he's been around for a long time, so he knows what the team needs.
Akshar to Khawaja, clips from the leg stump, gets one. He's 56, 4 for 122.
He knows that what the team needs is of paramount importance. If the balance means that another fast bowler should play, then so be it.
So in terms of the pecking order away from home, like Jadeja's very much preferred to Ashwin, despite Ashwin's record with the ball, because of his all-round ability.
All-round ability plus in the field. He's an outstanding fielder.
Yes, there was that 2019 World Cup when Jadeja only played twice but had more touches of the ball than anyone in the comp. He was the sub-fielder constantly. You used him so well. Always an injury somewhere, wasn't there? Hanscom's 11. Akshar to him. That's a straight one. Inside part of the bat. Gets one out to square leg. Hanscom now 12. 4 for 123. Yes, with Jadeja here at Delhi. 3 Test matches, 19 wickets, 17. I mean, every statistical category for Jadeja, whether it's in India, against Australia, at home, in Asia, he stands out. Bowling in tandem here with Akshar Patel. Delivers and Khawaja gets forward. Hard hands, outside part of the bat again. Gets a single deep backward point. He's 57. 4 for 124. 8th Test match between these nations at Delhi.
Yeah, and we've not seen Akshar Patel still hit him. Normally, when he gets into the groove, he's the quickest of the lot.
So last ball here, it's at Hanscom. 36th over. Got the short leg and the catching cover. Akshar bowls. Hanscom goes back as he likes to do to spin. Ending the over, 4 for 124. Hanscom 12. Khawaja 57, and that's on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard.
Find where you belong with Harcourts. Here's CEO Tony Morrison.
By the time this ad airs, there will have been shifts in the market. They'll have been reported on TV, in the paper and online. And chances are they'll shift again. At Harcourts, we live and breathe the market and will give you the full story as it happens. Empowering you and getting the best result possible is another reason we've been around for over 130 years.
Visit harcourts.com.au and rest assured.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Australia lost 1 wicket in the session so far that's been going for about 45 minutes. Travis Head caught that 4th slip by KL Rahul from the bowling of Shami, forcing off the back foot, thick edge through to the Indian vice-captain. That brought Hanscom to join Khawaja, who's there on 57. On strike to Jadeja. Left arm over the wicket. Khawaja goes back to defend. So both of these players, Pete, we know they like to use the depth of the crease to defend.
They do. And they do. And look, what I really like here too is Australia have slowed the game down a little bit by scoring, by making India shift the field around a little bit, just relieving the tension.
Khawaja's 100th delivery. Tries to sweep it. Little inside edge onto the pad. Ends up at first slip, no run.
And there's intent from the outset, even though they lost wickets. The intent was there to score runs, rotate the strike, don't keep one batsman at one end for too long.
Jadeja, short leg catching mid-wicket. Khawaja sweeps in that direction. Out to the sweeper at deep square leg. Bish and Betty stand in that part of the ground. 4 for 125. Again, 58, or back that, Khawaja 58, sorry.
Again, not letting Jadeja settle. You know, and Jadeja settled is coming at you constantly, one ball after another after another. But if you're getting away those singles, you're slowing him down, he's shifting his field around. Hanscom doing the same. He's got 12 from 18. Good intent.
Batting in the baggy green, Hanscom. They love doing that when they can. And the two spinners in operation. Jadeja to Hanscom. He stays on 12, thrusting forward, just away from silly point.
It's so important in India you rotate the strike. Sometimes, as a captain, you go and tell the bowler, a lot in domestic cricket, even in international cricket, please bowl some maidens for me. By telling him that, it's a very simple way to say, but what you're doing is making one batsman's balls and then create pressure.
Jadeja to Hanscom, who goes back and forces off the back foot. That's beautifully timed. Out through point where there is a gap. Hanscom loves it there. He's 16. 4 for 129. Our boundaries for Blunston. Rotaflex by Blunston.
And to continue that theme, especially when you've got the right-hander and the left-hander.
Correct.
Yep.
Does make a difference. But look at the footwork here. Very impressive. In his crease.
That sets up like he's doing the splits, doesn't he? Have you ever seen a batter with his feet wider apart?
Has that distinctive tap where the bat's the wrong way around. He'll do it in a moment. There it is. And then he waits for the bowler to come. It's Jadeja, last ball of the 37th. He's forward competently in defence. Pajara at silly point. End of a productive over for Australia. 5 runs coming from it. 4 for 129. Khawaja 58, Hanscom 16. And that's on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. Pete Lawler jumping out. Bharat jumping in.
Introducing the all-new Lexus RX, the luxury SUV that defies convention. With a rebelliously designed spindle body, it mirrors nothing else. A driver-focused cabin and intuitive interface ensures it feels like nothing else. While with scintillating driving dynamics, it moves like nothing else. Be no one else in the all-new Lexus RX. Expect perfection, experience amazing. Contact Lexus of Brighton for details. LMCT 9897.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Mentioned Bharat Sundaresan jumped in for the first time in the session with his great mate Ravi Shastri. Akshar bowling, Khawaja forward in defence. Hello, Baz.
Afternoon, Adam, and afternoon, Mr. Ravi Shastri.
Yeah, you look very Australian today.
Oh, really? I think you do. Cheers, mate. Get on you.
Akshar's got the slip and the short leg. It's quite square there, Pajara. To Khawaja, who clips out to deep square. The Mahinda Hamanath stand side of the ground. 4 for 130. Khawaja 59. He's batted well since lunch.
He has, and so has Peter Hanscom. And Ravi bhai, I've always had this theory. Guys, batters who score runs in these conditions will always make for good husbands. It's all about commitment, right? Committing to the front foot, committing to the back foot. If you can do that, the way these two have, it's a good sign.
A little tweak to the field for Hanscom. They want that point to come in front of square, so it's more a cover point. So leaving him the gap at backward point where he's struck 3 boundaries in the session so far. They want him cutting. Akshar bowls, Hanscom lunges forward and takes one down to long off. So he's 17, 4 for 131. Ravi, you made the point before that they are spreading the field a little bit. They don't want to concede boundaries because they know that runs on day one will add so much to the texture of this game.
And that's why it's so important for Australia to realise that now. The next 50 runs are so crucial. Don't lose a wicket.
Akshar bowls, fires it in. Khawaja equal to it, defending back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And this is what Australia couldn't do in Nagpur. When wickets fell, they just fell.
Akshar in. 5th ball of the over. Khawaja whipping out to square. There'll be 1 on offer. He's 60, 4 for 132.
And what you don't want to do is when you lose a wicket, lose 2 or 3 in a hurry, because that can happen in India. So that the focus, the concentration of the new man when he goes there is to arrest that tide. You know, he's got to say, I've got to go through a period of half an hour where another wicket doesn't fall. Then it becomes a lot easier.
So long off coming up for the last ball of the over. Trying to put the squeeze on Hanscom here. Akshar round the wicket to him. The Victorian lunges forward and kicks it away. Good technique after dancing down and getting beaten in flight. So 4 for 132. 3 singles coming in the over on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. Hanscom 17, Khawaja 60.
Australia's most popular hose reel is now at Bunnings. The Holman retractable hose reel is the perfect watering solution this summer. Grab yours this weekend. The Holman retractable hose reel, Australia's most popular retractable hose reel. Available at Bunnings.
40 crispy chicken McNuggets are for friends. Together with tangy Cajun sauce, close friends only. Pick up juicy chicken and tangy Cajun at Macca's drive-thru today. Select items available for a limited time.
Jadeja delivers. Start of a new over. Khawaja, reverse sweep out towards deep backward point. Doesn't quite carry. Indeed, it goes all the way for 4. The fielder out there, his eyes were wide open. Thought he might be in play, but not to be. So another boundary for Usman Khawaja. There for Rotoflex by Blunston. He moves to 64, and that was a top edge going over about third slip.
And there's a pattern. If you look at Khawaja, the last 3 or 4 overs, he takes this chance first ball. He goes for the boundary first ball. So not allowing the bowler to settle and then biding his time.
Khawaja doing a lot right here. Round the wicket, Jadeja. Lap sweep. Gets it fine. That's back-to-back boundaries. That's so well played, Usman Khawaja. The first 4 had a top edge. That was straight out the middle of the bat. Helped it on its way. Khawaja up to 68 for Rotoflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. 4 for 140.
He said this. Yeah, he said this so many times. It's his way. He just backs his way. It doesn't matter what the critics say. He'll back the reverse sweep. He'll back the sweep shot. He's worked on it a lot. It's coming off. That was the first reverse sweep he wasn't in control of.
Stays round the wicket, Jadeja. Khawaja goes back to the fence. So 3 out. Deep square, deep backward square, and deep backward point.
It's almost as if he's made up his mind. Okay, I don't care where he bowls. This first ball, I'm going to reverse sweep him. That's the area I want to hit the ball. Now that I've reverse sweeped him, he's going to bowl a straighter line. I'm going to play the paddle sweep. That shot is ready in his mind before Jadeja bowls. So he's done it well so far.
Really takes some pace off. Jadeja's bowling up in the mid-90s kilometres an hour. It's now screen for Beaumont Tails, Australia's favourite. Jadeja bowls down the leg side. More runs, another boundary. What's that come off? Look towards umpire Menon. It's byes. So for the second time today, 4 byes added to the Australian tally. 4 for 144. That's 12 runs already from the over. These are important times for Australia, Bharat Sundaresan.
Absolutely. It didn't turn a lot, but it jumped at KS Bharat. But again, going back to what Ravi was saying, the reverse sweep. Andy Flower did that here in 2000, didn't he? At this very ground. Put off Indian spinners quite a bit that day.
Jadeja to Khawaja. Good contest. He gets forward to defend.
Really good batting. Really good batting. When the intent is to defend, even that he shows a lot of intent in his defense. You know, it's a full big stride forward.
Last ball, Khawaja defends again. End of it. Expensive over. Couple of boundaries and the 4 byes as well. 4 for 144 on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard. Khawaja 68, Hanscom 17.
Good evening. There's been an emergency incident in the CBD. Flinders Street is currently closed eastbound between Queen Street and Elizabeth Street. You'll have to use Collins Street instead. And a rollover on the Mornington Peninsula Freeway northbound at Bungower Road. Take Murdoch Highway. And another crash southbound heading through Dramana at McCulloch Street. And finally, a serious accident out in Pakenham. Mount Shamrock Road is closed in both directions at Pakenham Road. Pound Road West is currently closed till March 18. Detours in place via Abbots Road and Remington Drive. Search Big Build for more information. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Spin at both ends for India. The spinners competing to be our spinner of the series for Lumo Energy. Switch to Lumo Energy. Akshar Patel about to bowl over number 3 from the Gautam Gambhir stand end, which does generate a lot of conversation. Looks like a skateboarding ramp on the way down, something like that. Also reminds me a little bit of, not that this will work for you, Bharat, because you're not really a Melburnian, you're an Adelaide boy, but
yes, very
a
much.
couple of the grandstands at Princes Park in Carlton, the Legend stand and what was known as the Hawthorn stand and later became something else. But yes, there are. It is unusual, the shape of it. Has it been here for a long time, that stand, Ravi?
It has been. It has been for some time, but it's a new stand. There's that's the last stand that has been built here.
Ah, right. So Akshar, new over starts here to Hanscom. He's 17, goes back and defends off the off stump. That was a straight one again.
Going back to what I said when I just came in, Ravi Shastri, do you agree with me? Good husbands make good runs in these conditions?
What are you trying to say? They keep them guessing. Keep the wives guessing, is it? With their footwork? Or I don't know what else.
That's what the spinners do with them, yeah.
All right. See, you're a student in life. You learn every day.
3 very good husbands on the call, I must say.
Nearly. Later in the year for me. Akshar bowls, Hanscom dances and pushes to mid-on. He's fleet of foot there, Pete Hanscom, 4 for 145. He's batting in the way that we heard them talk about between test matches, Bharat. The Brains Trust wanted them to use their feet more.
Yeah, I like the way he's approaching his job here. Whether it's attack or defense, there's some thought put into it. There's a method. The feet are moving nicely.
So we're seeing balls spin, but we're also seeing them really race on when they kiss the turf. More spin here than Nagpur on day one. We're seeing a graphic on the screen as Khawaja defends into the onside. So an average of 3.8 degrees of spin today, and it was 2.5% at Nagpur on day one. That's on our screen for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. Bounce as well. Good track so far. Akshar bowls, Khawaja, leg stump, turns it out towards deep backward square. There's a single. He's 69, 4 for 146.
I don't know whether you've read Ravi Shastri's column in The Age and Sydney Morning Herald this yesterday.
Why don't you give me a sense of it? I know you two conspired on that column.
No, I mean, he asked for the Aussies to leave the English manners for the Ashes.
Okay.
To just bring the Australian manners to Delhi. I hope they have.
They look far better.
Handscomb facing Jadeja. Flat, straight, pushed to mid on, no single.
All that smiling, that thumbs up. Very un-Australian. I mean, catch Alan Border. Catch Alan Border in the 80s, grinning at me when I'm out there on the ground.
You had a few showdowns with him on the field, I've heard.
No ways. He was hard as anything.
Last ball, we'll come back to this, I promise you. Hanscom defends. 40 overs gone, 4 for 146. Khawaja 69, Hanscom 18 on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, with a wide range to choose from and available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. Visit k-rain.com.au.
Optus Business Mobile Plus is fit for businesses of all shapes and sizes. Get all the mobiles, SIMs and data you need, and none you don't. Search Optus Business Mobile Plus today, call or visit us in store. Great business starts with yes.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley completed home at the Dales. BonnybrookHenley.com.au. Jadeja left arm round to Khawaja, who helps another reverse sweep out to deep backward point as he does so routinely to start it over. Nicely called by you, Bharat. He's 70, 4 for 147. I want to know about your best dust-up with the Australians, Ravi. I know you had a few, but when it really fired up between you and the Australians, who seemingly played against you every year, some place or another, during your career.
Yeah, but it was always, the good Australia. It's consistently consistent. The banter, let's put it that way. It keeps you going.
Just trying to think when you would have, about the Tide Test.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, that
86.
last session of play. Oh.
It's a shame that the broadcast vision of that doesn't exist.
5,000 at start of the day, 50,000 after tea.
Jadeja to Hanscom, inside part of the bat, spits out to backward square for one. He's 19, 4 for 148. Do you think there's any truth to the theory that got taped over, the Tide Test, the final bit of broadcast with a ping pong tournament?
Yep.
You've heard that?
Yep, I've heard that, but unbelievable atmosphere.
But it was.
Hey, you were riling up the crowd as well, I've seen it.
We are doing everything to get the crowd on your side.
Jadeja to Khawaja, he's 70. Make that 71. Nice prod out to cover, 4 for 149. Was the last leg before wicket out. Greg Matthews, what do you reckon?
Oh, what a session that was. It looked as if for most of the day the match was just meandering along. And then it erupted after tea. Wickets started falling, tempers all over the place, umpires getting into the act, umpires being hammered.
Jadeja's 7th over to Hanscom here, finds the outside edge, it leaps on him, but Hanscom does well to smother some of the spin, ends up with Ashwin round the corner, stays at 4 for 149.
And through all this, Greg Matthews bowled the whole day.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Bowled the whole day in Chennai.
Extraordinary test match.
Oh.
I think only 2 test matches ever have been tied. Bob Simpson was at both of them. Jadeja delivers and forward comes Hanscom again. That's better. Pushing out to Rowan at cover. There's no single though. He stays on 18.
And tribute to Australia because they declared.
Yeah.
They declared. And that's why you got the tie. And to both teams actually, because India went for it. We were certainly going for it after tea.
I suspect this will be your last ball with us, Ravi, before you go back to television. So we'll catch you again in the final stretch later today. Jadeja bowls, Hanscom defends, out towards cover. Thank you, Ravi Shastri. It's 4 for 149 with Khawaja on 71, Hanscom on 19. It doesn't look like drinks are coming out onto the field quite yet, so we'll be back in a moment. Our scoreboard is the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard in the middle session here at Delhi.
For the
There's been a serious accident out in Pakenham. Mount Shamrock Road is currently closed in both directions at Pakenham Road. Jump on Army Road to avoid that one. And a crash on the Mornington Peninsula Freeway southbound heading through Drumana at McCulloch Street. Finally, an emergency incident in the CBD has Flinders Street closed eastbound between Queen Street and Elizabeth Street. Use Collins instead. Get any size mattress for the price of a single at 40 Winks, plus earn double Qantas points on purchases. Limited time only. Exclusions and T's and C's apply. 40 Winks. Serious about sleep. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Shah left arm round bowls to Kawaja, who tucks one nice and fine. More runs to start the over. Down towards the rope. Work for Ashwin to do. Won't catch up with it. Another boundary for Usman Kawaja. He's moved from 50 to 75 in this session so far. Takes Australia beyond 150 as well. 4 for 153. Our boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston as I welcome Harsha Bhogle back to the Summariser chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Harsha, have another go.
Good afternoon. Yes. I mean, I've known various methods of silencing me in the past, but not putting the button on is a new one.
Nobody wants to silence you, Harsha. Come on.
I'll tell you what's getting me to lose words. It's the brightness of your clothes.
And the brightness of Kawaja's innings as well. Akshar to him. He plays with soft hands into the offside. No single there.
This is the one thing Australia have done much better than in Nagpur, which is that they've got the scoreboard going. So even if you lose a wicket, there's at least a partnership that's gone on. And in this session, they're scoring at just under 4 and over.
Akshar up to Kawaja. He's got the short leg there, but Kawaja gets forward and smothers the spin and pushes to Pujara at short leg. No chance of a catch.
And as a result, Akshar Patel and Jadeja don't look as consistent as they generally do, because Australia have done it to them. And the boundary of the first ball again of the over.
Akshar, a little wide of the crease here, around the wicket, gives a chance to Kawaja to cut hard, and so he does. And this time, there's a diving stop made on the rope by Mohammad Siraj. I sense had it been Ashwin in the previous over, he would have got nowhere near it. Ashwin not so nimble at the moment, but
are you
still
showing
77, 4 for 155.
Are you showing disrespect to age, Mr. Collins?
Well, I'm just noting that Ashwin, when chasing a ball on the rope in the previous over, kind of got nowhere near it, but that's okay.
One of the things you learn in India very quickly is to conserve energy.
Akshar bowls and Kawaja pushes out to forward square leg, no single.
I just spent the lunch break chatting with Mrs. Ashwin. I'm not agreeing or denying whatever you said.
I saw him dancing on YouTube on Valentine's Day, Ashwin, the other day with his wife.
Is that what Instagram makes you do?
Last ball of Akshar's over, probably the last ball before drinks, and Kawaja can't whip it away. Crashes into the man at short leg. Michael Goff does call drinks, so an hour of play where Australia took it from 3 for 94 up to 4 for 155. They lost Travis Head, who was caught in the cordon from the bowling of Shami for 12, but Kawaja moving from 50 to 77. And Hanscom, 19 from 31 balls with 4 boundaries, have done nicely thereafter. So 4 for 155 in the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. Drinks on the first day of this test match in Delhi.
Australia's most popular hose reel is now at Bunnings. The Holman retractable hose reel is the perfect watering solution this summer. Grab yours this weekend. The Holman retractable hose reel, Australia's most popular retractable hose reel. Available at Bunnings.
For all your commercial real estate needs, think Midway Commercial Industrial. Midway Commercial Industrial Estate Agents. Call 99 99 06 22 today. That's 99 99 06 22. Midway, the right way.
When you vote for a horse in the All-Star Mile, you could become the star. It's the only race in Australia where you choose the horses that run. And if your horse wins, so could you. For your chance to win $250K and an All-Star experience, vote now at allstarmile.com.au. Open to Australian or New Zealand citizens or permanent residents 18 years or older. Excludes SA. Voting ends 26 February. Visit website for full T's and C's. ACT TP22/02256. New South Wales TP/00560.
Join a celebration of regional Victoria and enjoy a great family day out and the chance to support the local community. The Country Cup Carnival is in full swing, with cups running regularly through until the last race, the Mildura Cup on April 18, 2023. Catch all the quaddie action with races 5 to 8 live and free on Trots Vision across all Country Cups. So let's celebrate Victoria. The Country Cup Carnival. Savour every step at thetrots.com.au.
Akshar left arm round bowls to
Kawaja. Down the ground. Powerful stroke.
More runs to start the over. Down towards the rope. Work for Ashwin to do. Won't catch up with it.
He knew where that one was.
Another boundary for Usman Kawaja.
Head edges and caught. Caught in the cordon. Shami saws off heads. Outside edge. And the return of Travis Head does not do the trick for Australia.
Akshar left arm round bowls to Khawaja. He tucks one nice and fine. More runs to start the over. Down towards the rope. Work for Ashwood to do. Won't catch up with it. Another boundary for Usman Khawaja.
The action after lunch. Travis Head fell for 12. So much rests on this partnership between Usman Khawaja and Peter Hanscom right now. They have good plans against India's spin. They are well set, and there's no substitute for some experience. 4 for 155. Gerard Whateley with you. Harsha Bhogle is with me. Harsha, it's great to see you on air.
Yes, especially given all your travels, coming safely up to Delhi. Yeah, I think Australia will be decently satisfied with where they are. I mean, if you're sitting in the Australian camp, you're sitting in the change room and saying, okay, add 1 wicket, add 2 wickets, how does it look? It doesn't look very good. Yep. But it's looking a lot better than Nagpur. What I've enjoyed is that they've got to move on, that they've not allowed the bowlers to dictate terms on a track that's actually, we just saw some numbers, has turned more on day one here than in Nagpur. Yep. So they've not allowed the bowlers to settle in too much. They've been a little more positive. I've enjoyed the way Usman Khawaja has played. I mean, I expected him to be one of the key batters. I know everyone talks about Labuschagne and Smith and everybody else, but he was the one who got runs in Pakistan, even though the conditions might not be overly similar. But there are other issues you need to address when you come to our part of the world. So I'm very impressed with the way he's gone about it. And some of the others as well. I mean, Labuschagne came and got to move on. Travis Head made only 12, but Hanscom is 19. What they've ensured is they've got 150 for 4 on a track where 250 might be a bigger score than it is, say, on day one of the Gabba.
Yes, it feels like so. Ravi Shastri early on felt that 250 was the marker for those of you listening at home for Australia to secure some position in the game. So 4 for 155. Khawaja's 77, Hanscom is on 19, and Ashwin returns to the attack. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 37. There were phases in that opening session where he looked like he was going to take a wicket with every ball.
Yes, but the numbers are telling the story too, especially with Jadeja. Look at Jadeja, 7 overs for 30. Jadeja going at over 4 and over hardly ever happens, which means that taking him on and not allowing him to settle, because once Jadeja settles in, it's virtually impossible to get hold of afterwards.
From the pavilion end from which we broadcast, Ashwin is about to resume his work. He is bowling around the wickets to Pete Hanscom, who leans forward. He's beaten on the outside edge.
It's something he loves doing. You speak to Ashwin in an interview, talk to him about spin bowling, and he'll say challenge both edges, always challenge both edges. And the slider that he bowls, it just goes through with the arm, is one of his key deliveries.
That's a jangler first out for Hanscom after the break. Short leg and a slip in place. Ashwin bowls to him, and Hanscom finds the full face of the bat to it this time, out to cover. No run.
I remember Hanscom from an earlier tour. I can't exactly place which innings it was, but in my mind, you say Hanscom, and I think good pair of spin.
He and Sean Marsh batted Australia to a draw.
That could well have been.
Darren Mashala?
Might also have been a white ball game where he did well. He had a good tour of India.
Hanscom jumps down the pitch and defends Ashwin when he gets there.
Also, you need to use your feet when you're playing on tracks like these, and that's one thing I've seen Hanscom do.
Batting in the baggy green, which is a lovely sight. He was wearing the wide brim white hat in the innings that I think is stuck in your mind. He's forward and defending Ashwin.
Yeah, the helmet's given so much, but taken away a little thing, isn't it? It's given you safety. It's allowed batters to play shots they wouldn't have played before. But there's something about the cap. Even batting bareheaded, which you hardly ever see. Right, covers come out too. Just a slip and a short leg now, and a catching shot mid-wicket.
Hanscom, he's got a trademark way of daintily placing the bat down to find his centre, and then he's clipping off his pads out to Jadeja, who's the sweeper in the deep. And he will come through for a single. 4 for 156 with 1 to come in the over.
There's just something about the way he carries himself, the way he moves at the crease. There's a little bit of the young Dino. A little bit of the young Dino. Someone who's very dear to me, a very good friend of mine. And I find it very, very difficult to use the past tense. But there's something about the way he's at the non-striker's end, that little swagger, the way he stands. There's a little bit of the young Dino there.
Kawaja's got 2 slips in place when he's on strike to Ashwin. And he's playing from the crease and defending back down the pitch. 4 for 156 at the end of the over. The K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard.
On your marks, get set, race. Into Work Locker for your chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2023 Finke Desert Race. The epic prize includes 5 nights accommodation, 4-wheel drive hire and $1,000 spending money. Winners will get a chance to go behind the scenes with Toby Price and his team. Race into your local Work Locker store before February 24 and grab yourself a pair of Blunston leather boots to enter. Work Locker, unlocked, stocked and full of value.
Centre, middle. Kawaja 77. Hanscom is on 20. This is the middle session, the first day here in Delhi. Warner 15, Labuschagne 18, Smith Naught, Head 12. SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local.
Let's get one here, let's get one here.
Jadeja is bowling from the Gunton Gambia stand end of the ground. There's just a little problem around the side screen. There's just a fellow peeking out. He's tucked himself back inside. Jadeja around the wicket, bowls to Hanscom, who just runs the ball to the offside. Phil.
Yeah, the innings Harsha is talking about. Pete Hanscom, 72 not out. He faced 200 balls. That was at Ranchi back in 2017.
The only surprise is why did it take you that long to tell me that? You're on it all the time.
Jadeja bowls to him, and Hanscom from the stumps carves it away through points, and he will pick up a boundary. He's tuning his game beautifully, Pete Hanscom at the moment. He moves to 24. The boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston.
It's an excellent shot because it means he's in, but he's also trusting the surface to be able to play that shot off the back foot against someone of Jadeja's pace. They're just not letting Jadeja settle, which is illuminating. It's sort of cast light on their tactics and what they've been planning to do.
Short leg and a slip in place. Jadeja bowls again, and Hanscom is forward and defending.
I'm just looking at you, Gerald, and I'm thinking, shit, it used to be so different being a commentator. You're juggling you're juggling an iPad, you're juggling something else, you're trying to get the internet going, you're trying to look at something else. Gee, there was a time when you looked at the game and told people what was happening. It's tougher now.
And that was enough.
Yeah. I mean, we're almost similar vintage, so I guess...
I think you've been at it a little longer than I have.
Oh, sorry. Was I being a bit rude there?
No, not at all. I don't want to put myself alongside you. Hanscom from the stumps, opens the blade. It's fielded, sent backward point by Ashwin. He reaches down with one hand and prevents the boundary. No run.
Sometimes the pitches in Delhi just ease out and become slow and low, and that helps nobody at all. But the game just meanders, and that's why winning the toss is so important on the surface.
Long off is back, and Hanscom is knocking the ball past the silly mid-off, and he takes a single in his endeavours. That'll make it 4 for 161.
When we get off air, you must explain to me that strange game that you were covering recently.
It's the Super Bowl. You're not an NFL aficionado, Harsha?
I just can't understand the game. There's people running and stopping, and they're getting points, and there's an offense coach and a defense coach, and they wear these huge helmets. Nah, cricket's good for me.
Kawaja defends to the short leg. And then we had 2 minutes where virtually no football was played at the end of the game to determine the result. Australia 4 for 161 at the end of the over.
They say every lawn is different, and that's true. But for landscapers, the solution is always the same. Install Rainbird. Backed by 80 years of irrigation innovation, easy to use with a massive range suitable for any job. From Tom's backyard to your local golf course to the MCG itself. So while every lawn is different, installing Rainbird gives you the same green results every time. Rainbird, the intelligent use of water. Learn more at rainbird.com.
Partnership is worth 53 from 76 balls. Australia was precariously placed at 4 for 108 when Hanscom and Kawaja came together. They've pretty well split the runs between them. Ashwin is bowling, and Hanscom is beaten down the leg side. There's a little squeal from the keeper. Ashwin knew it wasn't out. Why, Harsha, would there be a 6-year gap between playing a test match in the capital? It's a real curiosity to me.
Yeah, because they have a rotation system.
Yep.
So there's so many venues that are now good enough to host test match cricket that it goes round. So you might have a game in Ranchi, now you have a game in Indore. So there's no test match in Mumbai, for example. So it goes by rotation. Good ball.
Hanscom, a ball that leapt at him. He did well to keep that down to backward point, no run.
And because there's so many centres, and actually some of our newer stadiums are actually much better than some of the marquee old stadiums that we've got. So they all want to have cricket. And you're a democracy.
Yep.
There you go. I mean, you've got your 6 centres in Australia, and you play all your cricket there.
Ashwin bowls, and it's defended by Hanscom to cover.
And it's almost as if you know you're going to come in, you're going to subject the poor Asian tourists to a Brisbane test first, then to Perth. Luckily, you change now India's maybe negotiating harder and getting Adelaide as their first venue. But it's always Brisbane, Perth, Melbourne, Sydney, and then you finished in Adelaide, by which time you'd won the series anyway.
Ashwin bowls to Hanscom, who's got bat and pat together, extravagantly forward defending.
But in India, you've got to look at the calendar and say, okay, right, where are these venues you're playing at? Having said that, there will be some centres. You go to Hyderabad, for example, and you'll find David Warner's probably played more games there than some of the Indian players.
Yep.
And the Indian grounds don't hold any mysteries anymore.
Hanscom faces up. He's down the pitch and defending Ashwin.
Yeah, and having said that, those are T20 games. Yep. But at least they know the hotels, they know the area around. Everything is not as different as it used to be when you came in the 60s, 70s, where by the time you got used to the culture, to the crowds, to everything, you're sort of halfway into the tour.
Ashwin flights the ball to Hanscom. He got it out of his pads and down to the sweeper at mid-wicket. He takes a single off the last ball of the over, the only run from it, 4 for 162.
Good evening. There's been a crash out in South Morang on Plenty Road outbound at McDonald's Road and a serious accident in Pakenham with Mount Shamrock Road closed in both directions of Pakenham Road. There's also an emergency incident in the CBD with Flinders Street closed eastbound between Queen Street and Elizabeth Street, so use Collins Street if you're in the area. The Westgate Freeway outbound lane and entry ramp at Williamstown Road are closed until 5 a.m. February 27. Check before you travel at bigbill.vic.gov.au. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
We are keeping tabs on England and New Zealand. So England 1 for 53 in the third innings of that match. It's night 2 as England plays cricket in fast forward. It is really something to behold. So a lead of 72 with their 9 wickets in hands. In that pink ball test, it is tilted to their advantage. Jadeja begins his new over. It's blocked back by Hanscom.
They're just plodding along. They're going at only 5.21. What's the matter, England? Giving up on... It's fabulous to see, though, the way they're playing. They're taking Test cricket to another level. I think Test cricket and oxygen needed it.
Hanscom from the crease, leaning forward to defend. So when you have a venue like this, Harsha, where, so what is it, not lost a Test match since 87 and won 10 out of 12 India, is there a push? Like, it would be like Australia going, oh, we'll leave the Gabba for 6 years, it'll be fine, we'll just come back through. Is there any push, or is the advantage such around a whole suite of venues that it negates one in particular? As Hanscom is edging the ball past the silly point, and he takes a single out to the deep.
It's just the way it is, that there is a rotation that you go around, because I mean, there's either black soil or there's red soil, and depending on who the opposition is, you can choose which strip to play on. I mean, you've got the modern grounds now that have a couple of strips with black soil and a couple of strips with red soil, so you can choose the surface you want anyway. So rotation's a big thing in our sport.
Yep.
In cricket in India.
Khawaja has some strike, and he's reverse sweeping, and he's done it ever so well. Down to the boundary for 4. The sweep both ways is serving him tremendously in this innings as he moves his way into the 80s.
You know, Gerard, I think one day some kid's going to come up to you and me and say, Uncle, is it true that they used to actually sweep behind square on the onside? I mean, did that actually happen in the game? Because all we know is that you sweep to backward point. Because there have been so many reverse sweeps, and it's a dangerous shot because you're playing against the turn.
He's doing it again. Oh, and he's caught spectacularly at what amounts to square leg. KL Rahul. Khawaja hit it so sweetly. It flew in the air and was hauled in. Khawaja falls for 81. He's on his knees. He can't believe that has led to his demise. He's led Australia to 5 for 167, but falls at the most inopportune moments.
I mean, if you've been hearing Gerard and you're saying, okay, I want to see the replay of that, then the replay will tell you it was a very good catch, but will not capture the beauty and the athleticism of KL Rahul, who's already taken an excellent catch at second slip, and he's plucked this one out literally, and you can understand why Usman Khwaja is sitting down there almost in disbelief, because he's done more things right than wrong on that occasion. He probably thought, I've hit it well enough, but he's literally just plucked it out of thin air, and it's a huge wicket. This well played, Usman Khwaja, 81 of 125, but this is a big moment in the game, and guess what? A reverse sweeper is followed by another reverse sweeper.
I know. There'll be some sticklers who'll hear that he fell to the reverse sweep and they'll go, why? Well, why? It had been so prolific for him. He'd hit them so well. And that might have been the sweetest one of all. But
it might have been. Instead, it's given Jadeja his 250th Test wicket.
Oh, what a moment in the Test match that is. The difference between Australia taking these two through to tea and falling there, that is the definition of a Bendix big moment. Confidence stopping Bendix breaks.
I spoke to Alex Carey this morning and I said, is the first ball going to be a reverse sweep today? And he said, you never know, it might. Oh, Bharat, those are phones there. That's not a cricket ball you can throw around. I don't know if you heard that, but Bharat just tossed a phone around. I think it's to do with his hair.
So Jadeja, 250 Test wickets in his 62nd match. And when last these two teams met at the venue, that was 2013, and he was taking wickets then, and he's still taking wickets now.
Like Ashwin.
Yeah.
Like Anderson and Broad.
Yeah.
Though not quite of the same vintage yet, but Anderson and Broad, both playing in that Test match that you were referring to recently.
I wonder at the end of the day whether that's the moment that we all look back on, and Australia had really settled. So now to Alex Carey, and this, keep in mind, is a long tail, an uncharacteristically long tail for Australia. Jadeja around the wicket. Carey opens with a conventional ball out to the leg side, stood up on it rather than anything extravagant. A successful over. 5 for 167. SEN Test cricket for tyre power. Falcon tyres clean bowled at 25% off.
Think this is just a hose with holes in it? No way, Jose. This is Pope Drip Ease. Deceptively clever irrigation made right here in Australia. Drip Ease drips drops onto plants precisely with a low, slow flow. So there's less runoff and less water wasted. Whether watering your flower beds or veggie garden, Pope Drip Ease will make it a breeze.
A better way to water is a Pope.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley, completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook. Henley.com.au. Ashwin to Hanscom, started the fresh over, well flighted, stroked away into the covers. KL Rahul is on the job. He's taken both catches in this session. Head from the bowling of Shami for 12, Khwaja from the bowling of Jadeja for 81. And Jadeja's record of 2,500 runs and 250 wickets has him second only to Ian Botham. Ashwin around the wicket, full. Hanscom drives back past the bowler and down to the long on for a single.
Interesting, better batting average than Botham and better bowling average than Ian Botham.
He's keeping good company.
Not bad. Imran was better though. Oh, just seeing the replays again of that catch, it was something else. It's just the kind of moment that lifts you as a side.
Leaping up, diagonal to the ground, one hand reached out right into the palm of the right hand, and Khwaja stayed down on a knee, threw his head back first, and then despondently dropped it down on his gloves and his bat handle.
Do you get anything as exciting as that in the other sport that you occasionally cover?
Carey is forward and defending.
The one where people in helmets are running hard into each other?
Mahomes to Kelsey has a certain charm about it, but it'll be lost. It'll be lost on you, Harsha.
I don't mind it being lost. I'm happy with my game. It was a stunning catch. Did you imagine when you came here, Delhi would be colder than Melbourne?
It's quite an immersive experience here as Carey defends. So I came through New York, Harsha, just 9 hours on the ground, and the roads of New York were a good little warm-up for the roads of Delhi. And the drive from the airport in, and never stopped at a roundabout and found a way through. This is just rather incredible. Carey, full face with the bat, defends. I've said to a few people, my wife could drive here. I can barely cross the road here.
There's a lovely four-letter word that we use a lot in India. It's called fate.
Right.
Fate looks after you. But what it does is it sharpens your instinct. You're quickly looking left, you're looking right when you dart across the road. It's almost like saying before helmets, no one got hit on the head, because the instincts were so sharp.
It is the land of the sharp single across the roads. Ashwin bowls, and Carey's edging and he's caught. He's gone for a duck. Pouched at first slip. Virat Kohli takes the catch. Ashwin gets his third. And Australia gets nothing out of the keeper. And now matters are worse. 6 for 168.
Oh, we keep saying, Gerard, don't be sit in the change room. Imagine what the scorecard is like if you add 2 wickets to it, and Australia's worst fears have just come true. And Carey will look at that replay. A lot of you look at that replay and say, it works on the other side of the bounce. Sometimes in India you lose to low bounce, but this strike has got good bounce on it, and it was the extra bounce that did Alex Carey in. I've always thought he's a better batter than he's allowing himself to be. It's tough to say that when he's just got out for a 5-ball duck, but I genuinely do believe he's a better batter than what we've seen so far, as I do, Gerard, about the person who's going out to bat.
Yeah.
Because I thought Pat Cummins would be an outstanding number 8 going ahead. But it's just dried up in the last few months, hasn't it?
And bat over the last 18 months.
Yeah.
Sort of very surprisingly, he was a most competent batter. He was very good and sharp in his defence, and he would routinely produce runs, but his batting average is now down to 16, and it's in free fall.
He should be sort of an early 20s batter.
Yeah.
If you're batting at 8, I mean, if your batter at 8 is a 25 average player, then you're laughing. Warnie was how much? He was probably the longest serving number 8 in Australian cricket.
Yes.
Sort of mid-20s, Warnie, you think? Yeah, about there. I mean, and that came in an era when, just pre-Gilchrist era, when Ian Healy sort of averaged early 30s, which was considered pretty much par for the course. But now Australia are in trouble here. Because 168 for 6, they can't afford to lose another couple of wickets and get bowled out under 200. That would really be losing a big advantage of winning the toss.
Our stats, download the SEN app from your app store today. Warnie's average was 25. Told in the studio. So that was the end of the Ashwin over. Handscomb's on 28, so he has the strike. Australia were 4 down and looking towards a good position at tee now, 6 down and teetering as Handscomb is forward. Jadeja defending. So Handscomb's 28. It's 6 for 168, the Cane Rain Irrigation scoreboard. Silly point, slip long off in place. Handscomb comes a long way forward to blunt the spin.
He's wearing the baggy green, as you said, in that other sport. Is that pride in wearing a helmet?
It's compulsory. Probably for the way they hit sometimes, all the better for it. They do have a nasty habit of the helmet-on-helmet clash, which they really shouldn't do. Movement again around the side screen. It's meandering around.
Yeah, look from here, the side screen looks grey where we're sitting from.
Yeah.
I'm told at ground level it's actually white.
Okay.
So
there's the middle patch of it sort of is an off green from our vantage point, and there are staff in behind it who just from time to time just walk out with sort of no knowledge of. So Rohit Sharma's gone down to tell them, no, you can't rest behind the side screen. You're going to have to take a position on the other side.
Yeah, but what Rohit Sharma doesn't realise is that by going there, he's just attracting attention and causing even more people to come there. But if ever there was a moment for Pat Cummins to rediscover his batting and to turn it all around, it's this.
Yeah.
Because 168 for 6. Australia want to make 250, 260 at least, because India will be batting 4th on this trend.
Yeah.
So you want to make 250, 260 minimum when you win the toss and bat first. That's suddenly looking a lot more distant now than it was, say, 20 minutes ago.
Yep. It's a shaky position to be in. After that delay, positions are retaken, and Jadeja around the wicket bowls to Handscomb, who plays him away to the leg side. It's a sharp call, I reckon, from Cummins, who pinched the single out to square.
very small consolation for Australia, considering what's going on. That's 1,000 test runs for Peter Handscomb.
That's not bad, is it? I mean, you can at least go back to the colony you grew up in and said, I made 1,000 1,000 test runs, which is more than everyone in this room put together.
He's in his 18th test match. It's been used a lot on the subcontinent for just these sorts of moments. Pat Cummins, the Australian captain, he called tails correctly. Australia took a gamble with their lineup. They need the runs that are on offer in this first innings. Cummins is back and defending.
Pujara said in one of the many interviews he did about his 100th test that Pat Cummins was one of the toughest bowlers he's faced. So, but he now needs to do just as well with bat in hand.
He's playing the ball from his toes out to the mid-wicket. No run. Last ball of Jadeja's over. Cummins readies himself and he's blocking away. Australia 6 for 169. SEN Test cricket for tyre power. Falcon tyres clean bowled at 25% off.
Voted one of the world's top 10 iconic wine stores, here's Miles from Prince Wine Store with a wine update.
The wines of the USA are better than ever. Join us Saturday 18th, 12 till 2 p.m. as we explore the new USA with wines of finesse, complexity and depth. This will be a tour de force of the California and Oregon wine scene. Tickets are $25 a head, refundable on purchase.
Prince Wine Store, Bank Street, South Melbourne. Delivering Australia-wide. princewinestore.com.au.
Hello, you're back with us on SEN Test Cricket live with an association with Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Nikesh Rughani alongside Bharat Sundaresan now in the commentary box as Australia move to 6 for 169. It's going to be Ashwin to continue it into Handscomb, who plays back and just flicks this into the leg side for no run. Afternoon, Baz.
And look, I think the game needed Khawaja to keep batting. Not just Australia, but the test match is progressing beautifully at that point.
Ashwin, and once more, flights one up, and it's driven through the vacant cover point area. Bit of a chase on here. A couple of the fielders. And a bit of a relay effort there, and just a couple of runs taken in the end. Ashwin continue round the wicket here.
One thing Peter Handscomb has done really well is open the face of his bat. He's played with an open face. Ravi Shastri said earlier how important the top hand is when you're playing against spin in these conditions. He's done that beautifully to just open the face of the bat, hit a couple of boundaries through that area as well. It's allowed him to manipulate the field, pick up twos.
Ashwin once more. Again, a flighted delivery, just defended into the leg side, and there is no run once more. He's played well here, Handscomb. 31 from 58 deliveries. Cummins at the other end.
It's a worry. Cummins batting, Harsha and Gerard were just talking about it, Nikesh. I almost take it back to the 2018-19 home summer when India was there. When without David Warner and Steve Smith, his inexperienced middle order, so often it was Tim Payne who had to bail Australia out.
Ashwin over the wicket this time to Handscomb. He's forward in defence, just working it leg side again.
It almost turned him from being this free-flowing batter who we saw early on in his career. Try and back like a number 8, almost a number 7 at times. I think somewhere he's lost his rhythm as a batter. He still comes to the IPL and hits sixes. We've seen that happen before.
That's the thing. There was a season a couple of years ago as Ashwin comes in once more. Very flighted delivery this time. Handscomb not interested. Forward in defence. Yeah, where he was, you know, the most expensive player in the auction. I think it was 3 seasons ago.
Yep.
And he ended up being more of a batter than a bowler. I think it took him about 9 matches to pick up a wicket in the IPL, but in all that time he was scoring valuable runs down the order.
Did he hit 4 sixes of Bumrah over? One of his big
3 or
achievements.
4. Yeah, that's right.
Finished off a game with the bat as well that season. Yeah. And I've asked Pat Cummins about his batting a number of times in the last few years, especially about that intent. It's gone away.
The ball of Ashwin's over. Handscomb back defending this one. And Australia remain 6 for 171.
Tired of
overpaying for your mobile plan? Make the switch to Mate and experience unbeatable value. For a limited time, enjoy $1 per month for the first 3 months of your mobile plan. That's pocket change, mate. Each plan includes unlimited talk and text to standard Aussie numbers, plus a 500GB data bank. You can even keep your own mobile number. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online to sign up and start saving today.
Right, back with us here in Delhi, Nikesh Rughani alongside Bharat Sundaresan and Phil Long as Jadeja continues here. Ravi Ashwin, 100 wickets now versus Australia as Cummins is forward in defence. Phil?
Yeah, as you mentioned, 100 wickets there for Ravi Ashwin against Australia. The only other Indian bowler to do so, Anil Kumble with 111.
Well, Anil Kumble took all 10 wickets at this famous venue. 1999. If we have time, I could give you the commentary highlights of all 10 wickets. We used to watch it so many times.
I would love that. Who was on commentary?
Oh, a lot of Ravi Shastri, a little bit of Harsha Bhogle, and a little bit of Sunil Gavaskar.
Jadeja in again, and Cummins is back in his crease, defending. Doesn't change much then, the panel.
Not really, actually, when you think about it. It just struck me that was
24 years ago.
So there were at least 3 wrapped on the pads and given. 3 of those wickets.
Got to have that real masculine oomph.
And given.
Jadeja continues round the wicket here and fires one into Cummins, who's getting this one off the inner half of the bat, but squeezes it into the leg side for another single.
And that's exactly what Jadeja is trying to do here. Wrap them on the pads and get the umpire to raise his finger. He managed to do that once, but Usman Khawaja reviewed it and the ball pitched just outside leg stump and got away with it.
SEN Test cricket live here in Delhi. The sun has come out this afternoon. Very hazy start to the day. It's warmed up a bit as well this afternoon as Hanscom this time forward in defence. Seems a little bit easier to breathe when you're out there as well, which is good news for not only us and the supporters in here, but the players out there, because we were genuinely concerned on our way into the ground.
Yeah, I mean, the visibility was very low. We were on a flyover, the big flyover that brings us towards the Kotla. But you couldn't see on either side. Smog, it's foggy.
Jadeja once more, and again, Hanscom just happy to lunge forward and defend it. Very good player of spin.
A beautiful player of spin. Like I said earlier, he commits.
Yes.
He commits to playing of both feet. And also, like I said, top hand batter and his ability to open the face with the bat.
31 from 63, and again, just forward defending, and it's just that slight variation in bounce and length from Jadeja. End of another over, 50 gone in this Australian first innings, and they are 6 for 172.
Get back to work this year with a new Spitwater. Aussie made for 40 years. The tough and ready Spitwater pressure cleaner is hard at work every single day across Australia. In mines, on farms, in workshops, working as hard as you since 1982. And if you qualify, the ATO Instant Tax Write-Off for Business will give you the best New Year present. Instant Tax Write-Off, instant clean, instant job well done. Call 1-800-SPITWATER now or visit spitwater.com.au today.
That's what it does.
Australia then looking to edge ever closer to 200 here. I mean, runs have been at a premium. It's always slow. It's always low, Bharat, here in Delhi. The fact they've got 172, yes, they've only got 4 wickets remaining, but the fact they've been able to score consistently through the day, that will please them.
That'll please them, and it'll also tell the Indian batters that they'll need to be as positive as Australia have been. Which they will be. I think the inclusion of Shreyas Iyer has made India so much stronger with the bat.
Ashwin then to continue over the wicket here to Cummins, who looks to push this one down the ground, but Ashwin fields in his follow-through.
If Shreyas Iyer has had one weakness, one issue, it's a short ball. Now that Australia have just one fast bowler, he will breathe easy as well. He will be looking forward to the challenge.
Ashwin floats one up and Cummins takes the invitation. Slog sweeps this all the way over cow corner into the stands. 6 runs for the Aussie skipper, and that is exactly what we were talking about earlier, Bharat. This is what he does in short form cricket. He just needs to back himself.
Can the real Patrick Cummins stand up? This is the Patrick Cummins we saw early on in his career. Beautiful striker of the ball. Can play against spin and pace. But this has been the Pat Cummins which has gone missing of late. So it's good to see him start off positively against the spin.
Didn't quite get all of that either. It was slightly toe-endish, but still cleared the rope by some distance. Big, powerful man, Pat Cummins. How will Ashwin respond? Slightly wider delivery, and they scamper through for a quick single. Cummins just thickish outside edge down to short third, and good backing up there by Hanscom, who made his ground safely.
Yeah, I think they picked the fielder right, Mohammad Shami. He's bowled quite a few overs today to 2 wickets. Generally among the slower of the Indian fielders. He was kind of sitting back on his heels, you could see at short third man. But already he got Ashwin to bowl quicker at him. Ball just slid off the edge of his bat. Good start, good signs for Pat Cummins. He needs some. Hanscom deserves someone to just bat at the other end. He's batted so well.
31 from 64 at the moment. 4 boundaries for Peter Hanscom, who's on strike once again. In comes Ashwin, who beats him past the outside edge. Straight to delivery, and there was a half appeal. In fact, they're considering whether or not they should go upstairs. Was there a feather on that? Kasprowicz whipped the bails off as well. Ashwin's still interested. Rohit Sharma has got 4 seconds left, and it looks as though they've decided not to go upstairs.
You know, Ashwin really means it if he starts speaking in Hindi. Could hear. He will pride himself on his Hindi, but yeah, it's like my Hindi. Not the best, but could hear him ask whether there was a sound. There was a sound through the stump mic here as well.
Ashwin floats one up, and Hanscom down the track, but only defending into the leg side. 6 for 179 then. Ashwin, of course, from the south, from Tamil Nadu. Tamil is his mother tongue. That's what he does all his YouTube videos in as
very
well.
much so. Kochi stories, yeah. Don't think my Tamil is good enough for me to ever be on his show. It has been discussed in the past.
Final ball of the over is floated up and whipped away leg side out towards deep mid-wicket. Hanscom will stroll through for a single. He'll retain strike with Australia. 6 for 180.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 40 gigs of data for $25 a month, with the first month free. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. Decencies apply.
Back with us on SEN Test Cricket in association with Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au, and Tyre Power, Falcon Tyres, clean bowled at 25% off. Australia then 6 for 180. 15 minutes until the tea interval. And the floppy hat has come out.
Change of headgear. This is more Peter Hanscom. He does bat in the baggy green at times, but this is the Peter Hanscom you'll see a lot. Floppy hatted Peter Hanscom.
Right, Jadeja then into Hanscom, who's forward defending and beaten past the outside edge. Lovely delivery there from Jadeja, just tempting Hanscom into coming down the track, and then a bit of turn and spit off the track.
Yeah, all you can do as a right-hander when Jadeja is doing this to you is play the line of the ball, and Hanscom sort of did, but again, that open face of the bat, which comes to his advantage most times. This time could have let him down, but luckily for him, ball just turned past his outside edge.
Hanscom then has a word with himself, takes his guard once more. In comes Jadeja, and this time he is forward defending back down the track. It was always Richie Richardson back in my day when I was growing up, who used to come out in the maroon floppy hat.
Good man, Richie. A little story about his floppy hat for you.
I've got one of his floppy hats actually, as Jadeja is in, and Hanscom is flicking away leg side, can't beat the infield.
An original one. He denies ever giving it away.
He signed one in 1996. He was playing for a rest of the world versus some Invitational 11 in Norfolk. I was playing in a tournament there. We went to watch the rest of the world team. And they signed a hat and gave it to me. As this is worked into the offside and single to Hanscom through the covers. Cummins back on strike.
Sorry, Nikesh. Like, we had Richie Richardson on call when Colo and I did one of our SEN radio shows before the West Indies series, and he spoke about how the previous evenings, a few months ago, he had someone had challenged him to a game of golf. So he put on his maroon floppy hat, absolutely smashed him for, I think, 4 cases of beer. Imagine that, the sign of Richie Richardson playing golf with his floppy hat.
Cummins forward defending this time to Jadeja. No run.
That would have been quite a sight.
It would have. You can just imagine him with the Cuban cigar at the end, celebrating as well with the floppy hat on.
Yeah, he was celebrating when he called in, so sounded like he was celebrating and having a good time.
Yes. Oh, yes. Here's Bharat, vocal behind the stumps. Jadeja fires another one in, and Cummins, well placed there, gets a single through the covers. Once more. End of another over then. 6 for 182. Hanscom 33 from 71. Cummins now 9 from 11. Jadeja 1 for 44. Hasn't found it quite as easy going on this track, although he has been still asking the questions.
Yeah, very much so. Hasn't been as accurate as he generally is. That's why the runs have come. But also I think it has a lot to do with how Usman Khawaja played him. Hit him for a lot of reverse, played a lot of reverse sweeps of his bowling. Eventually perished to one as well. He attacked him early on in his over, forcing him to change his lines and lengths, which is unlike Jadeja. He wouldn't complain. He's still got wickets to show for it, as a good friend Michael Kasprowicz has sauntered in.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Kasper.
Oh, how are you?
Oh, good. We've seen a good day of cricket so far, haven't we? 6 for 182. Australia have been ticking things over. India taking wickets as Ashwin continues into Cummins in defence.
Yeah, there's been plenty of action out in the middle. We know the first session was electric with the action there. Pretty exciting after too.
Ashwin floats one up, and another slog sweep. Has that gone all the way? Yes, it has. Another 6 for Pat Cummins over into the leg side, this time a little bit squarer. And this is exactly what we were talking about before. Cummins letting rip whenever Ashwin strays into his arc.
Well, they talk about being proactive against spin. That's one way of being proactive. Just pick your length and just swing for the fences, and he's clearing the fences at the moment. So good to see Pat Cummins start off in this fashion. I keep saying it. If he does this, maybe he gets that rhythm back, and Peter Hanscom enjoyed it at the other end as well. Australia need runs. There's not much to come after Pat Cummins. But Cummins, there's no point in just spending time out there, Casper. He needs to keep scoring runs.
No, that's right. And I think being positive is the theme the batsmen need to be. Not poking and prodding from the crease. And like you said about the arc, if it's in, he sees it. And if it's just when it's bouncing where he wants it, give it heaps.
Ashwin then in again to Cummins. This one fired in a little bit quicker. Worked around the corner, but straight to the man at short fine. No run this time. 4 sixes, Phil Long has just told me today. All off the bowling of Ashwin.
Well, Ashwin wouldn't mind that. He's tempted them into going after him. He's bowled much slower at times. I remember a ball which is 84 or 85 kph, which is very unlike him.
Ashwin then in once more. This one is floated up, wrapped on the pads. Big shout for leg before. Not out is the signal. And Rohit Sharma now asking KS Bharat whether it was in line. And they're going to go upstairs. 5 seconds left on the timer. Rohit makes the signal. DRS has been called upon. And we'll have another look at this.
Yeah, I could hear Pat Cummins say it hit his glove. Not sure whether it did. There was a lot of bounce. Some balls have jumped at the right-handers from Ashwin. Virat Kohli signaled for DRS, even though he's not captain, from first slip immediately as the appeal was turned down.
Let's take another look. Replay coming up. Floated up delivery. Where does it pitch? Just outside off. Where does it hit? Oh, big inside edge.
Inside edge.
Big inside edge. Onto pad. Huge, in fact.
Absolutely.
So India lose another review.
Yeah, Pat Cummins looked very confident, didn't he, as he walked down, asked for a change of gloves as well.
How would you have been as a DRS man, Casper, in this day and age? Would you have been going upstairs for everything, twisting your captain's arm?
Well, I was going to say, are we talking as a bowler or a batter?
Oh, as a bowler, of course.
As a bowler, because I know as a batsman there wouldn't have been letting any left in the tin.
Not for you.
By the time we, come on, he's up.
Ashwin to continue then into Cummins. He's forward in defence once more. Just the one review remaining for India as well.
Well, I know as a bowler, you only appeal only when you know it's out. That's the only reason why we appeal. But I think we're using the technology, and we've seen it. A number of the LBWs we find now, even off the front foot, you didn't see a lot of that in years past. Obviously, technology suggesting and proving that it is going straight on and hitting.
Crowd getting into things as well as Kohli gives them a wave. They chanted his name. Ashwin in again to Cummins, who's again forward in defence. Pretty well negotiated that one. 6 for 188. Now Australia here on SEN Test Cricket in association with Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. And a lot of people listening from far and wide. Got an anonymous text in here. Sitting at Lake Mulwala with my 1-year-old and 5-week-old nephew. I'm not allowed to have the cricket on TV, so having my feet in the water, taking it all through you guys is a real treat. Love Pete Hanscom. Sounds like he's in good touch. Thanks for the coverage, fellas. And thank you for getting in touch. Next time, do attach your name to the text, and we'll read that out. Matt from Yas as well. As far as Test cricket is concerned, should the reverse sweep shot be taken away from Test cricket? Don't mind it in ODI and T20 matches, of course, but in my opinion, it's the worst Test shot, whether you get out or not. Thoughts on that, guys?
Well, I mean, 25 years ago, you could have had that argument, but it's become such an ineffective shot, and a shot that a lot of batters were good at, like Khawaja today before he got out, have great control over it. Alex Carey, another one, didn't get a chance to do it today. And it was at this ground, Casper, in 2000. Andy Flower reverse swept Anil Kumble, Sunil Joshi, Murli Karthik made a double 100. And we had seen nothing like that. I mean, consistent reverse sweeping completely put the Indian spinners off. And 24 years since, I think it's become a trademark shot, or a standard shot for a lot of batters.
Reverse sweep come in, so maybe that's where the frustration comes in that in that text coming through, that they don't like it. Sure, it's not in the textbook, in the coaching manual as such, but it's sort of added something to the game, I think.
Right, Mohamed Siraj then replacing Jadeja at the far end, from where we're broadcasting from. A couple of slips in place, staggered though, gaps in between. As Siraj comes in and Hanscom is back in defence, back towards mid-on.
Oh, back to a friend though. Yas is driven from Adelaide to Sydney many times. Yas is a spot you stop late at night. There's a McDonald's there, not much else.
Always good.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you miss the 8 p.m. deadline in Australia to find food.
Oh, really?
Especially when you drive around the...
Did you go for the... They don't have the Maharaj Mac over in Australia.
They do in the UAE, don't they? As this is shorter and well guided down towards deep third. It will be fielded by Iyer, I think it is, down there, and just a single taken this time.
So it's not the Big Mac, is it? Here in India, it's the Maharaj Mac.
Well, to understand, Australia has never really, in the last few years, had a Maharaja. Think about it, India used to have Maharajas. Australia has always...
Still have, don't they, in some regions?
They do, absolutely. Always been connected to the Maharaja from another country.
Okay.
There you go. Commonwealth and all that.
Well, they've got Bharat Sundaresan. Surely you've got some sort of title.
Yeah, true. The Adelaide...
I mean, there's a few words we've called you, but we can't reveal them all on air. Right, Cummins back on strike. Australia 6 for 189. Siraj steams in, 3 slips in place now, and Cummins just defends into the leg side for no run.
You've got the big man. Everything's big in Australia. The country's big. A lot of people are this big, this massive.
Casper's big.
Next door. Michael Kasprowicz, big guy.
Well, actually, in Australia, it's as a comedian, it's actually... Vince Sereni talks about that on stage. He says in Australia, everything's not just big, but great.
Yeah, true.
The Great Barrier Reef.
Yeah, true.
Great Ocean Road.
And then you have the big horse and the big koala.
And great.
Siraj in, and Cummins leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Stumps in New Zealand. First test between England and New Zealand. England end the day on 2 for 79. That's a lead of 98 runs. Probably in about 5 overs, that 2 for 79. We'll have a look at the scorecard in just a second. But yeah, the game rattling along. 16 overs, actually. Very conservative from England there.
This is day 2. It's day 2, isn't it?
Day 2, end of day 2, yes. New Zealand recovering well as Siraj is in, and Cummins again just defending that one down to mid-on.
I'm just wondering whether with Bazball, of course, the theme, and they're talking about the way they play, the reason why they do that is because Brendan McCullum actually loves his golf. And if they either win or lose in 3 or 4 days, then it gives them a couple of days off to go and play golf.
It makes a lot of sense to me.
I think that's it.
Make it about yourself as a coach. I would if I was coach,
That's fair enough. Stokesy likes a bit of golf as well. It's win-win. Siraj, and again, slightly fuller and driven, but well fielded by the bowler in his follow-through. End of another over. 54 gone in this Australia innings. 6 for 189. We'll probably get one more over in before this tea interval. And got another text in here. About to hit the inclined treadmill, and we'll have the commentary via the app to keep me going. Tony in Warrnambool, Victoria.
Oh, we need to step it up then, guys. He's on the incline. We need to give him something that gives him some energy. Come on, Casper.
What level is he running at, though? Has he hit level 10, or we're going fast than 10?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
10 when you're on incline, to be fair, even a brisk walk is pretty good.
Well, there was a saying around when we trained, or certainly in pre-seasons and all those, when you used to really do the hard yards. Train hard, play easy. So I'm just wondering what his game is. He's training hard, obviously, with the incline.
It's around 7:40 where he is right now. 7:40 in the evening to be on the incline. Good job, I say.
Good effort.
Outstanding.
Ashwin into Hanscom, who guides this one away towards third man. Just the single taken. Big shout of no. It was in the gap, but fielded by Akshar Patel, swooping around towards his left.
Just want, for Australia's sake, them to get to at least 250. They've actually batted well, much better than they did in Nagpur. But if they get cleaned up now before 220, they'll just lead to more doubts. Because they've done everything right, they've shown the right intent, they've used their feet to spin. And then if it doesn't work out, where do you go next?
Ashwin again, and Cummins is back defending this one.
Well, that's precisely it. The first test we saw that 177 was not nearly enough runs. Probably reverse pressure back on. So today, 250 minimum.
Again, just back in his crease. Cummins punching this one back to the bowler in his follow-through.
And this partnership in itself is actually worth 22 runs, I think.
Yeah.
Has actually just got signs of it. We saw that the way the Indian lower order batsmen getting their partnerships help their innings.
Floated up, and Cummins goes for the slog sweep, misses it this time. And the ball just thuds into his body.
And the speed of the ball, just 82 kph, so slow. Cummins was through a shot before the ball actually got to him. Look at that. His eyes off it, head was pretty pointing towards the direction of
Yeah, and he's in, normally it's higher and wider, but he's actually decided to come around the wicket to him. Change the angles.
Coming around now, Ashwin, and again just beats him on the outside edge. Another slightly flighted delivery across Cummins this time. Good bowling.
I've always called Ashwin the spin scientist, and 2 balls to Marnus and Steve Smith. This one was very similar to the one that he got Steve Smith with.
Ashwin speeding through his over here. Cummins almost hitting this one to short leg, just knocking it wide of that fielder there under the lid. End of the over, 6 for 190. Here we go. Tony, he's on the highest incline. 59-year-old man as well, he is.
Tony.
Good on you, Tony.
Well done, Tony.
Outstanding.
You're great.
He is great.
Yeah, he's great.
He's not good.
He's just great.
He's great.
Yeah.
He's the Maharaja.
He is. Go get yourself a Maharaja Mac after that, Tony. Maybe.
Absolutely.
Maybe
I don't think Uber Eats actually does it from India.
All right.
No.
We'll just undo all the...
happen someday, trust me.
You'll undo all the good work on the treadmill there, Tony. Don't listen to him.
If you can really afford it. I'm sure there are some rich Indians around the world who manage to still get Uber Eats wherever they are. Trust me. Maybe it takes a day, but I'm sure.
What is it called here? Zomato or something?
Zomato is one of them.
Used that the other night.
I'm thinking caviar or some, exquisite. Oh, not a cheeseburger.
True.
Siraj then to continue. We'll get one more over him before the interval, and this is works down towards fine leg by Hanscom. Single taken. The lunch here was pretty good.
It was.
First lunch in Delhi. Nice spread. Choice of a few different curries.
Yeah.
Can I try and join you guys? I just want you to confirm this. One of the things I've learned after all the years coming here, whereas the further north you go in India, the better the paneer is.
Yeah,
that's the cheese.
True,
Yes.
absolutely.
And it was today. It was awesome too.
Just melted.
Yeah, paneer, and in that curry is beautiful.
The milk, the quality of milk is supposed to be better as you go further up.
It's full of butter though as well.
Oh, yeah.
Ghee.
So good. Actually, no, so great.
Great. Siraj in again, and this is well guided by Cummins, but only as far as backward points and no run.
And the way he's describing the paneer, I think we need to get him on the incline soon.
Yeah. Might need some of that.
Just stay on the dal diet, the lentils.
Actually, I think just the no food diet might be required when we get home. But it's been fantastic. Always love the food here. Is just unbelievable. With all the different vegetables, mutton as well.
Mutton's really good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Siraj then steams in once more from the far end, and this is worked away fine. And that's going to go all the way. Well, they took the fielder away from that particular position, and it was a bit of a gimme there from Cummins, who's looking more and more confident with each over.
I think the 2 sixes have played a big role in it, the first one in particular. When he's looking to score runs, everything about his batting looks better. The footwork's better, his head position's better, he's coming at the ball a lot more. And I think that first 6 of Ashwin's has given him that confidence to bat normally. And it's another crucial partnership for Australia. They're still 5 runs shy of 200, but they're getting there.
Siraj then tries again, and this is a beautiful drive through the onside, and that's going to race away for 4 as well. Back-to-back boundaries there for the Australian skipper. Just leant on that really through a sort of wide-ish long-on area. All timing. He's looking in brilliant nick at the moment. He moves into the 20s now, Pat Cummins, 23 from just 29.
Great line you said there before about him looking to get forward, and the body weight's going forward, and he did just that delivery. Full and straight, but just getting on top of it, right over the top of it, but it's piercing through that leg side field. Looking really good here. Discussion earlier around Pat Cummins has been a bit, call it out of form. He hasn't scored runs for a while. Today's looking pretty good.
A couple of balls remaining then in the session as Siraj runs in again, and this is well defended by Cummins. A shy at the stumps. Feigned by Siraj there. Showing a bit of aggression.
Even there is defence too. With the ball getting a little bit older, they're looking to sort of angle the ball in to sort of the stumps. Still a short of a length height, but he's still driving forward.
Absolutely.
Hitting it, coming forward and right there. Nice straight bat.
Still off the middle of the bat as well.
He's getting into great positions today.
Final ball then of the session. Siraj into Cummins, bouncer. Cummins just ducks underneath that, leaves it well alone. And the umpires call for the tea interval with Australia. Recovering well, really, there. Good little partnership between Pat Cummins and Peter Hanscom. 6 for 199, 56 overs gone in the day, and all pretty even.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful test match so far. We've seen some great struggle, I suppose. The battle, that's what you want. Ball versus bat. At times bat's been on top, but then all of a sudden ball comes back both times. So it's one of those things. At 199, 100 runs in that session, you're pretty good. But at the same time, losing those crucial wickets is just doesn't quite fit. 105 runs in that session.
Yeah, Pat Cummins just walking off, showing off to Peter Hanscom how happy he is with that wristy flick that went for 4 in that final over. But yeah, you're right, Casper. I mean, twice today wickets have gone bang bang. Mana, Steve Smith in the first session, and then Khawaja and Alex Carey bang bang again. That's really what has set Australia back, much like Nagpur. But unlike Nagpur, they've still managed to stitch some partnerships together. Even Travis Head didn't score too many runs, but that partnership took them 30, 40 runs ahead, and so has this one.
Right, well, we will see what happens in the final session in around 15-20 minutes' time. We'll be back with all the action coming up at tea with John Donohoe. He'll take you through all the action from England versus New Zealand, as well as your texts from this test. This is SEN Test Cricket in association with Tyre Power, your trusted local, as the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard at tea reads Australia 6 for 199.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo, henley.com.au, and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Shami's bowling to head edges and caught in the cordon. Shami saws off heads, outside edge, and the return of Travis Head does not do the trick for Australia. He's doing it again. Oh, and he's caught spectacularly at what amounts to square leg. KL Rahul. Khawaja hit it so sweetly. It flew in the air and was hauled in. Khawaja falls for 81. He's on his knees. He can't believe that has led to his demise. He's led Australia to 5 for 167, but falls at the most inopportune moments. Ashwin bowls, and here he's edging and he's caught. He's gone for a duck. Pouched at first slip. Virat Kohli takes the catch. Ashwin gets his third. And Australia gets nothing out of the keeper. And now matters are worse.
Floats one up and Cummins takes the invitation. Slog sweeps this all the way over cow corner into the stands. Floats one up and another slog sweep. Has that gone all the way? Yes, it has. Another 6 for Pat Cummins over into the leg side. This time a little bit squarer.
2 captivating sessions to start this Delhi Test match at tea. Australia 6 for 199. Hanscom 36. Cummins a welcome return to the runs for the captain. He is on 23. So there's a feeling around. Ravi called it early. 250 gives Australia a foothold in the game. It's a long tail, so there's a bit that's, well, there's a lot that is stitched into this partnership between Hanscom and Cummins. Lots of thoughts coming through. 0433 98 11 16. Hey guys, loving the commentary. Mark here listening in while driving a tractor through vineyards in the Clare Valley in South Australia. Oh, what a beautiful sight that would be, Mark. And Aidan in Bowen. Love the commentary, fellas. Currently bowling some chin music to my mate Luke in the backyard whilst listening. There's nothing more Australian than that. Ravi Shastri, it's great to see you.
Oh, just tell him I have a couple of nice Chardonnays on our name. He's lucky. A nice part of the world, Barossa.
It is, it is. What are you thinking?
Great session. Great 2 sessions. I think the last session, loved the way Australia played with the kind of intent they did, you know, to reach 200. They've got to back themselves to try and reach 250. And I think this is an important partnership. I like the way Hanscom has not looked to dominate the strike. He's allowed Cummins to come and play his game. You know, another 50 runs from here. You're right. This is going to be a cracking contest. Simple reason, Australia have got some ammunition in this test match. It's not just off spinners bowling. You've got someone who'll take it away from the right-handers, a left-arm spinner. So, and the fast bowler will come into play. Pat Cummins.
The Usman Khawaja innings, 81. And maybe, like, he played the reverse sweep expertly. That might have been the sweetest of all, and KL Rahul hauled it in with a one-handed catch.
I mean, you would have needed a tractor to take him off the ground there, because he was just refusing to believe what he saw. It came straight out of the meat of the bat. It was curving away from KL Rahul, so against all odds, he's pulled off a blinder.
What did you think of the Khawaja innings?
Fine innings. I thought that there was a method. You know, the way he backed himself, the way he attacked Jadeja. First ball every over, he would pull out the reverse sweep, try and get the boundary. And the intent he scored. the pace at which he scored his runs very similar to the way Rohit Sharma batted in Nagpur. You know, he constantly put the bowlers under pressure, and I mean, that's one of the main reasons Australia has reached this 199.
And your assessment of what we've seen from the bowlers. 3 for 57 Ashwin, 2 for 41 Shami. Siraj bowled with great venom, none for 30. Jadeja's 1 for 44, and Axar Patel he's been the bits and pieces at 4 overs, none for 14.
I think Ashwin was outstanding. I mean, he bowled beautifully. A little bit more luck, he could have picked up some more wickets. But this is the session now. This is normally a session where wickets falls. In India, after tea at the Firozshah Kotla, now the Arun Jaitley Stadium, you know, expect some wickets to fall.
All right, so a lively 2 and a bit hours, I would say. There'll be a little bit of overtime in what's been sent down so far. 56 overs have been bowled, notwithstanding most of this will be spin, I'm sure. And there's a great sense of reverie outside. We're just having a wander around. There's a tour group of ours, Ravi, here, about a dozen who are seated down at what would be long off down below, wide long off, having a great day out in the sun and taking it all in. And the cricketing culture here, it's a dry stadium, so that might be the one tiny bit of disappointment that they're feeling. No beers while you watch.
Yeah, I saw Merv Hughes in the crowd with a Diet Coke. You know, very unlike Merv, big unit that he is. But this is the best crowd I've seen. Day one for a test match in Delhi, by far the best crowd.
Righto, so players are back out in the middle. Pete Handscomb's come out in a helmet, potentially anticipating that there might be some pace at the start of the session, having batted for long periods in his baggy green. And Pat Cummins has been out of the runs for really 18 months, with one exception in Gaul, so this has been a welcome return. But the challenges are endless. Axar Patel is bowling from our broadcast end at the start of the session. Pete Handscomb scratches away and readies himself. It is warm. It's warm out there. How much I'm sure of. Where did we get to?
Yeah, we talked about Khwaja, but I think Pete Handscomb has batted extremely well. Very good footwork, very positive, and good defence.
Patel starts with a near half tracker. Back goes Handscomb to defend it. Threatened to keep just a fraction low on the body language in all of that. And Pete just wanders down to have a little pat at the pitch.
He doesn't have a high backlift, so it's dead defence. It's it's like a wall out there, and I love the way he's controlled the bat with the top hand. Nice angle of the bat when defending, and bat in front of the pad.
So they've got the slip. They've got Silly Point, who's 2 pitches away. Is in an unusual position as Handscomb is neat in his defence, bat and pad tight together.
Yes, he's looked very composed. It's always the start of a session that's important for any side when you're playing in India. You don't want to lose a couple of wickets straight away.
Deep point has gone back. Handscomb plays the ball safely to the leg side. Absolutely methodical in what he does. He's got a wealth of first-class experience. He's seen his share of test action, particularly on the subcontinent. Very deliberate with the touching down of the bat in his trademark style as he readies himself. He's back playing out of the stumps to the Silly Point. Lovely sharp piece of fielding, tossed in a hurry.
He captains Victoria, doesn't he?
Yes. He's had a splendid Shield season. And probably memories of the Ranchi innings from last time around was what really saw him prominent in the selectors' eyes. Patel around the wicket to him, and he blunts the ball out to cover.
And what was noticeable in that session was even Rohit Sharma. You know, he was well aware that he doesn't want Australia to get too many runs.
Patel bowls tight in his defence. Pete Handscomb trickles it back down the pitch. So 6 for 199, the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. Is the IPL schedule released tonight? Is that?
Yes, from what I gather, it starts from the 31st of March and goes on up to the 28th of May.
Yeah, that's a big window, isn't it?
Yeah. It's almost 2 months, 10 teams now. Number of matches have moved, Gerard, from 58 to 72.
Yep.
So, and all over the country, 10 teams. Oh, it's It's a massive exercise.
Yeah. On a night here when this is a full house, describe the environment for us.
Fabulous. This ground, from a player's point of view, from a spectator's point of view, it's fabulous because it's so close to the action, and it's all closed. Most of the ground is closed, so the atmosphere is electric.
Yep.
And you get good crowds, full houses for every IPL game.
Yeah, phenomenal. Mohammad Shami is going to open up after tea from the stadium end. Cummins is on 23 as the skipper faces up. Oh, just got his back down to it in time, and the ball trickles away into the corner. Cummins just indicating with his gloves that did a little bit.
Yeah, when that happens, he's very good. He's got great control, Mohammad Shami, especially when it comes to tailing it back into the right-handers. We saw him take the last 2 wickets in the Test match in Ahmedabad, with ones that came back in a long way. In Nagpur, I beg your pardon.
Yep. It's a bit of that's Cummins thinking there's a bit of reverse in that. He'll be the man to do it for Australia. A catching straight mid-wicket has come in as Shami bowls, and Cummins jams down on a ball, keeps out of the stumps.
That's a straight giveaway. When you know that short mid-wicket position comes in, you know it's tailing in.
Yeah.
It's a very popular position among sides around the world, especially when they play here.
Telltale replay for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourites. Split slip, so really at 2 and 4, Virat Kohli and KL Rahul. And that straight catching mid-wicket, 2 pitches across. Shami over the wicket, bowls to Cummins, who drives. He strokes the ball straight to cover. He won't find a run.
This has been absorbing cricket. What surprised me was the pace this pitch had, the bounce, especially when the faster bowlers bowled or dug it in short. They got something out of it, which augurs well for some good cricket in this Test match, because the batsmen will get value for their shots because of that pace if they find the gap. And this is a boundary ground. You will get a lot of boundaries.
Shami pushes in from the top of his mark. It flows past the umpire and bowls, and Cummins nudges it away to cover again. No run. Yes, there's a bumper barrage at the start of the day. Wasn't really in anybody's thinking, I don't think, but Siraj to Warner was confronting cricket.
Yes, and some of the best fast bowlers who've bowled in this part of the world have used that bouncer very effectively. It's an effort ball, and because of the lack of bounce at times, it makes it very difficult for a batsman, whether to duck, whether to fend it off, whether to keep playing the pull shot.
Cummins settles in over his bat. Shami bowls to him. He's edging. Oh, he might have been dropped. KL Rahul, who's caught everything today, away to his right, couldn't hang on. And looking suspiciously at his right hand in the aftermath.
I wonder if this one tailed away. Just seeing the seam. No, it's come back in.
Yep, diving away to his right, having seen the quality catches to remove head and the blinder to take Khawaja. KL Rahul misses out on his third, and Cummins survives on 23. He's forward and defending to cover once more. A maiden over, but an eventful over. 6 for 199, the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
From street to stadium, country to coast, nothing comes close to summer hoops.
These are the stars of the Hungry Jacks NBL. Xavier Cooks was the 2022 Grand Final MVP and is touted as the next Australian to make the NBA. Cooks is already playing at an MVP level this season as the Kings aim to go back-to-back. Watch every game of Hungry Jacks NBL live on ESPN via KO and Foxtel.
Hungry Jacks NBL, unrivaled.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. This partnership between Hanscom and Cummins is worth 31. Australia 6 for 199. So a couple of maidens after the tea break. Axar Patel is bowling from our broadcast end of the ground. He's around the wickets, and Hanscom is beaten on the outside edge. as he lunged forwards. Bharat took it with the bails off.
Beautifully bowled. Just slowed it up a little bit. Allowed the ball to grip the surface. He normally is very quick through the air. Quickest of the three Indian spinners. Bowls around 95, 94, 95. Most deliveries. This one a lot slower.
And spun a long way past the outside edge. Hanscom played back, jammed down on it, kept it out of the stumps. Yes, forward or back, the decision on every ball.
Yes. And that's where he can defeat you. He can defeat you by misjudging length. Because of the pace at which he bowls. He's much quicker than Jadeja.
Hanscom, in hindsight, would like to have been forward to the previous. He is forward this time as he defends to the silly points under the helmet a couple of pitches away.
This is one of the best Indian spin attacks in a long time. Because they're all fully capable of getting wickets. They're very accurate. So it's not, runs aren't easy to come by. So they.
Patel from around the wicket. Hanscom defending away.
So they're tight most of the time, and as a batsman, you've got to take your chances, which Australia did well today. I thought they had a method, especially Khwaja. The way he swept, reverse swept, the timing of the assault on the bowler early in the over.
Patel bowls. Hanscom, oh, he tried to cut, he missed. That's devilishly close to the off stump. He was off balance, reeling away off the pitch.
That's a dangerous shot on this track. Horizontal bat shot. Ball will keep low as the game progresses. Oh, not far away.
That was so close watching that replay. Just dive in at the off stump.
Didn't bounce much.
Hanscom knew he was in no man's lands in the position that he'd taken. That replay for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourites. It's testing stuff after tea. Hanscom straight up this time. Stands tall. Blunts it back to the bowler. 6 for 199. There hasn't been a run in 3 overs. The Kia scoreboard. Kia, more movement that inspires.
Order the McValue bundle at Macca's today. A choice of your favourite burgers, together with fries and drinks for just $26.95. Did we just find something the whole family can agree on? Available between 10:30 a.m. and midnight at participating restaurants. See our website for details.
It's Derby night tomorrow, when Melbourne Victory take on Melbourne City at Amy Park. Melbourne bring the noise with kick-off at 7:45 p.m. Tickets from $30. Don't miss the action tomorrow. Tickets at tickettech.com.au.
The score remains 6 for 199. SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. There's been a dropped catch. There's been fraught moments for Peter Hanscom. Cummins is on 23 as he faces up to Shami, and he stays right out of the bouncer. Ravi Shastri is here. Peter Lalor is back with us. Hello to you, Pete.
Hello, Gerard Whateley. Hello, Ravi Shastri. This is a day I don't want to end, and certainly an innings that the Australians don't want to end any time soon. Pat Cummins, we've been looking for an innings like this for him for some time, and couldn't have come at a better time.
And the crowd loving it too. They're seeing some fight shown by the Australians. You know, after going down so quickly in Nagpur.
You say that wickets fall in the last session, yeah, especially when you're 6 down, I guess.
Yes. Shami in bowls. Cummins kept out the Yorker.
Took on the spin bowlers before tea, hit it over the ropes, over the boundary. Has to bat with intent because you know, he's not a batsman, so he can't always trust his defence.
Correct. And you can see the Indian message would have been, even if we don't get the wickets, let's keep things tight. That there be a period of play where Australia might still be 6 down after half an hour after tea, but let us not give more than 10 runs or 12 runs at that stage. 1 wicket will lead to 2, 3.
Such tight cricket at the moment. Shami to Cummins. He defends the ball to cover.
Not much experience in the Australian dugout now, is there? I've got Nathan Lyon, with all due respect, but the other two, 1 test between them.
Yeah, 199 for 6. You lose a wicket here. This could be 210, 215, all out as well. It can happen so quickly.
Just I had the feeling, Pete, that if it's Cummins who's out, I'd bring Lyon in next. just to give Hanscom as much time as there is. I think once you've got the youngsters around you, there'll be the end is near.
Yeah.
It's Shammy who's bowling, and Cummins turns him away for the first runs after tee, down to fine leg. Jadeja gets around to his left to do the fielding, and the 200 comes up for Australia. This is in the 60th over. It comes to the loss of 6 wickets.
And a warm round of applause around the ground, because, you know, Indian crowds, they like a contest. India, Australia have had some fabulous series over the last decade or so. And that's the reason why it's such a popular series, much awaited series. Even as early as 8:30 this morning, 9 o'clock, quite a few people coming into the ground.
Earlier than that, Ravi, for some of us who get here really early. There was a big crowd outside at about 7:30.
Shammy bowling to Hanscom. He blocks the ball to cover.
And great excitement. Great excitement. You could feel everybody was up for this match. They knew something was on. Well, young Todd Murphy started life as a batter in cricket, a batter who bowled a bit. You know, that was the sort of skill he was going to hang his hat on in cricket. You know, probably first-class aspirations, possibly state cricket. So, not that much difference, is it? Batting over here in Delhi.
Mohammad Shami to close out his over to Hanscom, who drives. He beats the dive at mid-off, at least enough to be able to pinch a single. It was ricocheted away by Siraj and a single taken. So Hanscom will keep the strike. He's 37 at 6 for 201 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Find where you belong with Harcourts. Here's CEO Tony Morrison.
The only thing constant is change, especially in property management. From changes in legislation, interest rates, tenants' rights, if you're paying a property manager, they need to be all over it. At Harcourts, it's our mission to keep landlords and tenants informed and to ensure all expectations are met. It's another reason we've been around for over 130 years.
Visit harcourts.com.au and rest assured.
SEN Test cricket for Henley completed homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo. Henley.com.au. Australia 6 for 201. Pete Hanscom's on 37. Axar Patel is bowling to him and he's blocking the ball to leg. Macca from Warrnambool sent through a message. Doesn't get better than this. Listening to SEN Test cricket and attempting to cook an Indian fish moli, a curry. Got the spag bolognese going too as the 12th man. Love the call, especially Ravi's insights. Macca, it's great to have you with us. 0433 98 11 16.
Ravi looked confused by that. Indian men don't cook.
Hanscom has got it all together as he blocks back down the pitch.
You've got to make use of the population we have. You know, you can't do too many things.
Yeah, no.
You know, you've got to make use of the 1.4 billion. Only.
Patel to Hanscom. Drag that down. Seen off. You talked about when we arrived today is the signs on the way in of what you couldn't bring in, and obviously you can't bring in backpacks and no chewing tobacco and no balloons. I think the surprise was the no animals, and depicted on that sign was a cat, a dog and 3 rabbits. Hanscom nibbles the ball out through point and he'll pick up a single to the sweeper in the deep.
I think they had that sign. They had a sign up outside the SCG at one point, wasn't it? No pigs. I don't know if you're old enough to remember that, Gerard.
Yes, I am.
One day they let a pig loose on the SCG during an Aussie rules game. I mean, it was to make fun of a rather burly full forward.
Oh, that would have got the roof down.
Yes, there is a pig on the field. 6 for 202. Cummins is on 24 as he faces up to Axar Patel. He's back and he's cutting, but he's picked out backward point, no run.
Can you imagine here? You've had at times dogs sneaking in to grounds in India. Normally the groundsman's dog finds a way. He knows all the nooks and corners.
Patel around the wicket. Cummins blocks to mid-on.
The groundsman has...
yes, sorry, I lost count. That's the end of the over. One from it. 6 for 202. Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires.
Voted one of the world's top 10 iconic wine stores, here's Miles from Prince Wine Store with a wine update.
The wines of the USA are better than ever. Join us Saturday 18th, 12 till 2 p.m. as we explore the new USA with wines of finesse, complexity and depth. This will be a tour de force of the California and Oregon wine scene. Tickets are $25 a head, refundable on purchase.
Prince Wine Store, Bank Street, South Melbourne. Delivering Australia-wide. princewinestore.com.au.
There's been charades being played out in the middle. SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Pete Hanscom wants his baggy green, but there are all sorts of... Oh, is he asking for a drink or...
You failed, charades. He wants his floppy white.
He wants his floppy white.
So he's doing the floppy wrists thing, Gerard. It's sort of like he makes his flopping like a fish on a table.
So this takes us right back to Ranchi, doesn't it? When he batted for such a long time in his floppy white.
Yeah, that's right. Love to see that. I like that floppy white hat. Did you wear one like that, Ravi?
A lot in India. A lot in India.
Yeah.
When you didn't wear the helmet, it was always the floppy.
I've got an image in my mind of you wearing one in the Madras Test.
Yes.
Or making that up?
Yes.
Doesn't matter. Say yes.
It's 28 degrees at the moment here in Delhi.
And not too bad a day. The air's a bit cleaner than it was yesterday, isn't it? There must be a bit of breeze about, is there? Or?
Jadeja back into the attack. And forward comes Hanscom to defend.
He's looked the part, Peter Hanscom.
Looked good in Nagpur too,
yes,
I thought.
Yes, very good.
Looked like he's got his game sorted, Peter.
Very deliberate in his touchdown. He readies himself and he drives off an outside edge. It falls safely well in front of Axar Patel, who's at a backward point or short fine leg.
I must say the pitch has played a lot better than a lot of people would have thought watching that first hour of play, where Ashwin got the ball to spin and bounce. But that was because of probably the moisture in the surface, a little bit of dampness. Settled down nicely now.
Jadeja bowls, flighted. Hanscom nudges it away out to deep points and helps himself to his 39th run.
There's a suggestion here, because we were all of a mind in that first session that, runs were incredibly valuable. It's actually looking like it might play all right tomorrow.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
Normally the best day to bat.
Great. Well,
in India. In India, normally, second day is the best day to bat.
Well, if these two get through to lunch tomorrow and then the tail can cash in, it'll be fun.
All the more in the urgency that Australia bat the day out.
A lot on Pat Cummins' shoulders in this test match, isn't there?
There is.
The sole seamer.
Jadeja bowls to him. He had a big swing. It's off the inside portion of the bat. Oh, it ran through the legs of Mohammad Siraj, and it will head to the boundary. As a result, that backwards square. That's an unflattering moment in the field to concede the boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston.
Yeah, it took him by surprise. It took Mohammad Siraj by surprise. I think he was looking at deep mid-wicket. The ball suddenly came in his direction, spun, and beat him.
Did he misfield in the previous over?
Oh, there's one every game,
With him?
Yeah, with Siraj. He just dozes off at times.
He lets you down because the Indian fielding's been very, very good, I think, apart from the odd dropped catch. The outfielding, anyway.
6 for 207. It's just a slight delay in the middle. We're going to have two slips, maybe? Yes, two slips in place. Sure, this has come into second slip. It's middled away well by Cummins out to point to take a run. That's 29.
Sorry, Gerard, that's where I think India have to tighten up now. They can't give Cummins this easy single. Australia will be quite happy with the strike rotating. We've got to get things in a little tighter for Cummins. Make him go for the big shot like he did earlier in the over.
Hanscom's on 39. The deep cover has come in. Jadeja around the wicket to him, and Hanscom drives hard, long off his back, so a single taken. It'll be 6 for 209 at the end of the over on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Make your day a cream on top kind of day with a McCafe Deluxe Iced Coffee. A shot of barista-made espresso with the decadent taste of hazelnut or vanilla or caramel. It's real coffee, real deluxe. McCafe Deluxe Iced Coffee. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie.
Optus Business Mobile Plus is fit for businesses of all shapes and sizes. Get all the mobiles, SIMs and data you need, and none you don't. Search Optus Business Mobile Plus today, call or visit us in store. Great business starts with yes.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley. Completed homes now selling in Clyde North and Calcallo. Henley.com.au. It's lovely to hear where you're listening from. James has had a day. Finally on the way home after a day of shearing and a grass fire. SEN Test Cricket, take me home. Axar Patel bowls at the start of the new over, and off the outside edge, Hanscom runs it down wide of the slips for 4.
Oh, this outfield is super fast, as the kids would say.
Grizz lightning.
It is. It's Nagpur. I mean, Nagpur's a much bigger field, but the crowd seem to catch a bit more. But there's real value once you get that ball rolling.
Yeah, Hanscom has played with lovely hands. You know, nice loose bottom hand, allowing the ball, to come onto the bat, so it goes to ground. Even the last shot was nicely played.
He's moved to 44 on the back of the boundary and prepared to block the next ball. All the boundaries for Rotaflex by Blunston.
Well, it's another tick for this. Well, it's a tick for the Australian selectors. Peter Hanscom in this side. So, thus far.
Well, he's looked the part.
Yeah, he sure has.
Slip the short leg in place. Patel bowls and Hanscom defends. Fiona listening at home in Melbourne while packing a suitcase to head to India and up to Dharamshala for 10 days. So we won't see any cricket, Fiona, but I suspect the tone of that wasn't terribly disappointed, that maybe the trip was just going to take in a little bit of cricket. Tell us, Fiona, was cricket on the itinerary? Patel bowls. Hanscom goes back, plays out of the stumps. There's a deep point in place. It's made him work a little bit. Ashwin, single taken. 6 for 214.
I think I know Fiona. I think I know Fiona quite well. She's a cricketer from Melbourne, and I bumped into her up in Dharamshala last time. She's got quite an affinity with that part of the world, as many people have. It gets under your skin up there, the Tibetan culture and those mountains.
Oh, you love it, don't you?
Me? I love all of India.
Oh, really?
Ravi? Yeah. All of it. Nagpur, Ranchi, Pune, Delhi, Bangalore.
Yes.
2 to come in the over. Cummins is back and defending the ball to cover.
Yes, like the way he's really applied himself today, the captain.
Yeah,
this was a very important innings, and he's there for Australia. 29 from 46.
He knows how important this Test match is.
And he's beaten past the outside edge. That's a lovely spinning delivery from Axar Patel. Cummins not good enough to nick it. 6 for 214. All of our stats. Download the SEN app from your app store today. Colos coming in.
Go full sport with Code Sports, Australia's biggest and most experienced sports news team, bringing you all the latest news and in-depth stories from around the globe, as well as every stat, odd and live score. For all your sport now in the one place, visit Code Sports today.
For over 150 years, Fitzroy's Royal Derby Hotel with its great beer garden has been a local institution, and now it's also Fitzroy's home of sport, specialising in AFL, rugby and UFC. Tell your mates, see you at the Derby. Visit royalderbyhotel.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Adam Collins taking over. I've got Harsha Bhogle with me, the voice of Indian cricket, and Pete Lalor standing by as well behind us. Australia have added 15 runs in the 30 minutes since tea. Jadeja operating the Gautam Gambhir stand end, bowling to Hanscom on 45, who lunges forward and defends. Hello, Harsha.
Good evening. This is a good partnership, isn't it? We were just talking when I was here last about Cummins rediscovering the batting in him, which we all know exists, and it's come at the right time. 29 of 47. This is an excellent partnership now.
I found a little stat by Phil Long, our scorer, who's beneath us here. Cummins has hit as many sixes in Test cricket now, 20 of them, as Steve Waugh in his whole career.
Gee whiz.
Just gives you a sense of the fact that he's got that gear, doesn't it? Like Cummins can go long, and does. We saw him hit a couple of massive sixes into the Gaul Fort last year, onto the road and bouncing over there. And
I think there was some stat about Shami hitting as many sixes as Rohit Sharma, something like that. Trent Boult has a record for sixes.
Wow.
Most ever for a number 11, I think it is.
Well, he's walking the talk, Pat Cummins.
Jadeja bowls, Hanscom defends after lunging forward again.
There is this game that I saw. Jasprit Bumrah is coming in to bowl to Pat Cummins, and he goes 6-0, 2-6-6-6 or something. Hit him for 4 sixes in an over.
And we saw what Bumrah did last year at Edgbaston, taking, well, including extras, 35 from a Stuart Broadover. Jadeja bowls, Hanscom's forward in defence again.
Rod likes patterns. He conceded 36 in a T20, so he thought 35 in a test match may not be a bad idea. Maybe 34 in a one-day if he ever gets one again.
Yes, there were some calls a couple of years ago. Can Broad play one-dayers again? They suppressed that. They've kept them very much as test match only, Broad and Anderson. They've been in the wickets in Mount Maunganui overnight. Jadeja bowls here. Hanscom goes back. Outside part of the bat, down towards the rope, and that is where it'll go. 4 runs for Peter Hanscom. Our boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston. 6 for 218. Good partnership building here, Pete Lawler.
Yeah, moves on to 49 from 105 deliveries. The Victorian captain is a man who's just in a sweet spot in his cricket career. I love the way he backs himself, gives himself a bit of room. Ravi was talking about his soft hands.
Now he's batted really well today.
Yeah, kept his head over the ball.
That was the 50 stand. Hanscom forward again, pushing out to point.
It's amazing,
just when they needed it.
It's amazing, isn't it? When a partnership develops, the wicket looks so different. It's just coming to terms with it, I think. It's something the Australians, I'm surprised, they're too much off. Carry demons in the mind with bat onto the ground.
Well, you keep that scoreboard ticking over. You don't let the bowler settle. You move the fields around a little bit.
So it's Jadeja to Hanscom, who gets forward to defend on this occasion. End of the 64th over. 6 for 218 is the score. Hanscom, 49. Cummins, 29 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Hi, Patrick Cripps here from the Carlton Blues.
And I'm Nico Hines from the Cronulla Sharks.
This season, go Ultra with Foxtel.
Don't miss the NRL, Formula One,
and for the first time ever, every game of every round of AFL live in 4K Ultra HD.
AFL, NRL, F1 live in 4K Ultra HD, only on Foxtel.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley completed homes, now selling in Clyde North and callohenley.com.au. I was having a chat to Tony from Henley Homes downstairs during the middle session. Great to have them with us here in Delhi this week. And we've got Pat Cummins and Peter Hanscom building partnership of 50 from 102 balls. Cummins doing the majority of the work there, 29 of it. Hanscom ticking over beautifully. You're right about the point in his career. I interviewed Hanscom during one of the lockdowns. I can't remember which one it was, and he was...
How many lockdowns have you been in?
A few, yes, in different parts of the world that I've lived in. Harsha, a couple of hotel... Not as many hotel quarantines as you've had.
I've been in a couple of lockups.
Have you?
I'll tell you later.
We won't get there.
Oh, we can if you like.
Akshar here to Cummins. Slip, silly point. Bowls here, flat, push down to long on. Easy single. He's 30. 6 for 219. I think he was just about to turn 30, if memory serves me correctly. And he's like, wow, what a luxury to get some time off cricket, having been running around the world year after year. And from his perspective, he needed to freshen up. And played a couple of years in England, which didn't go especially well with Middlesex, or 2 stints as club captain there at Lord's. And then that's led towards 2 great Shield years and back in the Test squad.
I think he's always been a good player to spin.
Sure has. Facing up here, goes back, wants one into the onside. The wicketkeeper Bharat says, you won't be doing that. No run, stays at 6 for 219.
I think I might have gone through a phase since you talked about lockdowns.
Yes.
Lockdowns, yeah. I might have gone through a phase where I did about 180 RT-PCR tests.
Yeah.
We had one every 2 or 3 days. Literally every 2 or 3 days one.
Well, that was the IPL, wasn't it, for you, having to do so much of it?
Yeah. You'd get a sore nose, wouldn't you?
You'd imagine.
Hanscom's 49, facing Akshar Patel, defends down the pitch, no single. Akshar operating from our broadcast end here at Delhi.
The only problem with those is there's some of the technicians who come to do that test who think it's the pathway to the eyes.
Akshar bowls 2 catches in close. Hanscom on 49, pushing just through the hands of the man at Silly Point. Through for a single, takes on Rohit Sharma and records a most important Test half-century. Gets there from his 110th delivery. He's found the boundary 6 times on the way to that milestone. The 7th time he's passed 50 in Tests. 2 of them have gone on to be centuries. And what he and Australia at large would give for Hanscom to go all the way today. 6 for 220.
I know I sound like a stuck record, but the more I see of him, the more I see Dino there. I'm just on like a stuck record, I know. But there's so much of the way he moves around and the way he's playing. He's playing an innings Dino wouldn't have minded playing today.
Akshar to Cummins, goes back and reads it well, defending out to cover.
No greater honour for a Victorian than to be clapped with the Sharon by the batting coach, Michael Divenuto, and a shot of Big Merv up in the crowd, another great Victorian. So Victorians love their cricketers and are a pretty proud mob, and they haven't had too many in the Test team in recent years.
I think I know why.
Got a couple this week. Akshar bowls and Cummins goes back to defend. The last ball of the over. 6 for 220. There were 2 runs off it with Cummins 30, Hanscom 50, and that's on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
40 crispy chicken McNuggets are for
52 between Hanscom and Cummins in the final session of day 1 here at Whateley Stadium in the capital, New Delhi. Ravindra Jadeja, just 1 catching man at slip. Bowls to Hanscom, who cuts away nicely, finds the gap out towards deep backward point. KL Rail had a busy day in the field, who cuts it off. He gets a single. He's 51, 6 for 221. You must have seen some extraordinary things at this ground over the years, Harsha.
I have, but I'll quickly finish what I was saying a little while ago. Apparently, there's not that many Victorians because they don't get the baggy green along with their state cap.
That old David Hookes line when he became coach of Victoria all those years ago.
It's a very multicultural team these days, Harsha. They've got quite... Pat Cummins is complaining there's too many Queenslanders in it.
Yes, there was a 3rd Victorian in there last week with Scott Boland. I suspect it was the first time since 1998 there have been 3 Vicks in the Test 11. Jadeja bowls 2 slips, Cummins forward defending the cover.
Both from Victoria we are. Originally, I've left. And so actually neither of us live there now.
No,
we've moved on.
Since you said 1998, there's an amazing stat I saw about Australia not having a right-handed opening batting combination since the year 2000.
Wow. So all the way back to Slater and Blewett. That's a long time ago. Yeah. 22 runs in the session. Wicketless for India so far. Cummins turns around the corner. I think better of the single that might have been there after the Siraj bobble. Cummins remains on 30 for 52 balls.
He's got such a goofy smile, and he's smiling because he stopped a cricket ball, which is what you're meant to do on the ground.
It doesn't happen all that often with Siraj. He's not a good fielder, is he?
No.
I think one of the things that's improved the most in many things have improved in Indian cricket, but the fielding...
Jadeja to Cummins, defends.
In my time covering cricket, has just improved remarkably.
When you say my time...
Well,
you're not that old.
You're very kind. You're very kind. I did start quite young.
1964.
Jadeja around the wicket. Cummins again doing well here in defence. He's keeping everything out.
I missed 64. I was on long service leave that year. But,
when was your first experience here at Delhi, Harsha?
When did I first watch a game here in Delhi? I watched Anil Kumble's 10 wickets here.
Right, so 99.
I watched the first Border Gavaskar Trophy Test match in 96.
Come back to that after this break. It's the end of the over. Jadeja defended by Cummins. It remains 6 for 221. 1 run coming from the over. On the Kia scoreboard, Kia, movement that inspires.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles all-new laminate flooring is now available in your favourite Australian native timber colours. Yes, National Tiles all-new laminate flooring is available in lifelike Australian native timber colours such as brushbox, spotted gum, coastal blackbutt and more. And as a never-to-repeated introductory offer, this beautiful National Tiles laminate flooring is yours for under $40 per metre. But you'll have to be quick, so rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. The crowd are fired up. They know that India need a wicket here. They need to break this nagging stand worth 53 between the skipper and Peter Hanscom, the right-hander back on strike, batting in the Greg Chappell hat. We don't see that too often these days. He was in the baggy green earlier. He's facing Akshar. Deep point out for that cut shot, which he turns to straight away. Well played. Bang on there at point is Siraj. 6 for 222, 52 for Hanscom. Sorry, Harsha, you were telling us about your early memories of this ground.
I think I might have done a test match against Zimbabwe here in early '93. I'm almost sounding Lalorish in my antiquity.
You've been a schoolboy then, wouldn't you? Colo wasn't born.
Were you born?
We both know I was. Leave it.
There's something about this ground. The player who's interestingly got the biggest connection with this ground is Anil Kumble. When he was out, he came back, and there was Scott Kumble that brought him back into the test side to South Africa. He's always got wickets at this ground.
Akshar closer to the stumps, round the wicket, Cummins defends.
So he got, what, 12, 13 wickets in that test match. I think that brought him back into contention. Then he came back here in '99. He picked up all 10.
Yep.
When Javagal Srinath had to bowl an over wide of off stump to ensure that Kumble still had a wicket left to take.
Akshar to Cummins, spears it in, tucks it just in front of square, really nicely timed by the captain. Out towards the rope it goes, cut off just inside. Good piece of work from the man playing his 100th test match, Cheteshwar Pujara, not known for his pace. They still get a third. Moves Cummins up to 33, Australia 6 for 225.
He's playing really well here, Pat Cummins. I mean, I overheard people saying, oh, hang on, the tail's too long. And I said, hang on, but that's Cummins at 8. But he hadn't got runs for a while. I think he's rediscovered that Australia desperately needed these runs. 222. They get a 250, 260. They've got something to play with.
Well, look, and I think Australia looked at India's tail and what it provided and thought, you know, we really need to do that, and it's on Pat Cummins to do it.
Hanscom facing, going back, using the crease as he's done so well in defence today.
This ground sometimes just goes to sleep. And as the game wears along, it just goes slow and low and slow and low. It doesn't break up and do dramatic things. It just gets slow and low as you go along. And you've just got to be very, very patient batting on it.
Akshar to Hanscom, goes back for the second time in the over, takes it out to deep point where Siraj does the fielding. 53 for him, 6 for 226.
So what you're saying is, if Australia had hung on to a few more wickets, they would be in a much better position out of profit, because batting does look significantly easier out there, doesn't it?
I was looking at some historical numbers, and day 2 is when the most runs are made in a day.
Don't tell us that.
Why? You've got batting on still.
Yeah, these still be together at lunchtime. I said that earlier. But the ball's soft too. Let's not forget that.
And it's not reversing a lot. Funny, I think they tried with a spell from
Akshar finishes here, defended by Cummins. End of the over on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. Australia 6 for 226, Cummins 33, Hanscom 53.
Learning new skills, bonding with loved ones, exercising the mind and body. All rewarding, but not as rewarding as a Kogan Money credit card. With a whopping $400 Kogan.com credit to spend on the most in-demand products when you meet the minimum spend criteria. Did we also mention there's no annual fee? Use it anytime, anywhere. The Kogan Money credit card. It's just more rewarding. Search Kogan Money to find out more. Spend criteria applies. Offer ends March 5, 2023. T's and C's, other fees and charges apply. Credit provider, National Australia Bank Limited.
SEN Test Cricket. For Henley completed homes now selling in Clyde North and calcalohenley.com.au. Bharat Sundaresan jumping in for Peter Lalor, as Ravi Shastri would say.
Lalor. That was an interesting combination.
Jadeja, new over. Hanscom, full, driven, out to long off where he gets one. 54 for him, 6 for 227.
Gentlemen? No, just...
Did you say gentlemen as in the singular or the plural?
Well, Harsha.
Go on.
Gentle, man, you. I saw you playing the tabla during the over break. Such a classical man, Harsha Bhogle.
You know, if any musician worth his salt ever was told that you use the word classical in my company.
To go behind the curtain, when you're hearing ads at the middle of the over, we're hearing a guitar riff that we hear every single over for the whole test match or test series, and get quite used to it. And Jeremy Coney loves it especially. Jadeja bowls, hits Cummins on the pad, that's close, that's gone. And Cummins knows it as well. Thrust out the front pad. He may review on the basis that they had 3 remaining, but that was going straight on with Jadeja's arm. And also there might have been an inside edge, and had there been one of those, they are going upstairs. It was taken at silly point. So either way, it feels like Cummins is in strife, but upstairs we go. Bharat, first thought, you're the umpire here.
No, he started walking away. It looked very, very out. He's taken his gloves off. Harsha Bhogle was talking about the day Anil Kumble took 10 wickets here, there were 3 occasions where the commentary went, wrapped on the pads and given. That's Ravi Shastri on air. That's exactly how he would have called that one. Jadeja just going through Pat Cummins' defences.
Well, first replay here, he is indeed wrapped on the pad in front of middle. Brad's got his finger up. I suspect, Harsha, you concur.
It's a tricky one because you actually don't want the ball to have hit the inside edge on an LBW appeal because you spotted that it was caught. There is no inside edge, as we're seeing on the replay. The only thing that will save him is he's a very tall man and he's got a stride forward, but the ball's hit him below the knee roll.
Yeah, Jadeja rarely gets one to bounce over the stumps, or at least...
Sorry, Baz, here we go. 2 reds to start, and the third one is red as well. Absolutely red. 2/3 of the way up. Hitting the middle stump, as it was with Labuschagne earlier today when he set one upstairs. Australia lose their 7th wicket with 226 on the board. A very important partnership of 58 is ended by Ravinder Jadeja, his 2nd wicket of the day. As ever with him, he threatens both edges.
And that's what all good spinners do. All good spinners should be threatening both edges. Ashwin talks about it all the time, and Jadeja does it sort of more marginally because he doesn't turn the ball that much. He's, what's the word for it, metronomic? Is that the word for it? Just keeps bowling there. You look at their pitch maps and they're completely different. Jadeja's all in one spot. And Ashwin has actually gone on record saying Jadeja bowling at one end allows me to be different at the other.
Absolutely. And what he does, Harsha, is even though the balls land on the same spot, there's such variety in terms of where he releases it from, not just in terms of the angle of his wrist, but where he is on the crease, and that's where he often flummoxes a lot of these right-handers. And look, I think Ravindra Jadeja hasn't or doesn't get the kind of credit he should for being the thinking bowler he is. I know he is very metronomical, or he is metronomic, but he also outthinks batters a lot, and I think he out-thought Pat Cummins on that occasion. As
someone else has called out there as well. Our 2nd pitch invader of the day didn't get very far. They've improved the security staff since this morning when the chap got all the way to the stumps.
As ambition goes, that's a very unambitious thing to do because you're never going to reach the centre. And what if you do reach the centre?
Yeah.
Then what?
Then what? Exactly. And of course we saw one pitch invader reach the centre years ago and Andrew Simons gave them the old shoulder charge.
I was there for that one. I saw that happen.
Exactly. It was India game. But the first pitch invader today, I must big shout out for Mohammad Shami. As they were dragging him out, they were slapping and thrashing him up. And Mohammad Shami actually walked up to the secretary and said, just drag him out. You don't have to beat him up.
Because there is nothing macho about 5 people grabbing one man and beating him up.
Exactly.
Just take him out of the ground.
Absolutely.
So the bespectacled Todd Murphy, left-hander, walks out at number 9. 7 for 227. Jadeja round the wicket. Murphy, positive intent on the front foot, pushing to cover. So India have got their first big moment of the session. Our big moments for Bendix, the best known breaks. Murphy, who you've seen bat for Victoria a bit. Bharat, facing up here, forward, inside edge onto the pad. Jadeja was interested for a moment, but no silly point.
Yeah, he does back himself with the bat. I mean, he's not as good as Ashton Agar. He doesn't have too many shots. But he's got a decent lower order technique. And he spent a lot of time training or in the nets facing Michael Divinito and Daniel Vittori in particular. You'll see him get that front foot stride out. Can Jadeja once again go past his bat?
Jadeja delivers. Murphy forward as he did to the first delivery. No run out to cover.
Is Dan Vittori bowling in the nets?
He is the best throwdown spinner the world has ever seen. He's not bowling, but his throwdowns are as good as his bowling, Harsha. People should film it and watch it. It's beautiful.
Jadeja round the wicket. Bowls Murphy. That is superb. 2 wickets in the over. Jadeja against Australia. It's always such hard work. He's in the book for a 3rd time. India go bang, bang. Murphy bowled for a duck, a date for 227, Harsha Bhogle.
And for the 3rd time, they've lost 2 wickets back to back. And that is something you really do not want in a test match. This one's turned back and gone through the gate. And it's as much the manner of the dismissal as the dismissal itself that'll cause a few rumbles in the dressing room. Having said that, you've got 227, so you should say, right, it's time for my spinner to now do that.
Well, Murphy might enjoy the surface later today because that's turned plenty. Jadeja has 10 wickets in the series already, Bharat.
And he'll get many more if Australia bat the way they have been against him. And I thought Murphy a little too flashy, but it's lacking, like I said, he's generally a dogged lower order batter. And yeah, Adam, they're going bang bang thrice already.
Now I'm laughing for another reason. The camera had a close-up on Merv Hughes, who didn't realize it was on, and so he was discovering the inner recesses of his nose.
Oh, poor Merv Hughes.
I suspect the camera spent a bit of time on Merv today on our screen for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. And a shout out to all of our listeners in England as well. They would have earlier today on TalkSport been listening to the coverage of New Zealand and England in Mount Maunganui, where they've done quite well actually. They've conceded a first innings lead, but they're in the test match there. So throughout the series, we're simulcast into the UK on TalkSport 2. And if you're just picking up the coverage on what's probably a cold Friday morning, Australia 8 for 227. That's probably better than it sounds, because this is hard work out there for every batter, especially to start.
I was going to ask you how Kuhnemann bats, but I've just seen Murphy and Lyon come out to bat before him. I don't need to ask it anymore.
That says a lot.
I was going to see it. Nathan Lyon coming in at 10 is a good indicator.
Yeah. Nathan Lyon batted ahead of Scott Boland as well.
Well, Nathan Lyon's got 1,280 runs and 460 wickets. There've actually been a couple of spinners.
Akshar bowls to Hanscom, still pushing out towards the offside. No run. We momentarily lost our feed, so just navigating that. We'll do the best we can.
There've actually been a couple of spinners who got more test wickets than runs.
Oh. One of them be on can one of them be up on the stand there? No, Chandrasekhar would have said.
Chandrasekhar for sure.
I wonder, Dilip Doshi?
Yeah.
Chatfield, maybe?
Seamer bowling here, round the wicket,
spinners.
defended into the offside, no run by Hanscom. Akshar continuing from our end.
Doesn't matter. If you can take more wickets than runs, doesn't matter what kind of bowler you are.
At the moment, Murphy has, 8 wickets or 7 wickets and 1 run, I think, at the moment.
Akshar's got 2 slips. Delivers here to Hanscom on 54, takes 1 down the ground. Now, we saw, actually extra cover, we saw last week Hanscom's willingness to milk the strike and play the game with the 10 and 11. I wonder whether he'll trust Lyon a fraction more given Lyon's experience. He just needs to roll with him for half an hour to get Australia to 250. It isn't that high a degree of difficulty if Hanscom can milk the strike. He's 55.
Yeah, the problem will be if he gives Lyon too much of the strike. Lyon gets out, say, second ball of an over.
Yeah.
And suddenly you've got number 11 facing 4 balls. He doesn't get those. Then suddenly Hanscom's out with a pretty not out, but you don't want a pretty not out.
No. So Lyon's got 3 balls to face from Akshar here. Silly point jumps in. Wide of the crease, round the wicket. Lyon gets forward. Defends.
Yeah, but he can handle himself, Nathan Lyon.
Of course he can. And he's a prolific sweeper, or should I say a maniacal sweeper. Goes at it whenever he can. So that'll be why they've got a deep backward square. They'll know. That's his one main scoring shot, certainly in recent years. Lyon facing Akshar, gets forward, plays conventionally, gets off the mark with a single to mid-wicket. Nicely played. Takes Australia to 8 for 229 and 1 ball for Hanscom to face, which presumably will be a ball he's looking to get a single off.
Now, it's interesting that 2 people we normally associate with batting with the tail as having batted well with the tail, Steve Waugh and VVS Lakshman, both backed their partners to take strike. And he said, when I did that, I was in effect telling my other batter, you know what, I rate you as a batter.
Yeah.
And so I'll let you do that. It's an interesting strategy if it works. But what if the other person gets out? I'd like to see Hanscom, say, for example, if there's an 80% chance of a shot coming off, which he wouldn't take earlier, I'd like to see him take that now. Because 30-40 runs here were their weight in gold.
So 8 fielders are on the 1. They've kept the deep square out. So only 1 boundary rider. There's a slip catching and let's call it a catching cover with Rohit Sharma as well.
This is where Hanscom becomes Bradman.
Can he find a single? Akshar to finish here, 69th over, goes back, goes through the slip cordon, might have hit Kohli's hand on the way, but it was going at quite a pace, so he gets a boundary. Hanscom moves to 59 with the final ball of the over. Australia 8 for 233 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. Lyon gets a strike after the break.
Order the McValue bundle at Macca's today. A choice of your favourite burgers, together with fries and drinks for just $26.95. Did we just find something the whole family can agree on? Available between 10:30am and midnight at participating restaurants. See our website for details.
Doing up Dad's Mustang? Now that's a WD-40 challenge. Sign up to WD-40's Repair Don't Replace Challenge. Document your repair project's progress. Share it with WD-40 and you can share it 15 grand worth of prizes. Visit WD-40.com.au.
So that boundary from Hanscom was a rotoflex by Blunson. It went through Kohli's hands. It was a dropped catch, and Kohli often wouldn't be anywhere near the slips with spinners on. Of course, Ajinkya Rahane did it for the better part of a decade, but left out of the Indian side last year, so Kohli's had to retrain in that position. It's Jadeja bowling to line. First ball of the new over, pushed out to extra cover in that direction anyway, no run.
Adam, there's another way of doing it. If you're backing your number 10, you know that as soon as your strike comes in, the field comes in, you can actually back your number 10 to block and hit the boundaries.
Jadeja round the wicket line, forward to defend, collected at silly point by Shreyas Iyer.
You talked about Ajinkya Rahane is heading over to your country soon. To England.
To county.
Harsha. Menace. Jadeja bowls, line, pushes out to... You'll get me in trouble saying things like that. I do live there, but I am Australian. Make no mistake about it.
Look, the moment he said Australian, Ian Chappell once said, remember there's an L in Australia.
Jadeja again, past line to edge with one that's ragged. That is going to excite Nathan Lyon. In the short term, it might frustrate him, but if he can get it going like that later today or tomorrow, more likely, that will be enjoyable for the Australian number 1.
I just wondered when I heard all the narrative around Australia, whether they'd be looking back at what happened in 21 and say, you know what, India came back from 36 all out to win a series. Yeah. They should be thinking like that. All great Australian teams of the past would be thinking like that, saying we can still win the series because India did.
In comes catching cover, Jadeja to line, defends.
India were 36 all out. Is 36 all out equivalent to losing by an innings and 130? No, 36 is worse. But if India could get the resolve to win from there...
Jadeja bowls to complete the over. Line lets it go, not far away from the off stump. Well bowled and well played. 8 for 233. It remains at the end of the maiden on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. We're going to say goodbye to Harsha Bhogle. We'll chat to him tomorrow.
Learning new skills, bonding with loved ones, exercising the mind and body. All rewarding. But not as rewarding as a Kogan Money credit card. With a whopping $400 Kogan.com credit to spend on the most in-demand products when you meet the minimum spend criteria. Did we also mention there's no annual fee? Use it anytime, anywhere. The Kogan Money credit card. It's just more rewarding. Search Kogan Money to find out more. Spend criteria applies. Offer ends March 5, 2023. T's and C's, other fees and charges apply. Credit provider, National Australia Bank Limited.
An enthralling day of cricket. 8 for 233. Axar Patel is bowling from our broadcast end. Peter Hanscom is on 59. And he is playing from outside the off stump and guiding the ball out through cover for a single. Michael Kasprowicz, welcome back.
Well, it is great to be here, and this is what Test cricket is all about.
Yeah.
Gerard, I think that's what we've seen today, the battle between bat and ball. Australia have made a bit of hard work with it through here, but once again, scrambling. Got to get to 250.
Got to get to 250. Lyon comes forward to defend Patel. He played the ball out near point, no run.
Yeah, I think that was the total they need to get to. Obviously a little bit long, well before that great partnership between Cummins and Hanscom of 59.
Lyon has the strike. Patel bowls to it. He's blocking back down the pitch.
And it felt a lot longer and further away, that total of 250. But just, I think, symbolically, I think that just as a number, they just got to get there.
Axar Patel from around the wicket. Lyon is back and defending. So there have been moments in the last hour where this is starting to look like a good batting strip, which is sort of almost reluctant to say that out loud. There's some of the devil that was going on earlier on as quietened, but Australia paid a price through there. Lyon sort of diagonal bat, flays it away out near point, and he can't get a run. But yes, to have a foothold in the game is 250. At least you can start to run some maths and some scenarios around.
We'll take any more runs than that,
of course.
And I think that every run is so vital.
Patel bowls, shorter ball, back goes Lyon, blocks. And that sees one run from the over. 8 for 234. The Kia scoreboard, Kia movement that inspires.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aitken Partners. I know separation and divorce are tough because I've been there myself. I know how daunting each step is, and I'm here to help you. Aitken Partners can help with a range of other issues too, from divorce and wills and estates to business and property issues, including litigation, employment law, and creating, buying and selling businesses. We want to help you live your best life. So call us on 8600 6000. That's 8600 6000.
SEN Test cricket for Henley. Completed homes now selling in Clyde North and Calcallo. Henley.com.au. Bharat Sundaresan is with us as well. 8 for 234. It is hot outside. I just went and had a sit out in the crowd for a little while. Hanscom was nudging the ball out to cover. No run. So 28 degrees. It will have taken a toll as we go along. Hanscom is batting in the wide-brimmed white hats with spinners largely in operation. And he is leaning forward and with soft hands playing the ball out to point.
Afternoon, Gerard. Kasper. Yeah, about this pitch, Gerard, from where I am, I can see a lot of runs still being scored here. Fortunately for Australia. And they've done a few things better than Nagpur. They've strung a few partnerships together, but also 3 times today they've lost bang-bang. Like it's in back balls.
2 slips in place. Hanscom is nullifying whatever spin there is.
But he's batted well, Peter Hanscom. Yes. Coming to the side, I think coming into the side, he's selected because he does play spin well. He's shown that before. Looked like he settled with that wide brim hat too.
Yes. Jadeja around the wicket to him. Hanscom just manages to keep that out.
Yeah, it's been really impressive. He's the leading run scorer in Sheffield Shield cricket in Australia.
He is, yeah.
So maybe that's a good sign for players in Australia. Keep going and scoring runs there. And obviously, highly experienced captain of Victoria. But he's showing all that experience, obviously, in domestic cricket, converting that into this performance today. 60 runs. Invaluable.
From 124 balls, Jadeja is bowling to him, and Hanscom clouts a ball out through backward point. There's a sweeper in the deep, so he'll be kept to 1. He's 61 and 235 on the board.
And you compare him to the Peter Hanscom who came here in 2017. He had that part to play in the brain fade in Bangalore. Gerard, you'll remember when Steve Smith signaled to the dressing room, and that set off a series of very controversial events and press conferences. And he was the one who suggested to Steve Smith that there was this naivety about him. Now he's in a better place in life, more mature, and it's coming through with his batting. Even getting the last-minute call-up in Nagpur, he just looked so much more at ease.
Yeah.
Jadeja bowls to Lyon, who's got his defence together, coming forwards, blunting the ball back down the pitch. 1 from it, 8 for 235. Kia scoreboard, Kia movement that inspires.
If you love chasing, pacing and racing, we've got it all covered on SEN Track. Every day, SEN Track has all the latest news in the morning.
I'm Thunderstruck is back and looking leaner as he targets victory in the Cox Plate.
Then throughout the day, up-to-date interviews and race form.
The right horse gets the job done!
As well as a healthy dose of banter and hilarity.
Oh, geez, I'm a fire today.
Listen live and catch up on the SEN app. Download it today. SEN Track, your home of chasing, pacing and racing.
Shout out to our listeners in the UK who are listening across the morning on Talk Sport 2. It's great to have Talk Sport as part of our coverage here in India. Australia 8 for 235. Hanscom has 61. Lyon has 1. So it's one thing to have a plan, isn't it? But it's a whole other thing to have years worth of experience to go about enacting this.
Oh, absolutely. You learn how to bat in different situations, and you also kind of learn to back your skills. Even if you're not looking very good for a brief period in the middle, you don't panic. And we've seen that with Peter Hanscom across at least 2 of the 3 innings he's played in this inning, played in the series so far. And even in the second innings, he started to look okay before he got out like everybody else. And you're right, Gerard. Like a lot of Australian batters have come here with specific plans, but for now, he seems to be the only one who's consistently been able to execute it. It's really difficult to bat against Ashwin and Jadeja.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about the best spin bowlers in the world on their conditions.
Absolutely.
They know them so well, and that's the biggest challenge. But the other thing, too, when you're talking about, experience, he's coming a lot more experienced. Now, it's interesting not to confuse experience playing cricket here on these conditions, because the players don't get that chance not very often, normally 4 years, but 6 since they were last year in 17. The other thing is experience as in, like, as a player, you get to know your game, how to play, how you play. And then just, like I said, regularly about Test cricket, it's about adapting and adjusting your skills. Both situation, but also to these conditions.
Back to pace now. Mohammed Shami in from our broadcast end. Hanscom with the helmet on, strokes the ball out to cover. Rohit Sharma moves around to his left and an easy single taken. So this was the move that Sharma used in Nagpur, bringing Shami back to pick up the last couple.
And back then, Hanscom gave Nathan Lyon 2 balls to survive. Casper and I were on air together. I said, one thing Shami is going to do, target those stumps, be full. Nathan Lyon has one job to do, bring his bat down at the right time. He did it once, Gerard. The second time, he had his leg stump cartwheeling.
Yes.
So 5 balls of Shami to Nathan Lyon on a day Shami is bowling really well. It's a risk.
There's a chance for some runs then, isn't there? If there's 5 balls.
Possibly.
This is the 73rd over of the innings, incidentally. 2 slips in place. There's a bat pad, 1, 2, 3 pitches away. Shami over the wicket, bowls, and Lyon brings his bat down in time. He blocks the ball out to mid-off, no run.
Nathan Lyon's very capable. And I think everyone, you know, when you talk about tail-end batsmen and all that sort of stuff, he always puts his hand up to go as a night watchman. So you obviously need some skills through there. We've even seen his hook shot. I'm not sure we necessarily see it today. But he's not afraid to use it. If it's short, he sees it, he'll have a crack.
Shami turns from below us. He strides in and bowls. Lyon drives stylishly out through cover. Runs to be had. It'll be a close run thing. That ball won't be halted. It goes to the rope for 4. A boundary from the blade of Nathan Lyon for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. It advances the cause to 8 for 240.
That's almost the shot of the day. Just it wasn't a hard volley by any means, but Nathan Lyon just leant on that, timed it beautifully, had a little slip over when he was turning, count back for the second, but it didn't matter. It went into the fence for 4 runs. Save your legs.
Mohammad Shami just absorbs all of that. And back in he comes. He bowls to Lyon, who strokes him down the line of the onside. But Ashwin gets across to prevent a run.
I just saw the camera turn to the Australian dressing room after that boundary, and Matthew Kuhneman was yawning away. I don't know whether he's one of the jet lag yet. He's been 3 or 4 days. Well, Test debut, Gerard, with maybe he would be walking out the next minute to sit there and yawn. He's a cool cat.
Well, coming from Queensland, of course, that shouldn't surprise you.
Waiting for that.
That he, he's pretty good, a cool cat.
Shami rolling the shoulders. It's back to work. Coming back and cutting. Lyon stylish again. Textbook stuff. Rocked back. Took the cut shot through backward points. And picks up another boundary.
That's the second best shot of the day.
Yes.
Both of them from Nathan Lyon. What a great shot there. Just a little bit of width from Shami coming in, and Lyon just leaning back into it and guiding it down.
Rotaflex by Blunston. That's a proper boundary. So this is just my nagging concern, as I feel like this is becoming a really good batting pitch. We'll see, I suppose. We'll see.
Well, there's an older cricket ball at the moment too, of course.
Yeah. Lyon's on 9. Shami bowls to him. He's on the back foot playing the ball out to point, and he collects a single. Hands it back to Hanscom, and keeps the strike himself. 10 from the over. 8 for 245. The Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
For all your commercial real estate needs, think Midway Commercial Industrial. Midway Commercial Industrial Estate Agents. Call 99 99 06 22 today. That's 99 99 06 22. Midway, the right way.
At Underworks, we're serious about that one more sprint. And believe me, it does hurt, so you need extreme comfort from your socks. We're serious about getting you to wherever you're going. Underworks, the number wonder down under for sports socks.
Go full sport with Code Sports, Australia's biggest and most experienced sports news team, featuring leading experts with decades of experience in the game, bringing you the in-depth stories that matter. For all your sport now in the one place, visit Code Sports today.
Berwick Motor Group gets 3 votes. Play SEN's AFL Survivor and you could win your choice of one of 4 cars valued at $46,990 from Berwick Motor Group. Register at iCanWin.com.au. SEN AFL Survivor. Driven by Berwick Motor Group.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles all-new laminate flooring is now available in your favourite Australian native timber colours. Yes, National Tiles all-new laminate flooring is available in lifelike Australian native timber colours such as brushbox, spotted gum, coastal blackbutt and more. And as a never-to-repeated introductory offer, this beautiful National Tiles laminate flooring is yours for under $40 per metre. But you'll have to be quick. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Hank Sharples, 2 catches in close. Hanscom on 49, pushing just through the hands of the man at Silly Point. Through for a single, takes on Rohit Sharma and records a most important Test half-century. Gets there from his 110th delivery. He's found the boundary 6 times on the way to that milestone. Jadeja Bowles hits Cummins on the pad. That's close, that's gone. And Cummins knows it as well. Thrust out the front pad. He may review on the basis that they had 3 remaining, but that was going straight on with Jadeja's arm. And also there might have been an inside edge, and had there been one of those, they are going upstairs. 2 reds to start, and the third one is red as well, absolutely red. 2/3 of the way up, hitting the middle stump, as it was with Labuschagne earlier today when he sent one upstairs. Australia lose their 7th wicket. Jadeja round the wicket. Bowles burpee. That is superb. 2 wickets in the over. Jadeja against Australia. It's always such hard work. He's in the book for a 3rd time. India go bang, bang.
We are in the final drinks break of the day for Bendix. Manufacturing in Australia since 1955. Bharat made that reference to the bang bang dismissals. Our stats, download the SEN app from your app store today. It's happened 3 times. Twice on 91, Labuschagne and Smith. On 167 and 168, Khawaja and Carey. And on 227, Cummins and Murphy. 8 for 245. Peter Hanscom, a fine and accomplished Test innings he's got going before us. Ashwin 3 for 57, Jadeja 3 for 58, and Shami 2 for 53. 73 overs gone, so the new ball in 7 if chosen. The change of innings would present Australia with a chance to bowl tonight as well if they can't hang on. So a really intriguing day's play, Michael Kasprowicz.
Sure has been, Gerard. We've been treated to some wonderful Test cricket. Different times. We talked about the bat, on top with partnerships, but then all of a sudden ball, and we saw three occasions. 2 wickets. We talk about get 1, get 2 when you're on the field, when you're playing, and so that really a kick in the guts, if you like, for the batting side. Labuschagne and Smith together, then Khawaja and Carey, Cummins and Murphy, and so once again we're starting again with Nathan Lyon. He's on 10 runs, and Peter Hanscom has looked sensational out there, 62 off 126. But Nathan Lyon, sort of beautiful drive through the covers for 4 and a cut shot as well.
Yes.
It's one of the things too, Gerard. We spoke about a total. They got to aim for a total. What a good total is. Earlier on in the day, when we were looking a little bit skinny, 250 was the total. It's 5 runs away.
Yeah, so 5 will put our nerves at ease, the worth of which will be tested, obviously, as we go along. Jadeja begins after the drinks break around the wicket. Lyon is beaten past the outside edge. It's a lovely delivery. Hey, JB wants to ask you, Casper, talk us through batting as a tail ender in these conditions.
A lower order batsman. That's how we like to describe ourselves. Oh, look, you just keep it simple. And
Lyon has the strike. He finds the ball this time with his bat and defends to the leg side.
Because out of instinct, there's room. Not so much in a circle, but actually over the fence. So looking a good slog sweep if you can get it away.
Lyon is standing correctly and defending to silly points.
But having said that, you've just got to play to the conditions. And the thing about with the way they're bowling and with the odd ball spinning and turning, but even now with the ball sliding on straight, keep your bat really straight.
Lyon is back and running the ball to backward point. There's no run there as Pujara closes in.
So maybe even one of the things you could use, and we used to do this with Anil Kumble, almost face him as a leg spin bowler like he was an in-swing medium pacer.
Lions defending back to the bowler.
And I'll explain that because obviously as a leg spinner, you expect him to come in. He didn't bowl like Shane Warne and getting turned like turn. He more so skidded the ball on, a lot of LBWs and bowls.
Lyon sees off Jadeja's over as he defends back down the pitch. At Maiden, we'll pick this up in a moment. 8 for 2, 45, the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Profiling Australia's sporting greats on and off the field every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. for Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives. Join me, Sam Edmund, and very special guests on This Is Your Journey. 10 a.m. Sundays on SEN for Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives.
G'day, Heath Shaw here, reminding you KFC Supercoach AFL is back. There's a whopping 50 grand up for grabs, plus plenty of weekly prizes. Are you up for the challenge? Play today.
T's and C's apply. New South Wales Auth number TP/01005.
SEN Test cricket for tyre power. Fulcum tyres at wicket taking prices. 8 for 245. Hanscom 62. Lyon is 10. Chamois is in operation from our broadcast ends. And Casper is giving us the rundown on lower order batters in Indian conditions.
I appreciate it. JB's question, of course, how to approach it.
Single slip in place. Chamois over the wicket, bowls to Hanscom, who's back playing the ball out to the sweeper at deep point and helping himself to run number 63.
One of the things I know in the Australian side I was in, often the Australian team were, say, 5 for 170, 160, and Adam Gilchrist would come in. Bat with the tail or lower order batters, and so often you're able to sort of just get these partnerships with each batsman coming in, and we'd end up with 400.
Yep.
And it takes away, and that was what was so important. So I'm not saying going out there and try and slog it, see how you go, and get them before they get you. It was more about actually just supporting, obviously, the established batsmen, of which Nathan Lyon will be doing for Peter Hanscom.
Chamois rushes in and bowls to Lyon, bowled him, stumps everywhere. And so ends the juicy knock of Nathan Lyon. Chamois got him in the end. He's gone for 10. Australia is 9 for 246.
Fulham straight with a little hint of that older ball sort of maybe just sliding in. Perhaps a little component of reverse swing there. But too fast, too straight, and right through, right in the middle stump.
Yeah, that's not it, Casper, when we're rolling out the portfolio right through. Right through. Seam up, lovely position. It's a textbook replay for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourites.
Yeah, unfortunately, if they're from Nathan Lyon, what that does, brings out Matthew Kuhnemann, the 466th Australian to get the baggy green cap, playing his debut here in Delhi. What a moment for the young Queenslander.
I wonder how he feels about all of this. It's such a whirlwind experience. Obviously, he's here for his left-arm bowling. He was playing a Shield game and was first hinted that he might be the Mercy Dash. He arrives. I'd be so curious to know in the long term, did he fly knowing that he was going to play, or did he find out last night? And then this is the environment that you walk into. This theatre in Delhi to face the music with the bats to start with.
Well, you're always, when you're living life on the bench and you haven't spent a bit of time there, you're hoping to play. You've got to prepare to play every single game. You know what I'm just thinking about here? It's taking me back to, I think it was Edgbaston.
Yeah.
Ashton Agar in his debut. 98 he scored on debut. Left arm orthodox.
Yes. It changed the mood of the nation. His best in first-class cricket is 24 not out.
He does average.
So it'd be a surprise.
17, so
it'd be a surprise.
He's very capable.
Matthew Kuhnemann's first moment in Test cricket. Chamois around the wicket to him. He's wrapped on the pad. I think he's going to survive. He's going to survive. Heart in mouth. They are going to come out and have a quick discussion. Rowett comes in from cover. Bharat, the keeper. Chamois. Kuhnemann survives his first ball as the timer ticks down. Not by much.
Whew. Good pace again. That seemed perfect. And length there too. Trapping him on the crease. Yeah. If anything, that was probably heading just down. But good shout. Certainly worthwhile. but then deciding not to review.
Good shout as we watch the replay. On tiles, Australia's favourites. His heart rate will be up. Matthew Kuhnemann, Shammy bowls to him and he finds the ball with the bats. He plays it out to point. He's been gifted his first run on a misfield from Axar Patel. He'll come back for a second. Kuhnemann's on his way in Test cricket.
There you go. What's he got now? 96 to go.
Open the blade, ran it through backward point. It should have been fielded for a dot, not to be.
The tough thing actually is when you're on the crease. And we got trapped on the crease that first one, but that one in particular, he did get forward. He was looking to press forward, get forward at the ball. Get it nice and late, so it was down. But seeing a replay of Nathan Lyons, yeah, too fast and too straight.
Yep, it was like his Adelaide days. He's just half an hour behind. Shammy's trying to finish it off. He bowls to Kuhnemann, rising delivery, fends it high up off the blade, gets it safely to ground, a backward point, no run. 248 on the board. Shammy's got 3, Ashwin's got 3, Jadeja's got 3. So bragging rights are up for grabs here.
They are. They are. And who would have thought that a fast bowler would be bragging at the start of the day on this pitch?
So it's interesting, isn't it? You only need one. So Siraj bowled a venomous spell early. He really hasn't been seen since. I wonder about his thumb, the injury that he did there. So Shammy shouldered the load that Cummins is going to shoulder, and he's done it brilliantly. Well, 2 spinners have gone to work. So there is plenty in this pitch for Pat Cummins. He's just got to work out when and how often he bowls. Short leggers coming. Shammy bowls to Kuhnemann, wrapped him on the pad. No, not out. Kuhnemann's had an eventful first 4 balls in Test cricket. Into the over. 9 for 248, the Kia scoreboard.
Go full sport with Code Sports, Australia's biggest and most experienced sports news team, bringing you all the latest news and in-depth stories from around the globe, as well as every stat, odd and live score. For all your sport now in the one place, visit Code Sports today.
Profiling Australia's sporting greats on and off the field every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. for Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives. Join me, Sam Edmund, and very special guests on This Is Your Journey. 10 a.m. Sundays on SEN for Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives.
SEN Test cricket for Henley completed homes now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo. Henley.com.au. Australia 9 for 248. So we'll feel better if they can come up with these 2 more runs. And then the worth of all of that will be judged tomorrow. Pete Hanscom will have the strike. He's on 63. Jadeja is around the wicket to him and he is blocking the first ball of it. So I think there's a conversation with Head and Hanscom in the same batting lineup, Casper, that they're in the wrong places. Head is Australia's number 5, but he doesn't need time to do his work. He does it rapidly. And Pete he's a grafter. He's a compiler. He plays the rising delivery with soft hands, got it to ground in front of second slip. And so he's going to get stranded here again. I would never for a moment say Head shouldn't be batting 5, but I just think as a pairing, they would actually be better suited the other way around for this tour. Hanscom is blunting whatever there is for Jadeja and not taking the single.
Interesting you're saying that, because I think watching the way that Hanscom's played here is really good. He's soft hands, the ball's been turning. Look, there's been a few times there's been appeals. He's missed balls, but he's managed to stay there. He's done so well.
He's done incredibly well. That's quicker. He's on the back foot, knocking it away to deep cover, and again knocking the run. But he's not an accelerator. So
No.
when so you've got the choice as the batter when the tail comes in is to really push hard. His Head can do that, but Hanscom, that's not his game.
Yeah, that's right. I think the more longer, and like all batsmen, when they come to this country and you're playing on these surfaces and conditions, you find that you learn, you just get better. The longer you're there, you learn, you adapt and adjust. So this is really promising from Peter Hanscom, certainly for what Nagpur was, but he's looked really comfortable too, hasn't he? He's sort of gone out there, not only when he was in his big white floppy hat, batting as well, it always adds an image of comfort out there. for the batsman, looks like he's going to be there for a long time, and he's certainly doing that. But you're right, it's just having some partners. 248 runs. Having won the toss, of course, you're expecting to bat once, and bat big is the term you like to use in the team. It's so vital, those first inning runs. It's on a wicket that's going to age and take more spin.
The field has come up as Jadeja bowls. Hanscom back, clouts the ball out of the off stump and away for 4. So that's perfect batting with the number 11. Take the boundary. And then he's got one more ball to find the single. Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. That's the 250 up for Australia. Feels sort of a physical sense of burden lifting. It's been edgy for hours as to whether they're going to get there. Now to get a single. No, not to be. Backed away Hanscom, but couldn't penetrate past points. End of the over. 9 for 252, the Kia scoreboard.
So what sporting events are you excited for? T20 Cricket World Cup?
Slanted for 6! Australia win!
BBL?
It's the greatest performance we've seen in Big Bash history.
Basketball? Nothing but net! Super Bowl 57.
In the corner, touchdown round!
To witness the biggest sporting moments, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Fulton Tyres at wicket taking prices. 9 for 252. Hanscom 67. Kuhneman's on 2. He's on strike. Shami bowls to him. Kuhneman plays the ball away from his body out to backward point. No run. So 2 slips. Backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wickets. There's a bat pad 2 pitches away and a fine leg to the Australian number 11.
Matthew Kuhneman. I guess the best advice is the longer you're there, the easier it gets. It's never easy when you're coming out to bat any time, certainly in your very first test match. But just get behind it. Leave the balls a little bit wider. You don't need to hit those. Let the bowler come towards you.
Shami in, bowls. Kuhneman beaten past the outside edge.
Or you just play and miss the Jaffers.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the other way to go. Angling in. Mo might have straightened a bit. He was just playing from the crease. He didn't get forward at all. And that's what I was saying earlier about you just got to force yourself to press forward, getting forward.
Yep, he's a statue at the crease there. Welded to the spots. Shami around the wicket, bowls. Kuhneman full face of the bat, plays it away to cover. He'll get a run. Beats the dive of Rohit Sharma, and they'll come back for a second. Pete says, well, you may as well take all that's there, youngster. Kuhneman goes to 4. There's a bit of shoddy fielding going on as the throw was pretty wild. Jadeja didn't quite tidy it up. No overthrows, though. 9 for 254.
Looking really good there, wasn't he? And maybe taking my advice. He did press forward. It was, good, positive forward step with the front foot. His right foot going right forward, playing it under his nose and pressing it through. Plenty of runs out there. We've seen that. Certainly if you get it into those gaps, quick outfield.
Shami to Kuhneman. It's in on the body. Lifted it up over the short leg, and he'll get a couple of runs again out into the deep. It gets very close to the boundary. Pujara with a late dive. 2 more. Is there any bats in that? There was.
It was straight in the middle. What are you talking about?
Out of the middle?
No. Well, I think that's it. All of a sudden you know that they'll come looking for you. They'll come straight. They get a bit too straight. And on that occasion, he flicked it off his hip. There was a man, I think it just forward a square leg, but went through there. Another 2 runs to Kuhneman. I'm not saying he's looking comfortable just yet.
He's 6, 256 on the board. He faces up to Shami, and Kuhneman runs the ball to backward points. No run.
There too, actually getting forward, that press is so important. So that it's actually your weight of your body. And so when you're actually playing the shot, for everyone out there, that you don't want to be you want to be getting forward And with that weight going forward, the pressing forward, you're actually hitting the ball. Certainly out under your nose and along the ground. 2 slips in place. You mentioned earlier with Shami around the wicket. He's looking to angle the ball in, but he'd love to straighten one up and get that edge.
Last ball of the over, Kuhnemann forward and blocking. He sees out the over well, 4 from it, 9 for 256. Nikesh is coming in. SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Falcon Tyres at wicket taking prices.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings start with Temper. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Temper mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Temper range today. You can view Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. Temper, a mattress like no other.
Back with us here on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, henley.com.au. Nikesh Rughani alongside Bharat Sundaresan as we head into the final stages of day 1 of this second test. Jadeja into Hanscom, who's forward and defending into the leg side. Refuses to take the single out to mid-wicket. Evening, Baz.
Evening, Nikesh. Actually worried about my binoculars. I can't spot them anywhere. You know, I need them.
There's
very important.
Like, 2 sets in here. None of them belong to you.
No,
take it.
Fortunately.
Jadeja fires one in once more and Hanscom forward in defence.
You've seen me in media centres for a while now. I do walk around a lot and speak to a lot of people, so I do drop my things here and there, so I'll have to go.
You do. There's an entire table in the press box in front of us, which have kind of just taken over with all of our spare kit, so it may well be amongst that rubble as Jadeja fires one in outside the off stump, left alone this time by Hanscom.
Speaking of rubble, at least what Australia will take a lot of confidence from is they've not fallen in a rubble like they did in Nagpur.
Jadeja again, quicker one and blocked out this time by Hanscom.
And Peter Hanscom has played a big role in doing that. Yes, Shman Khwaja batted really well, batted very positively, but Peter Hanscom's played as well as any batter I've seen for a while from outside the subcontinent. Play spin on a turning pitch, which I still don't think is you'd call a rank turner or anything.
Absolutely not, no.
Still a lot of runs to be scored on this, and Australia will have to bowl really well like India have to get all these wickets.
Yep, Shami's been impressive, as have Jadeja and Ashwin.
And that spell from Siraj to David Warner first thing in the morning. Very rare to see someone bowl consistent short pitch bowling at a top order batter on a pitch like this.
Jadeja then into Hanscom, who's down the track and splicing this in the air. Ashwin takes the catch at cover. Australia's innings comes to an end. Hanscom is gone for a very well played 67. And is that going to be a no ball?
Oh, we've seen this.
Oh, the hand comes out from umpire Goff.
We've seen
They've
this
had a check upstairs, and it is a no ball.
Second time in 2 innings, Jadeja. Jadeja went through Steve Smith, you'll remember, and we thought the game was over in Nagpur. And then it was signaled no ball. He bowled quite a few no balls in Nagpur. That's a tight call, though.
Go, isn't it? Touch shouldn't go.
Tight call.
Oh, it looks as though there may well be something behind the line there.
It's a tricky bowling action because it always looks like his foot's going to land outside the crease, but then it lands kind of a couple of centimeters towards him.
Well, Rohit Sharma's having a word here with Michael Goff.
He is. I don't think you can overturn
They're looking
this.
up at the big screen. He lands on his toes and his heel doesn't come down until very late on, but it's at the point of impact for his toes. So maybe we can just about go with on the line for that one. Just about. Just another split second on the next freeze frame. It does look as though there is something behind the line, but it's at the first point of impact. Anyway, Australia survived 7 for 257, and this is a slog sweep. In fact, a controlled slog sweep, played all the way along the ground, and 4 runs out towards mid-wicket. Hanscom making it count already.
Yeah, I mean, there are some scripts that play out the same way over and over again in cricket, right? A drop catch, next ball goes for a boundary. A reprieve for Hanscom out of a no ball. He smashed that ball with a vacant onside boundary. Interesting field on the offside for him.
Jadeja fires one in quicker this time, and it's punched off the back foot wide of mid-off, which allows them through for a single. And this is good stuff from Hanscom. He retains strike. He's still unbeaten on 72. Australia 9 for 262.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywhere, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping friends move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley completed homes now selling in Clyde, North and Calcao. Henley.com.au. And we're also here in association with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Mohammed Shami then to continue. Runs in, bowls to Hanscom, who drives, but only as far as Ashwin at mid-on. And there is no run.
Yeah, Peter Hanscom has clearly decided this is a time to chance his arm. Played the only on-towards shot he's played all innings and got out to it. It should have been out. So Jadeja was deemed to have overstepped the line, but the field spreads back. Ashwin was at mid-on. Now he's dropping back to long on, but not all the way back. So are they giving him the single here? So have a deepish cover and a deepish mid-wicket.
Potentially catching positions as well as Shami steams in once more, and Hanscom is cramped for room, manages to squeeze it into the offside. They do take the single early on in the over, so clearly trusting Kuhnemann against the pacer more than the spinners.
Yeah, just been a very, very nice innings. We spoke about it in the last over as well, Nikesh. Peter Hanscom just bringing all his experience into play. I said earlier when I was on air, it's a good stage in his life. He's very comfortable with where his career is. Maybe at some point he thought that the chance of a test return was maybe beginning to fade away, but he's answered those doubts with a stellar season with the bat. A lot of runs, and runs in different conditions as well. And at the right time. Just married up with his performances in India in 2017. Won him a spot. And then some pictures of the pitch circulating, doing the rounds in Nagpur. Led to him.
Who was responsible for that?
I wonder who.
Shami round the wicket then into Kuhnemann, who's unbeaten on 6, and he thinks about having a pull at a short one, which whizzes down the leg side. Just holds back there, Kuhnemann. Test debut, of course. Plenty of success in the shorter form in white ball cricket. Over in the Big Bash. A different job to do here. Australia going with just the one seamer, Pat Cummins. 3-pronged spin attack. First time since in Bangladesh in 2017 that they've gone with that particular combination. India going with the 2 seamers, but they have got the luxury of having the 3 spinners as well.
Technically 4 spinners. Tony Dodome did say Travis Head's bowling had a big role to play, and then coming back on the side.
Shami in again. He's bowled him. He's knocked Kuhnemann over. That will be the end of the innings. So Jadeja's no ball not costing India too dearly. Hanscom will remain not out on 72. And Australia, well, they won the toss. They chose to have a bat first. They've scored at a pretty decent rate today, but they are all out for 263.
Yeah, they did a few things right, Nikesh. They had more partnerships than they did in Nagpur. They still kept losing wickets back-to-back. Smith and Manas in the first session, Khawaja and Carey in the second session. And once again, towards the end of the day, 2 very quick wickets, Cummins and Todd Murphy. 2 guys have put their hand up. Usman Khawaja batted beautifully, took the spinners on, looked well on his way to a century, then taken by Raquel Rahul. Sensational catch. And Peter Hanscom, like we've been saying in the last few minutes, has batted beautifully, but neither of them has gone on to make 100 or a big score like Rohit Sharma did for India. They still have something to play with, but do they have enough?
Indeed, that will be the question. Day 2, usually good batting conditions when you're playing in India, and this pitch, we'll wait and see how it sort of plays for the rest of today. and into tomorrow as well. So 263 all out. Usman Khawaja top scoring with 81. Peter Hanscom unbeaten on 72. Contributions as well from Pat Cummins. Good knock of 33 from 59. And Phil Long is still with us.
Yeah, that 72 from Peter Hanscom, that 72 not out, exactly matches his previous best score in India when he made 72 not out in Ranchi on the last tour here in 2017.
Well, there you go. And just running out of partners in the end. So Kuhnemann gone for 6 on his Test debut. He'll, of course, have a lot of work to do with the ball. Australia going spin heavy with their attack. Pat Cummins, the only seamer involved, of course, if you are just joining us. That is the team news. Travis Head back in the middle order as well in place of Matt Renshaw. And Bharat, just before we throw to a break.
Highest wicket taker for India in this innings, a fast bowler, Mohammad Shami. Got wickets early with the new ball and has cleaned up the tail. So that's it will throw a few question marks at Australia's selection, but Pat Cummins would have seen that there is still quite a bit in this pitch. If he can strike with the new ball, he can open the game up for his spinners.
There you go. Yep, Mohammad Shami 4 wickets, Jadeja and Ashwin with 3 apiece. Australia then all out for 263, and we will be back in a few moments' time after a short break.
Hi, it's Rob Sanusa from State Transport and Warehousing. Do you have a commercial vehicle and looking for a better standard of work? Then call State Transport today. We have work for 1 and 2 tonne trays and vans, 12 and 14 tonne taut liners, right through to semi-trailers. So, make the move to a better way of transport. Call our team today, 9587 4433. At State Transport, our people are your solution.
Five-year limited warranty on new cordless products. Makita, rule the outdoors.
There's no show like the Air Show, and the Australian International Air Show is returning to Avalon Airport for 3 big days, March 3 to 5. And it's bigger and better than ever. Starting with the Friday Night Alight Spectacular. Enjoy non-stop entertainment on the ground and in the air, with hundreds of military and civilian planes flying all weekend. And in an Air Show first, kids 15 years and under go free. The Australian International Air Show, March 3 to 5. Tickets at Ticketmaster.
Learning new skills, bonding with loved ones, exercising the mind and body. All rewarding, but not as rewarding as a Kogan Money credit card. With a whopping $400 Kogan.com credit to spend on the most in-demand products when you meet the minimum spend criteria. Did we also mention there's no annual fee? Use it anytime, anywhere. The Kogan Money credit card. It's just more rewarding. Search Kogan Money to find out more. Spend criteria applies. Offer ends March 5, 2023. T's and C's, other fees and charges apply. Credit provider, National Australia Bank Limited.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, visit k-rain.com.au today.
Jadeja bowls, hits Cummins on the pad, that's close, that's gone. And Cummins knows it as well. Thrust out the front pad. He may review on the basis that they had 3 remaining, but that was going straight on with Jadeja's arm. And also there might have been an inside edge, and had there been one of those, they are going upstairs. 2 reds to start, and the third one is red as well. Absolutely red. 2/3 of the layup, hitting the middle stump, as it was with Labuschagne earlier today when he sent one upstairs. Australia lose their 7th wicket. Jadeja around the wicket. Bowls Burpee. That is superb. 2 wickets in the over. Jadeja against Australia. It's always such hard work. He's in the book for a 3rd time. India go bang, bang.
Shami rushes in and bowls to line. Bowled him. Stumps everywhere. And so ends the juicy knock of Nathan Lyon. Shami got him in the end.
Shami in again. He's bowled it. He's knocked Kuhneman over. That will be the end of the innings. So Jadeja's no ball not costing India too dearly. Hanscom will remain not out on 72. And Australia, well, they won the toss. They chose to have a bat first. They've scored at a pretty decent rate today, but they are all out for 263. Yeah, so that the story of Australia's first innings after deciding to have a bat first. 263 all out, half centuries for Usman Khawaja. And in the end, Peter Hanscom carrying a not out 72. Through towards the back end of that innings, Matthew Kuhneman, the last wicket to fall. Mohammad Shami with 4 wickets. Jadeja and Ashwin with 3 apiece. Nikesh Rughani still with you alongside Michael Kasprowicz and Bharat Sundaresan. And Kasper, you've received a very nice message from somebody very close to you.
I did, my mother.
Oh.
Yeah, my mother's
She's
actually
listening.
just texted. Yeah, she's listening. She was quite funny. She was telling me about it, on TV, on the crowd. She said the crowd's making so much noise. I said, well, just turn it down. Turn that off, and even better, put the SEN commentary on in the team. And so she's actually commented. She said, thanks for the tip. I'm loving it. Great cricket's great, and I'm loving your commentary.
Excellent. There you go.
She is biased, of course.
She's loving your commentary, but does that make you her favourite commentator? I have a feeling you need to ask her that question again.
Yeah, who is her favourite? Has she got a favourite?
We need to know who.
My 2 brothers reckon it'll be me. That's what they've always assumed and suspected that I am the favourite. So, yeah.
Excellent. Excellent.
Sorry,
right.
guys, not you guys. If that's what you're trying to get at.
My exotic voice would like that.
Bit of fishing going on there, but right, the Australian fielders led out by Pat Cummins, just making their way out to the middle. So 263. Their first innings. India's openers Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul will follow shortly. And Kasper, we were talking about the batting conditions. I mean, look, since the ball has got a little bit softer, it hasn't looked as difficult. There haven't been as many demons in there. Yes, it's taken a little bit of turn. Yes, Mohammad Shami bowled well, but it's been more good bowling than the conditions offering really too much to the bowlers. So India, if they bat sensibly, they should find some pretty good conditions for themselves.
Well, right at the start of the day, we saw the Indian fast bowlers getting some swing, bit of shape. The brand new SG cricket ball, they're actually shaping it, seeing it. But certainly when it, as you said, it got older and 70 odd overs, I think it might have ended up being the ball. A bit softer. It wasn't moving around as much. It looked like a totally different wicket from the start of the day. One thing I did notice early on was the number of balls that were carrying through, a lot more bounce, something that was a little bit different. And maybe just sort of the assumption that this looked like a typical wicket, and it is very much so. It actually has a bit more bounce than I suppose what we thought, because we saw the Indian fast bowlers come in and bowl bounces.
Yep, so right, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul are making their way out there. Pat Cummins getting ready to open the bowling. Who's going to be up from the other end? Nathan Lyon, you think, Bharat?
Oh, I mean, they might go to the left-arm spinner. Just throw him into the deep end. A lot of teams come here and open with a left-arm spinner. Nathan Lyon's opened before. And it's around 4:21 here in Delhi. The lights have come on around the Firoz Shah Kotla, the Arun Jaitley Stadium. And there's also another narrative that will be playing out in one section of the crowd. The Cheteshwar Pujara family, 30 plus of them, are all sitting together wearing CP t-shirts. Do they want to see him back tonight, or would they be better off watching him back tomorrow?
Listen, they'll be here for the entire test. So from an Indian point of view, I'm sure they'd love for him to come out tomorrow morning and not have to face any of this.
Well, I'm sure that from the Australian point of view, they'd love to give them the day off tomorrow.
True.
Let's get him out there now, and not only get one of these openers, but also get him out too.
Travelled in especially from Rajkot in Gujarat. Not a million miles away from Ahmedabad, where the 4th test will be played, of course, in this series. Pujara's father, his wife, his daughter. Right, we're ready to go. Pat Cummins with the first delivery of this Indian innings. Rohit Sharma on strike, and it's punched off the back foot. Straight to backward point, no run.
Coming in, hitting the deck immediately, but a fraction bit of width there. So quite fortunate to pick out the gully fielder in Nathan Lyon.
He started really full in Nagpur. You remember, went for 3 boundaries in the first over.
Yeah.
Struggled with his line, didn't he, though?
Yeah, line and length. The first spell, 4 overs, spent for a lot of runs. You wouldn't want to do that here. Australia have got some runs on the board. The last thing they need is to let India off to a flyer. Just negate the good work they've done in the last couple of hours.
In comes Cummins once more, and again, similar delivery, and this time Sharma finds the gap there. Just behind backward point, steered rather than cut with full venom. But it races away to the boundary. India off and running, 4 without loss.
He's got a habit of doing that, doesn't he, Rohit Sharma? Just a fraction, a little bit of width, not so much, but he's right over the top of that, even though it was still bouncing and up behind him. Getting over the top, hitting it is late down, and with 3 slips, there's a big gap there from where from the slips to obviously the deep gully fielder. So that's brought a change, those last 2 balls. 3rd man in place.
Chance of Rohit ringing around this Arun Jaitley Stadium as Cummins charges in again, and this time Rohit is hit in the midriff.
And also you'll see Ashton Agar is on the field. David Warner just heard from the Australian media manager that he's feeling unwell, so he won't be fielding at least tonight.
I don't think Rohit Sharma's feeling that well either after that last delivery.
We've all copped one there, haven't we? Over the years, just crouching down, taking a few deep breaths.
And it doesn't matter how much you give it a rub, it's going to help.
Listen to the crowd reaction as well.
And don't you have to take the guard off to rub it?
No, you only take the guard out to check that it's not broken.
Yes.
I thought also to rub it.
We don't want to crack in there and then cop another one. That
No, it's a bit like
pretty nasty.
The helmets on head.
Yeah.
Is that, you know, make sure there's no damage on it.
He's back there, and Cummins charges in again. He's leaving this one alone outside the off stump. Very watchful early on. Much better delivery that from Cummins, finding his rhythm.
Yeah, and just to answer your question from earlier about who might take the new ball, it is Kuhnemann who's warming up a lot. Nathan Lyon generally takes a while to warm up. He takes 3 or 4 overs. Looks like it could be the debutant.
I like that.
Yeah.
Get him in there. You have a go.
Well, India will be looking to go through to the close unscathed. Kuhnemann perhaps with an opportunity early on as Cummins runs in again, delivers to Rohit, and this one rises on him just a touch. He guides it down towards short third, and KL Rahul signals him through for a single.
And some pressure on KL Rahul. I think another lean score for him in Nagpur. He's come into the series a bit of a cloud. He's still vice captain. He'll want some runs. He'll want one score to just get him going.
He's got a habit of this, hasn't he, across all formats. Just as you think he's on this barren run and his place in the side is being questioned, he'll come up with a score. Will it be here in Delhi? Just marks out his guard. Takes his time here. Keeps Cummins waiting. Crouches down, does a few stretches, bit of gardening as well. The crowd, I think, have spotted maybe Virat Kohli on the balcony over to the left-hand side. They're all focused on the Indian balcony rather than out there in the middle. Cummins into Rahul, and this is defended into the offside. End of the first over then. 5 from it. India none for 5.
The Meadows lights up again for the unmissable Australian Cup Carnival heats tomorrow night. There's something for everyone, including 12 Group 1 heats, plus a $60 all-inclusive dining package with a delicious 3-course meal, including beer and wine. The Australian Cup Carnival at the Meadows is unmissable. Gates open at 6 p.m. with free entry and car parking. The unmissable Australian Cup Carnival heats at the Meadows tomorrow night. Tickets at themeadows.org.au.
Back with us here in Delhi, and it does look as though it's going to be Matthew Kuhnemann to open the bowling here on his Test debut. Get him into the innings early on. He's having a chat with the skipper Pat Cummins, just adjusting the field here. SEN Test Cricket live in Delhi in association with Henley. Completed homes now selling in Clyde North and Kalkau. Henley.com.au. Also in association with Tyre Power, your tyre experts.
I wonder a week ago when Kuhnemann was playing in the Shield game, ever thought that less than a week into it, he'll be bowling his first ball in Test cricket, that too with the new ball, opening the bowling with Pat Cummins.
Yeah.
Nobody can take that away from him.
There's a script there that seemed a long way off.
Just the 14 first-class matches in his career, 35 wickets. In he comes then to Rohit Sharma around the wicket, and Rohit just knocks this into the offside. Fielded at cover, and there is no run. Good energy in the field from Australia here early on. Lots of encouragement for Kuhnemann. He'll feel better now. First delivery out the way. Landing it on a decent spot just outside the off stump. And he comes once more, and this time Rohit defends out into the covers.
There have been times in Rohit Sharma's Test career where he has been bothered by left-arm spin. You have to face it in Nagpur. Especially the ball that just slows down, grips. He can't fall over, get stumped.
This one is slightly fuller on the legs and just whipped away. Fielded at short mid-wicket, no run.
I wonder how many times Matthew Kuhnemann's bowled with a new ball. In any cricket, for that matter. Obviously, the harder ball is found a seam.
Here comes once more a grunt, and this one keeps slightly low. Well negotiated by Rohit, who guides it to deep point. Gets himself a single. He may well have done it in T20 cricket. Different ball game though.
Absolutely, yeah. No, for the Brisbane Heat, and I think that's what they have been doing, using him quite early. And in the pressure situation, even with the field, through the power plays and all that, with only two fielders out. So he loves the pressure, but what a moment for him. Number 466.
It's apt that Manas Labuschagne is the one who handed him that cap. He nicknamed him Jaddu 2 seasons ago.
Big shoes to fill. Going to be called that. And he comes again to Rahul this time, and he beats him past the outside edge. He's beaten Carey as well. And it's gone all the way to the boundary for four byes.
Oh, that was a beauty from Kuhnemann there.
Yes.
Coming around the wicket to the right hand. He's pushed at it, but it's kept turned and kept low. Low enough to get underneath Alex Carey's gloves.
Extremely low, that. Completely shot off the surface. Almost like a P-roller.
That might make life interesting then.
It will.
Kuhnemann then will be encouraged. Final ball of his first over. Into Rahul again, who's forward and defending at this one. 2 overs gone in this India reply. India, none for 10.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
Back with us on SEN Test Cricket here live from Delhi as India make their way to none for 10 in reply to Australia's 263. Pat Cummins to continue them from the far end to our commentary position. In he comes to Rohit Sharma, who's forward defending at this one, but into the gap there, backward of point. Fielded by Nathan Lyon down at deep third. 11 runs on the board. We got some shots, Casper, of Kuhnemann getting his cap, his shiny new baggy green this morning.
Yep.
He and Todd Murphy, I mean, they're obviously in really good condition. They're very new. What did you do with yours? I mean, you keep the one, right? And you just repair it as you go along? Do you wash it? What happens?
Well, over myself, no, you don't wash it. You don't wash it. It's sort of, and I didn't play enough. I played a lot over the subcontinent, so perspiration does go through it, but I generally wore the floppy hat after the first session. Bowling with the first session of every test match, all the players on the field. It was brought in by Steve Waugh. Everyone wears the baggy green to symbolise Australian cricket.
Cummins and again to Rahul, and he's beaten past his outside edge this time. Just looking to push at that one through the offside.
And I think that's the thing about sport, and that's the beauty of sport, and not only for the occasion and the event and bringing people together, but also symbols are so important in our game. And I think that's the thing. The baggy green cap is one of those symbols in Australian sport, all of Australian sport, that it's out there, that everyone recognises it immediately, and the value what it does. And it's important too for all the players in Australia, especially with T20 competitions around the world now, keep believing, striving to get that baggy green.
Cummins into Rahul again, who punches off the back foot. Better shot in the gap at cover. Not a single onto the total.
But this is back in the day when you weren't presented your baggy green on the field, wasn't Casper? I've heard stories of you would go to the New Zealand or Cricket Australia offices and they would just give you the cap.
Oh, that's earlier. I think Mark Taylor actually introduced it, and I think it could have been my first Test match, '96 against the West Indies, where you actually were presented, and everyone came around, and there you go. There's your cap. Shook your hand. No big discussion around it, or motivational quotes or anything like that. It was just, there's your cap. Good luck.
Cummins into Rohit this time, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
I'm sure the motivational quotes even back then came from you, Casper.
Internally.
Yeah.
Of course. Oh, look, just a special moment. And the line that generally pops out when you are presented with and all that, it isn't just, congratulations, it's symbolising what you've done. It actually symbolises the beginning about the future. You've joined a club, only 466 at this point in time have ever played Test cricket for Australia. And I think that's it. Just, you're part of this really unique group of people.
Cummins into Rohit again, who just defends into the leg side this time, and there is no run. Take a look at Steve Waugh's cap by the end of his career.
I think it did go in, went in for a service.
It went in for a few, I think. It still didn't look particularly great. The peak was coming out at various points out of the sort of the green stitching over the top, and look, it was his cap. He took a lot of pride in it, and it kind of symbolised how important that cap, the cap that he received on his Test debut, was to him throughout his entire career. And
had a retread a few times.
Cummins charging in once more to Rohit, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
He did manage to use it more than I think anyone ever had. How many Tests did Steve Waugh play?
168 off the top of my memory. End of another over. India none for 12.
Hi, Patrick Cripps here from the Carlton Blues.
And I'm Nico Hines from the Cronulla Sharks.
This season, go Ultra with Foxtel.
Don't miss the NRL, Formula One,
and for the first time ever, every game of every round of AFL live in 4K Ultra HD.
AFL, NRL, F1 live in 4K Ultra HD, only on Foxtel.
Back with us here on SEN Test Cricket in association with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Matthew Kuhneman then to continue here. One over, just the one run conceded, and he comes, left arm round. And KL Rahul is stretching forward, defending this one.
Just back of the baggy green cast, but this is also before mobile phones had cameras, so couldn't take a selfie of yourself in the baggy green. Did you get someone to take a picture? Is it...
No, I don't think. I haven't got one, no, of that presentation, no. Black and white, I think.
Kuhneman in once more, and he just pulls away at the last minute. I think he lost his footing. Wasn't any attempt of a run out at the non-striker's end. Rohit was in his crease in any case. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? A run out of the non-striker's end in this series. This time Rahul is pushing forward, defending this one just backward of point.
I think it's safe to call it a mankard again. You've heard
Don't call it a mankard.
You're stirring it up, aren't you?
I mean,
Don't
grandson said we can call it. Like, who are we to decide? It's his family
Show some
name.
respect to Vinubhai.
It's the best thing to call it now, because everybody now, the narrative.
Well, it's
around
legit
it
now,
changed.
isn't it?
Yeah. So he did the right thing.
Yeah.
Should be celebrated.
Kuhneman, and again, this is full and driven out towards long off. Rahul. It's another single to his name.
Just want to point out that Matthew Kuhneman wasn't attempting.
Yes.
No.
His back was to Rohit Sharma as he was coming around the wicket. Just lost his footing there, but a few oohs and ahs from some members of the crowd.
Had to look through all the smog. They couldn't quite see it that well. It's cleared. Looks like it's cleared up.
Oh, that's the lights. The lights taking a picture of
the lights. Well, when the sun came out, to be fair, sort of early afternoon.
It was like dark when we turned up too. Was that early this morning?
It was dark, it was smoggy, it was cloudy. No sign of the sun early on. Kuhneman in once more. Flighted delivery. Rohit just forward defending this one, almost down on one knee. None for 13 India.
I'm watching too with a lot of interest, obviously, Matthew Kuhneman here, as we all are, but he's used to the crease immediately.
Yeah.
He's bowling going a bit wide, also bowling nice and tight.
Again, another straight delivery, hint of turn, right forward defending.
And one thing you'll notice, Casper is very different to Ashton Agar, who comes more from over the top. He gives the ball a little more air. This guy is more consistent. He can hit the spot. He can do the Jadeja role. I'm not saying he deserves the Jaddu nickname yet. Sorry, Manas, but I think he can do that role. Maybe what Stephen O'Keefe did in 2017.
Final ball of this Kuhneman over is pushed through a bit quicker, and Roy just guides it backward a point. No run, end of another over. We'll have another short break, and Adam Collins will replace me with India, none for 13.
The siren has sounded. The wait is over. Finally, there's a premium T-shirt without the excessive price tag. You don't need an athlete's body to look great in these tees. Perla tees are brought up top to accentuate your shoulders and chest, with extra length and space in the torso, so you don't put on the show when reaching up high. Soft and comfortable, you'll never want to take it off, because a Perla goes with just about everything. Be confident in your own tee. Head to getperla.com.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Now selling in Clyde North and Kakallo. Henley.com.au. Adam Collins back in to take you through to close of play here at Delhi at the Kotla Stadium. Day one, Australia all out 263. India in reply, none for 13. So an even 250 behind. I've got Bharat Sundaresan and Mike Kasprowicz with me. Pat Cummins has the ball in his hand at the far end, away from us. The northern end of the ground, in here. Bowling to KL Rahul on two. New over. Turned round the corner. Wants one. Sent back by the captain, Rohit Sharma. Good piece of fielding by Kuhneman. Gets an early touch in there at backward square.
Very good piece of fielding. And Australia want KL Rahul on strike. His stat went up. Call, I'm sure you're all over it. Last 10 matches, he's averaged 17. Some pressure on him. You can see him. There is a bit of nervous energy about him. He wants to get off strike. Australia have a chance here. They can open one end up. Who knows? They send in a night watchman, you go down.
Yeah, we've seen that happen before, haven't we? His 11th Test match against Australia. KL Rahul facing Cummins. Bowls here, leaves alone outside the off stump. So he averaged 17 in 2022. And then last week made 20 in an opening stand of 76 with KL Rahul. It was broken up just before the close of play on day one. They'd love that again tonight. Was captaining India as recently as 2 Test matches ago. Such was the strangeness of India's captaincy armband being passed around the dressing room last year, from Kohli to Rohit to Bumrah to Rohit again to KL Rahul, back to Rohit, back to KL. The leadership axis at the crease. Now Rahul on two, facing Cummins, defends out to extra cover. No run is the call.
You are talking about the second placed Test nation in world cricket at the moment, 2 ICC rankings.
Yep.
With all these different captaincy, it sort of comes across that, yeah, it's a bit confusing as far as who they are, who's leading them, all that. Just shows you what a good unit they are.
Oh, absolutely. There's so many leaders on this side. Ashwin is one guy. I know Adam Collins would love to see as captain.
I like how Ravi told me last week when I raised it with him at Nagpur. Just rack off, mate. Stop advancing the Ashwin for captain calls, will you? I've been told off once by Shastri on that. I shouldn't bring it up again. Cummins towards Rahul. He's 2 from 11. Cummins closer to the stumps. Bowls here, leaves alone. Good length, but not making him play. Yes, Rahul had a good run against Australia here in 2017. Rattled off 7 half-centuries in that run. He made it to 50 in 10 of 14 innings. So there's been a contrast there between his recent form and what he was previously able to achieve when he burst onto the scene as a 22-year-old.
But he's been, yeah, like I said, he's been a bit lean lately. I'm sure for the Australian bowlers, especially Pat Cummins, want to make it even leaner.
Renshaw the sub at first slip. Cummins bowls here. Rahul on leg stump, turns around to Kuhneman, just in front of square, no run. So Renshaw's on for Warner, thus why he's at first slip. Does that job for Queensland, of course. Smith at second, Khawaja at third. Nathan Lyon over at backward point. Labuschagne cover. Travis said mid-off. Agar, the second sub, on for Hanscom, mid-on. Although in Hanscom's case, they said he'll be back soon enough. He's just pretty knackered, I'd imagine. And Kuhneman, square leg. Missing one. Who's at fine leg down there? Can't quite see.
It's Todd Murphy.
Todd Murphy, there you go. Thanks, Baz. Out of my line of sight. Last ball of the 5th over. All dots so far. Cummins delivers and KL Rahul defends. Right out the middle of the bat, end of the over. On the Kia scoreboard, India remain none for 13. Our scoreboard throughout the last session, and our coverage is for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. And we're through with no more breaks. I forgot that. We've done all our commitments.
Fabulous.
So I can tell you on the way through, Casper, that whenever we see a spinner bowl, as we are here in Matt Kuhneman, they're competing to be our spinner of the series, thanks to Lumo Energy. Switch to Lumo. Try it again. Switch to Lumo Energy. And all of our replays are for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. Thanks for their support as well throughout the series.
Kuhneman, his third over. You remember Nagpur, Todd Murphy got a wicket late in the day. He bowled more overs, of course. India had a lot more overs to face that evening. Kuhneman will want to do that as well. Go to bed with one test wicket to his name.
I wonder what end Murphy will bowl from. We'll kind of go through the different combinations here. It's going to be Kuhneman continuing. His third over, delivers here to Rohit Sharma, spins that hard. It's taken out to mid-wicket with a minimum of fuss, but you can hear the grunt from both the bowler and the response from Alex Carey, giving you a sense of just how much that turned.
If there's a great time to start your test debut, and come on, it's late in the day, because the batsmen aren't going to be coming down looking to tear you apart. They're looking to survive.
Kuhneman in, away from us, bowls here to Rohit Sharma, forward on the lunge, defending outside part of the bat. Nathan Lyon does the fielding. Well bowled again.
Already very impressive. It's got an interesting load-up. If you see in his bowling action, it's almost like that load-up is what allows him to be slightly wider in his release. And the square seam, the side spin that he gets on the ball, very different to Ashton Agar, like I said.
It's become a big part of the conversation, the square seam. Baz, we'll get you to explain what that means through this over. Kuhneman again, bowls to Rohit. Inside edge onto the pad, thus the raw. Didn't quite trickle back onto the woodwork. So that's the one that goes straight on. So that's what you can get with the side seam. If it doesn't hit the seam, then you're in the game.
Absolutely. It'll just slide on. It's the slide spin that they call it. Jadeja and Akshar Patel masters at it. Ashwin as well, but Ashwin can do both.
Kuhneman was playing shield cricket a week ago. Not even a week ago. Bowls here, using his feet now, Rohit. So change of plan, defending to Labuschagne at cover.
And it's interesting too, we're talking about this the side spin. You know, there's also, I heard it referred to as square spin, which sounds strange when you've got a round cricket ball, but it's actually the ball coming out ends up spinning not over the top and sort of like going towards the wicket, but also around the side, and that's square bit. If it goes on the side, if it hits the shiny side of the ball, it'll skid through. If it hits the seam, it might bounce and pop.
That's why the short leg's there. Kuhneman bowls it forward, back to him, not far away from a return catch. That's how Todd Murphy got in the book.
Yeah, he did.
At the start, at the end rather, of day one last week at Nagpur. Rohit just lunging. So we've seen him use his feet, then stay at home and lunge. Kuhneman's in this.
Yep.
One ball left in the over. The man who started his career playing district cricket on the Gold Coast. Finishes here to Rohit. Gets forward again. That's an outstanding bit of bowling from Kuhneman. Asking all the right questions. Another maiden, none for 13. We will have another 3 overs before the close of play. Our coverage is for Tyre Power, your tyre experts.
Something I learned between the Nagpur and Delhi tests. Square seam is a very Australian expression, Australian term. Doesn't get used much. I was chatting with our Ashwin, and I wanted to sound smart, right? I wanted him to think that I know what spin bowling is. So I used the square seam reference, and he replied back saying, square seam. Bowling spin for 20 years. I've never heard of a square seam.
Right.
Thus went my attempt at trying to sound smart. Quietly said sorry.
Well, Nathan Lyon's coming into the attack, and what he called it in 2017 was the art of bowling ugly. He sort of went through the first 5 years of his career with that traditional Australian up and over the top, get the bounce, which served him really well at home. But away from home, he might have become a snifter predictable, and he realised that being able to beat the inside edge with, well, to left-handers with balls that went straight on could be a big weapon, and so it was in Bangladesh in 2017 when he really turned the corner. He had that great day at Bangalore as well. He took 8 wickets.
And there's been the irony with Lyon and Ashwin, right? Every time Ashwin's gone to Australia, people have wanted him to bowl like Lyon. And every time Lyon's come to India, they've said, why can't he bowl like Ashwin?
Well, the gap between the two of them now has narrowed to 1. So Nathan Lyon has 461 test wickets. Ashwin 460, cat and mouse. First ball of the innings of the match as well. Round the wicket. The KL Rahul deflects it down to Stephen Smith at slip. Marnus Labuschagne's excited at mid-wicket. Don't know why.
It's a great subplot, isn't it? And the two best off spinners we've seen, certainly from India's point of view and Australia, leading wicket takers, neck and neck.
Third last over of the day. Line around the wicket, northern end, bowls here. Forward comes KL Rahul, his 16th delivery. He's on 2, pushing to Matt Renshaw under the lid at short leg. Tall man for that job.
He does it a lot for Queensland, doesn't he, Casper?
He does. He gets nice and noisy in there too.
Yeah,
I
he
think.
does.
He's good energy.
Makes up for Marnus.
So they punted Marnus to mid-wicket so he can just leave Line alone, I suppose. Well, I have detected, Bharat, I wonder if you share this view, that he has calmed down quite a bit in the last 6 months, Marnus.
He has. I think I would push it back to the last 12, 14 months.
Right.
And just as we say that, he's going to get into silly point or short leg, and now we will hear Marnus Labuschagne's voice.
So the helmet being ran out by Lance Morris in the fluorescent vest, part of the Australian touring party.
I like this. As you said, only a couple of overs left tonight. But just put some real pressure under 2 men under the nose, under the sniffer of the batsman, and really ask some questions here.
Deep backward square if Rahul takes on the sweep. Line, 3 catching men, bowls round the wicket, but 2 short. Leg stump clipped away to the man at deep backward square. Gets 1. He's 3, none for 14. In arrears by 249.
Yeah, India wouldn't mind Rahul at the non-strikers end.
Come on then, Lino. Come on, mate.
Sharma's looked very solid so far. Looked to use his feet to Kuhneman a couple of times. Lion to Rohit Sharma is a pretty underrated rivalry. Gerard and Lion has become the more celebrated of rivalries when these two teams meet in Test cricket.
Rohit Sharma averaging 57 as a Test opener, 75 at home. Facing Line, tucks him round the corner, but there's a man on the 45, Todd Murphy. Make that Matt Kuhneman, no run. Staggering record at home, 8 centuries, including 1 last week. His 22nd Test in India, so a big sample size for an average of 75. His first century against the Aussies came last week as well. Line, 2 balls left in his first over. So Rohit hits him on the pad from around the wicket, straightening. Michael Goff keeps his finger down. On face value, it felt like it was trending down the leg side, but when round the wicket, doesn't have to do an awful lot to be in the game. It feels as though Lyon is going to be satisfied with the decision. They do not review.
Yeah, I didn't pitch in line. That's something I want to see first. He does, but turning a lot. Steve Smith didn't even move from his position. That's generally a sign.
Yeah, Smith had his hands on his head, wanting there to be an inside edge. Last ball, good start from Lyon. Bowls here. Rohit turns him out to backward square again, where Kuhneman cuts it off, running around from short fine. So he'll retain the strike. Rohit's 8. India, none for 15. We're going to let Bharat Sundaresan go because he and Gerard Whateley are going to go down to the side of the pitch with Nikesh Rughani to get our interview at Stumps tonight. So make sure later on you download the SEN Cricket Podcast app, and that'll mean you can listen to all of the highlights from today. You'll get the interview at the close. You'll also get a sum up of the day with Bharat and Gerard. It'll also go on. What do we got again? TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, all at SEN_cricket. So stay on top of what's happening after play as well. We'll have 2 more overs this evening. Our coverage for Tyre Power. Falcon tyres at wicket-taking prices. Casper and I are going to take you through until the denouement here at the Kotla Stadium in Delhi. Looks like Kuhneman's going to continue.
He will. On television, Ravi Chandran Ashwin has the pads on.
Loves it, doesn't he?
He loves that night watchman role.
You know why he loves batting night watchman? Because he thinks he's going to come out and make 100 tomorrow. It's not to do with protecting the number 3 or 4. Ashwin.
So you're wishing your mates to get out?
Ashwin's built differently to most night watchmen.
Right, okay.
Very fond of him, you might have noticed. Kuhneman bowls round the wicket from our end, and well forward is Rohit smothering the spin. Ends up at mid-wicket, no run. Ashwin and I have been occasional correspondents on social media because I'm slightly fascinated by him. The way he thinks about the game and the ideas he advances and his willingness to put himself in the firing line when it comes to running out the non-striker. I admire the way he's built. Kuhneman bowls closer to the stumps. Rohit dances and defends, and throwing down the stumps is Renshaw from silly point. It's brilliant athletic fielding. It'll come to nothing because Rohit gets back in time, but we were just discussing Renshaw's experience under the lid. And that's game awareness as well.
Right there, just pushed it forward, but he almost like paddled, like a game of handball. He just tapped that ball right back through to Alex Carey, who took all 3 stumps out.
Yeah, so it wasn't spot on, but yeah, tell you what, that's the type of skill you want with your fielders in close. 10 balls left on the day. Can Australia get a late wicket as they did at Nagpur on day one? Kuhneman's now got the silly point slip short leg. Bowls here, Rowett goes back and clips in front of the man at short leg. Plenty of space to work with there. Out to the Mahinda Amanah stand. They get a couple. Captain Cummins does the fielding. None for 17. Rowett up to 10 from his 28th delivery. I wonder whether Todd Murphy might get the last over.
That'd be nice too, wouldn't it?
What do you think? Cummins doesn't mind wide over spells.
I think just something like that, yeah. I think, yeah, I like it. I like your thinking. But I like the thinking here of opening the bowling with Matthew Kuhnemann. What he's done really well here. His pace has been good. He's accurate, but also variation. Just on the crease, going a little bit wide, coming back in a little tighter. Just asking all these questions late on day one.
Passing the ball from left hand to right, spinning it. Preparing to go again. Passes umpire Menon, delivers here. Rags is swung. Hits the shoulder of Rowett's back, deflecting down to Stephen Smith at slip. But again, a couple of times in the last 2 overs, he's really grunted it out and got the ball to turn.
Yeah, he's done really well. And I think the key here in India, having spoken even with Ravi Shastri about spin bowling, is accuracy. We're seeing that. His lines are very good. No loose deliveries whatsoever. It's a great start.
Contributed with Peter Hanscom for a partnership of 17 for the last wicket as well. As Ravi Shastri said, all day on SEN Test cricket, runs on day one at Delhi can be extraordinarily important. Kuhnemann's got 2 balls left on this first evening. The first of his Test career. He's flicking the ball, taking his time. There's no hurry here. We've got 6 minutes left until the cut-off, so they'll get the final over in regardless. Change being made. Nathan Lyon coming to mid-off, which gets Usman Khawaja into a catching position. Let's call that a second slip. Smith next to him at first. Renshaw silly point. Labuschagne short leg. Crowd still involved. Indian captain waits for Kuhnemann. Bowls here. Edge just past Usman Khawaja. On the angle that might have carried to a gully or a third slip as well. They'll get a couple of runs. None for 19. Rowett's 12. That's exactly what they set him up for. And Cummins is very happy with his young spinner.
He's going really well, Matthew Kuhnemann. Once again, a bit of turn, but also bounce. It's gone well wide, but just not fine enough that edge. Certainly hit the outside edge of the bat. High up too, splice height.
So 2 in a row have really bounced, and even a puff of dust. Watching the replay back for Beaumont Tiles. Kuhnemann, last ball of his night. 24th over, delivers here to Rowett, who's forward again, defending, deflecting for the 3rd time in the over. That time it's Usman Khawaja dragging it in, none for 19. Rowett stays on 12, KL Rahul 3. They trail by 244. They've been out there for 8 overs in their reply to Australia's 263. I doubt we're going to have another boundary today. They were for Rotoflex by Blunston. And, of course, all of our coverage for Henley Homes and Tyre Power. Not far away now. So, as I mentioned before, Gerard Whateley at stumps with Bharat downstairs. So we'll wrap up the day in the commentary box. You'll be able to pick up their interview down there. I'm not sure who they'll get. Who do you reckon? Who's got Peter Hanscom? Would he be your
he'd be
the
one, to find out about how he felt out there, what the surface, with all the attention this pitch has had. Actually, all the pitches we've had in India so far, the attention to what they're going to play like.
So it's going to be Nathan Lyon. He gets 2 overs in before the close of play. Took 7 for 94 here. His first big bag in Test cricket back in 2013. Figures in the match of 9 for 165. Picked up Kohli and Sachin a couple of times in that match. Round the wicket here. Bounces up to KL Rahul, who takes it off the hip, gets 1 round the corner. Kuhnemann does the fielding, none for 20. Rahul's on 4 in India. Lyons playing his 9th Test match, 35 wickets at 33. So he's steadily improved here across his 2 tours. That included a bag of 8 for 50 at the Chinnaswamy 6 years ago in the 2nd Test match. Away from home, he averages 32 as well. Line towards us, towards Rowett. Again on leg stump, not quite the right line yet from Lyon. Tucked again, and Kuhnemann cuts off the single on the 45.
And the way they're playing it too is really late. Waiting till almost after it bounces before they're looking to play a shot. And when that line they're playing, he's bowling it, you're able just to run it down to that fine leg position. Short fine leg.
Passes umpire Michael Goff. Wider of the crease, round the wicket. Catch it short leg. Was there an inside edge? Yes, there was. Rohit Sharma caught by Marnus Labuschagne under the lid at short leg. He reviews immediately. There was a couple of noises. That was enough to convince umpire Goff. And there will be a tense review with 2 minutes on the clock on day one. So 1 for 20 on the scoreboard. Will it remain so? Looking forward to this replay, Michael Kasprowicz. This is a big moment in the context of this game.
We've seen an amazing day of cricket today, and what about this for an ending? If it goes Australia's way.
So it's pitched in line with leg stump. Well, it's probably gone beyond the edge. Has it hit something on the way out? That's the other question. Plenty of glove there. I'm sure we'll get 100 replays here, Casper. Your first impression?
Yeah, but even there, it's pitched outside leg, gone down, but does it bounce off the pad and flick the glove on the way up? That's where I'd love to see a little bit more of that replay, not just where it is.
Yeah, but I'm sure umpire Illingworth will do that. They'll do the first bit here. So ultra edge past the inside edge is a blank line. There's nothing doing, I'm afraid, from an Australian perspective.
But
but has it come out the other way? I think they have to go through and,
not even looking at it.
They're not looking at it, which isn't the protocol. They changed the protocol after the test match at Delhi in 2021 when Rohit Sharma was given not out for similar reasons, and they didn't look at the ball coming out and they kissed the glove.
Well, I think they'll just request maybe...
I think they will. You can see Usman Khawaja there talking to umpire Goff. So we're going to see it come out the other way. Did it get a glove? It doesn't look like it got anywhere near it. On the split screen here, they'll go back to where they started. So 1 for 20 becomes none for 20 on the scoreboard here. So very close to the key wicket for India in home conditions, not to be. Rohit has a smile, shares a conversation with Labuschagne, who's offering a few thoughts, as he will. So still 3 balls left in the day. Umpire Goff formally changes his decision here. Line back to his mark. Rahul on 12. Line to him, round the wicket. Rahul goes back and finds 1. Just to the left of Kuhnemann, short fine leg. Square of him. None for 21, so KL Rahul with 2 balls to face to get through to tomorrow.
Yeah, Michael Goff, the umpire. What a great decision. He said not out.
And a word for Labuschagne as well. That was no easy catch.
No,
lunging forward.
Absolutely.
Counts for nothing now, but he's in the game there. After missing out earlier today, out for 18. He and Smith dismissed in the same over, but they did well, Australia, to get where they did with that in mind. Line bowls here. Second last ball of the day spits through from round the wicket, so it would have missed leg stump. Rahul thrust his bat down towards the turf. It Q-ended down towards short fine. No run, but that's some volatility. We saw one from Kuhnemann shoot through from the other end, and now one from Lyon.
That was so low. It was probably a couple of inches off the ground. It's shot through so low. Batting with a shovel might be the way to go.
Gosh. Well, it's been a competitive surface all the way to the end, Casper, on day one. Last ball of it here. Nathan Lyon bowls. KL Rahul back defending. Labuschagne pats it down from short leg. That will be stumps called by umpire Michael Goff. Another busy session. India finishing at none for 21 with Rohit Sharma 13, KL Rahul 4. Rohit led off just before the end of play. The 4th last delivery was given out, caught it short leg, but overturned upstairs. So Australia were able to get 9 overs in at India before the end of play, Casper. And they asked good questions, especially the man on debut, Matthew Kuhnemann, left arm around the wicket to the 2 right-handers. He seemed to be always in the game. So 2 weeks in a row, we've seen the young spinner thrown in there and hold their own immediately.
Absolutely. That was the biggest challenge for young spinners coming to this country, playing against the best batters against spin in the world on their conditions. And we saw Todd Murphy last week at Nagpur just absolutely like a fish to water, wasn't he? He got straight into it. He's lined. He's actually the pacey bowled as well. And we've seen the same today with Kuhnemann coming in and asked a massive job to open the bowling. Australia going into this game. 3 spinners, 1 fast bowler, that being the captain, and Pat Cummins. So it's actually been an awesome day of Test cricket, this. Classic in so many ways.
Yeah, we've had all up 284 runs. Australia won the toss and batted, and we're all at 263 at lunch. They made it to 3 for 94. By tea, it was 6 for 199, so 3 wickets in each of the first 2 sessions. The tail wagged, especially with the captain Cummins helping Peter Handscomb along. He made 33, Handscomb not out 72. They got it to 263, and India at 242 behind that at stumps at none for 21. For Australia, top scoring was Usman Khawaja. The fifth man to fall, brilliant catch from KL Rahul from the bowling of Jadeja. He made 81. That was Jadeja's 250th wicket in Test cricket. What a nemesis he's been for Australia across the journey. But he wasn't the best of the bowlers. That was a seamer, despite what we've seen with the surface, and Australia going in with 3 tweakers plus Travis Head and just Pat Cummins to bowl seam up. Shami 4 for 60 from 14.4 probing overs. Siraj none for 30, although he did rough up Australia early on. We'll see if we can grab this interview with Usman Khawaja. Bear with me for a moment. I've got a feeling we're going to hear Usman in a moment.
Yeah, I found it pretty challenging.
Let's do it.
There's always a little bit something out there for the lefty when the bowlers are coming back in, and you got quality bowlers like Ashwin and Jadeja. It's always tough work.
Does it look like a definite game plan to be a lot more attacking today with the bat?
No, the game plan hadn't changed. I just didn't get to bat for long enough the first game. The game plan was the same. I just had 2 innings where I missed out. So I got to bat for a little bit longer today, and it was just nice. Yeah, so the game plan's it's been pretty steady for me over the last year and a half that we've played in the subcontinent. So I'm always looking to score runs, whether it's here or Australia or anywhere in the world, and fortunately I could score some runs today.
You like the reverse, don't you?
I do. I like the conventional sweep too, but you hit one shot over mid-off and they put mid-off straight back, so it can be a bit risky trying to take the deep fielder on over mid-off again. And when a ball's spinning like that, sometimes hitting straight's the hardest thing to do. So I do enjoy it. It gives me lots of runs. So yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Well, you're a little unorthodox. With Peter Handscomb, his innings was crucial, but he played in a different way today, but a vital innings through that middle order.
Yeah, he batted really well, and your right-handers, Junior, you get all the good stuff, you don't get rough outside off, you get the nice track in the middle. So there's a reason India produced a lot of great right-handers over the years. I think at some level it does suit the wicket. I think left-handers have to be a bit more flamboyant in the subcontinent to score runs. So I think when you're a right-hander, you can afford to be, as long as you have a good defence, and Petey's got a beautiful defence. I think that's what people don't realise. When he gets to the ball, he defends really well, gets out and reaches out, and it makes the bowler change what they're trying to do. So he batted beautifully today.
Maybe you could practice being right-handed like David Warner. But more important, we saw towards the end of play a couple of balls really kept good. One from Venkatan, one from Goodman. Is it starting to loosen up a little bit, the topsoil?
I hope so. The question, it's always, you don't know. You score, we got 260 today, and you think, what's a good score on this wicket? And you actually don't know till the other team bats. I think if we bowl really well, 260 is very competitive. It's not easy out there. There's a few cracks, a few plates moving even when we were out there. It'd be interesting to see. I've only played Delhi once. I was 12th man here last time. I think it was 2013, and that game was a very 200 plays 200 kind of game. So if it goes like that, maybe, but I think tomorrow will tell the tale of where this game's going.
Where did you enjoy watching you bat today, Usman? Well done today.
Cheers. Thank you.
So that was Usman Khawaja talking to Harsha Bhogle, also a member of our SEN cricket team. Thanks to television for letting us take the feed. The Fox Cricket is the rights holder in Australia. So Rohit Sharma, 13 not out. KL Rahul, 4 not out. Just to go through the card again for Australia. The second highest score was Peter Handscomb, who Khawaja spoke glowingly of rather. 72 unbeaten from 142 balls, 9 boundaries. Did a lot of heavy lifting after coming out when there were a couple of quick wickets in that middle session, principally batting with the captain, Patrick Cummins. And for India, Shami, 4 for 60, Siraj, none for 30, Ashwin, 3 for 57, now just 1 test wicket away from Nathan Lyon. Jadeja, 3 for 68, now up to 252 in test cricket. Naksha Patel bowled 12 wicketless overs, none for 34. All told, Casper, a compelling day of test cricket. The best of what we get in India, when at times it feels like it's in fast forward, at times it drifts a wee bit, but they're asking good questions. It requires a brilliant technique. The bowlers are always under the pump as well, especially when a player gets in against them using their feet. I mean, this is set up magnificently.
Absolutely, and I think even Usman just mentioned there, the totals. You don't know what a good total is until you see the opposition bat. But I think Australia, they walk away today, content is probably the word, for 263 total. Khawaja's innings of 81 was magnificent, 125 balls. But also Peter Handscomb, we also mentioned him. That was great. But there was one thing through the day that There's a saying in cricket that one brings two. We're talking about wickets here, and 3 occasions that happened where Australia lost a wicket, and then immediately after they lost the second one. There was Labuschagne and then Smith, Khawaja and then Carey, Cummins and then Murphy. And those 3 times, it really slows things down a lot. So for Australia to get to 263 was actually a really good effort from where they were early in the piece. And that's why I think they'll not so much happy, but they'll be content.
Yeah, it was a testing day of Test cricket, and they did do well, as you say, in the circumstances to get to where they got to. I can see Peter Handscomb talking to Gerard Whateley over on the ground at the moment. This might be a nice place for us to leave it. You can listen to that interview on the podcast feed, download it in all the usual places. SEN Cricket, and of course, we're in Delhi thanks to Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home at the Dales Bonnybrook, henley.com.au, and for Tyre Power, know your tyres. Australia, all out for 263. And in reply, that stumps on day 1. India, none for 21.